admonition or for exclusion of the exhibits. And of course, as I indicated, the jury is not present for this. The defendant is present with his attorney, Mr. Harper, and his attorney, Mr. Nash, and the state is represented by Mr. Junk, prosecuting attorney and special prosecutors, Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also, Ryan Scheider, special agent of IBCI is present. Yesterday, working into the evening, I think we had gotten through double C exhibits. There was an exhibit, I believe it was going to be looked at further, and we'll defer ruling on that one. However, we're going to pick up today with DD, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
State ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going through the pictures and exhibits for DD. That's the search of the Flying W farm. One thing, we're seeking to admit 22 firearms. I didn't bring those down, but they're also pictured as well too. We've got the exhibit numbers, I guess, for YouTube. I can go up and grab them, but if the defense counsel doesn't object, we'll just use pictures. Okay. We've actually gone over some of these, Your Honor. If I don't list it or mention it, that means we're not going to use it. So, and for the record, these are the pictures we intend to use. These are the ones we aren't. So we do want the court to know we did make a serious attempt to get these pared down. I'll go ahead and list the pictures that we do intend to use. All right. It'll be, and all of these are prefaced with DD. Be 2.
What is it? 2?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. 2, 3, 4, 6, 15, 16, 17, 28, 47, 58, 63, 64, 65, 67, 69, 128, 139, 148, 163, 171, 175, 182, 183, 184, 192, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 206, 211, 212, 223, 224, 225, 230, 234, 237, 238, 239, 248, 274, 276, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 290, 300, 303, 308, 309, 315, 321, 324, 326, 330, 332, 335, 344, 346, 354, 356, 360,
Was the defense going to call a witness then?
Yes. Judge, we call George Wagner IV. As soon as the jury gets up.
Yeah, we need the jury up then if we're, I had misunderstood. I thought there was no witness here. All right. Yes. We will need to have one of our forms.
That's fine.
Jason. We'll meet up. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all here. Again, another day of trial. I will state for the record that the defendant is present with his attorneys, John Parker and Richard Nash. The state of Ohio is represented by the prosecuting attorney, Rob Junk, and by special prosecuting attorneys, Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson, and also Ryan Scheider, special agent of Ohio BCI&I, is present today. You're aware from yesterday's discussion that the state has not rested its case yet. However, The defense is given an opportunity to call witnesses, we may say out of order in the sense that the state hasn't rested yet, with the state being given the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses called by the defense, just as the defense has the opportunity to cross-examine the state's witnesses. Is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes.
Do you wish to call a witness at this time then?
Yes, Your Honor. We call George Wagner IV.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
You may be seated. The defense may begin.
Thank you, Judge. George, let me adjust this microphone for you. Just keep your voice up real loud so the jury can hear you. Okay, sir, please state your full name for the record.
George Wagner IV,
Okay, George, and how old are you?
31,
And when's your birthday?
10/6/91.
All right. And George, you are the defendant in this case, is that right?
Yes,
You've been sitting in this trial for many weeks now, right?
yes,
I'm going to ask you some questions, George. I want you to keep your voice up. If you do not understand a question, please say so. I'll try to rephrase it. You understand?
yes.
Let's start with some very easy ones, George. Showing you what's previously been marked as Wagner Exhibit 29. You recognize this person.
Yes,
Who is that?
me.
Okay, do you remember when this photograph was taken? Approximately.
Sometime in 18.
Do you remember the circumstances?
Yes,
What were the circumstances?
they were doing feet measurements.
Okay. And that was regarding the investigation of this case, right?
Yes,
All right. Now, George, how tall are you?
6 foot.
Do you know how much you weigh right now?
No,
Okay. Do you remember about how much you weighed at the time this picture was taken?
somewhere around 280.
All right. Tell the jury about your weight problems or your weight situation throughout your life.
I've spent most of my life being overweight. I probably haven't been under 250 since I was 13,
And what's the largest you?
316-ish.
All right. Do you struggle with your weight?
Yes,
All right. And what would you say you averaged since the age of 21?
between 280 and 300.
You've lost a lot of weight since you were arrested, is that right?
Yes,
When's the last time that you can remember you were the size that you are now?
around 2007,
About how old were you?
15.
I want to show you what's been marked previously as Wagner Exhibit 37. I'm sure you recognize this person, right?
Yes,
And who is that?
my father,
All right. And what does he go by?
Billy,
And how tall approximately is your father?
6'6".
Do you know about how much he lives?
At this point, no.
All right. Back when you got arrested, let's go back to that date, right?
I couldn't tell you. I know he'd lost a lot of weight at that period.
All right. Let's go back to the time of the crimes here in 2016. Was he heavier than you?
Yes,
Significantly heavier?
30, 40 pounds probably.
All right. George, where were you born?
Lucasville, Ohio.
And have you lived in Ohio your pretty much throughout your youth?
All of my youth, yes.
All right. And did there come a time when your family lived on what's been called Bethel?
Yes,
And about how old were you when you moved there, if you know?
a little over a year.
And so you lived there from the time you were about a year old or so until when?
So I was like 23.
And so that's where you lived your whole life, is on Bethel Hill Road,
Until that point.
until that point, yes. So let's talk about Bethel Hill Road a little bit. Let's talk about your early years on Bethel Hill Road. let's talk about your education first.
Okay.
Did you ever go to a public school?
For a very short period of time.
Do you know about how old you were?
Not really. I can't remember it too well.
Do you know how long you were at the school?
A few weeks, maybe.
All right. So how did you get your education on Bethel Hill?
My mother homeschooled us.
Homeschooled you and Jake?
Yes.
All right. And you are older than Jake, is that right?
Yes.
How much older than Jake are you?
1 year, 1 month.
And we'll talk about Tabby, your ex-wife, later, but about how old is Tabby compared to you and Jake?
She is 4 months younger than my brother.
All right. So she's a year and a half roughly younger than you?
Yes.
So let's talk about the homeschooling. How did that work?
Mostly like normal.
Okay, tell us what your mother did. Tell me like a typical day when you were a youngster in the homeschool.
Usually every morning when we wake up, she'd start teaching us whatever was for the day, and it'd end around noon.
It would end around noon?
Yeah.
Okay. And were there certain assignments or how did that work?
Just whatever the school had set up for that day.
Was this a private company?
Yes.
All right. And did she have you sit around the kitchen table or explain how that worked?
I had my own desk in my room.
All right. And did Jake have a similar situation?
Yes.
All right. So you'd wake up in the morning, would you eat breakfast first?
I can't remember that.
Okay. And would you sit at your desk by yourself or just explain to the jury how that works?
I'd usually just sit there unless I needed help with anything, and then my mother would come in and help.
And did you have any subjects that you liked or disliked?
Not really.
Did you learn how to read?
Yes.
Did you learn how to do math?
Yes.
But you didn't have a favorite subject of any sort?
Not like I would call a favorite, but I've had ones I like better than others, but
Okay, which ones did you like better?
math, history,
And what would you do, say, at the end of the lesson during the day? I think you said it went till noon about?
yes.
What would you do after that?
After that, it was just take care of the animals, pick up around the yard, whatever my mom wanted done.
All right, let's talk about the farm, okay? What kind of animals did you have when you were younger?
Horses, cows, ducks, chickens, pigs, dogs, a little bit of everything.
All right, and did you have certain chores or responsibilities?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about, can you explain to the jury when you were very young what your chores?
Every day we had to feed and water the animals, clean their pens, carry water from the pond.
All right, and let's start with the animals. I think you said you had chickens, right?
Yes,
Do you know how many chickens, just generally speaking?
a lot,
Like a dozen, 2 dozen?
30, 40 probably, maybe more at any given time.
All right, and what would be the purpose of having those chickens?
In the beginning, they were just my mom's hobbies until I was in my teens, and my dad would buy hundreds of them to fatten them and butcher them every year.
Okay, and what else did you have?
Horses,
Horses.
cows,
Let's talk about the horses for a minute. Approximately how many horses did you have?
it varied between 4 or 5 to 15 or 20.
All right, and what came after horses?
Cows,
Let's talk about the cows for a minute. Approximately how many cows did you have?
same with the horses, 4 or 5 to 15, 20, however
Okay,
many my dad drug in.
all right, and what other animals?
Pigs, dogs,
Let's talk about
Goats,
the
sheep.
pigs. How many pigs would you have at any given time?
probably no less than 10, sometimes upwards of 80, 90.
Okay, what came after pigs?
We had sheep, goats, ducks, geese,
A little bit of
a
everything.
little bit of everything.
All right, and how did you acquire those animals?
My father used to run around and buy them and stock them up and then wait till the prices went up and then resell them.
And so one of your jobs as a youngster was to take care of these animals.
Yes.
All right, and explain what you would do on a daily basis.
Daily basis, usually we'd start out with feeding and water them, then we'd clean the stalls, move them around from pen to pen, or for sake of cows or horses, we put them in different pastures depending on if they've ate this one down or not.
Okay, and what time would your morning start usually?
Usually after I was done with my homework, It's around then.
So around
This
noon
is
is when you would
when I
often,
was a child, yes.
when you were a child, but we know we're talking. When you were a child, your chores would start after your school bus.
Yes.
And approximately how long would it take you to do your chores?
Usually 5, 6 hours.
And did your brother have a similar situation?
Yes.
Did you ever have to help him with his?
Yes.
Explain that.
He was a lot slower than I was, and by the time my half was done, he would still have half of his left, and I'd have to help him finish his.
Now, let's go back and talk about your schooling just for a minute. How far did you progress with this homeschool?
I quit when I was about 14.
And why did you quit?
I felt that I didn't need it anymore, and I just wanted to do my own thing. My father quit in the 6th grade, and
Did you know other people that had quit early?
not really.
And so what did you want to do when you quit school? What did you want to do with your life? Did you have any goals or aspirations?
When I was a young kid, I wanted to be either a game warden or a forester. Then when I got older, my father pushed me more towards being a diesel mechanic and a truck driver.
All right. And why was that, do you know?
My father didn't want nobody in the family that wore a badge.
Why was that?
He thought all law enforcement was crooked.
And did he teach you that as a youngster?
Yes.
What else did your father teach you when you were a youngster?
How far back do you want me to
Well,
go?
let's start at the beginning, all right? Well, let me rephrase that. When you were young, did you have a pretty good relationship with your father?
Yes.
Explain that relationship when you were young.
When I was a young kid, my dad used to take me fishing every Saturday and Sunday. He taught me how to ride a horse, he taught me how to hunt, taught me how to do almost anything with a vehicle,
All right, and would you hunt and fish with him on a regular basis?
almost daily.
And where would you do that?
My grandparents' farm,
All right, let's talk about your grandparents' farm. What is that called?
the Flying W.
All right, do you know how many acres approximately the Flying W is?
I know what I've been told my whole life, but it's been up and down from different people.
Approximately
Somewhere around 3,000,
3,000
close to it.
acres?
Yes.
All right. And Bethel Hill, is that on the Flying W large property?
It's technically part of it, it's just got a road that separates it.
Right. Separates it from the main house, right?
Yes.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes.
All right. And who founded or who started the main house, the Flying W farm?
My grandfather,
What was his name?
Bob Wagner, or George Washington Wagner Jr.
All right. He's your grandfather, right?
Yes.
But he went by Bob.
Yes.
All right. And your dad's name is George Washington Wagner III, correct?
Yes.
But he goes by Bill.
Yes.
All right. But you're George Washington Wagner IV, and you go by George.
Yes.
All right. How did you feel about having the same name as your dad and your grandfather and others?
Very complicated.
Very complicated. Explain that.
My mail would go to my dad. They'd mix up our social security numbers. Stuff that he owed on would be sent to debt collectors on my name, and vice versa. His would go to my grandfather's. My grandfather's would go to me. It was complicated.
And eventually you had your own son, right?
Yes.
And what's your son's name?
Bullvine Hunter Wagner.
Why is it not George Wagner V?
He will not have the problems I had
What kind of problems do you need?
with everything getting mixed up between the name.
All right. You wanted him to have his own identification? basically?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about other things your dad taught you that, well, let me rephrase. Your mom taught you the schooling lessons, right?
Yes.
Did your dad participate in that at all?
Only in history.
Only in history? Explain that.
My father is a history buff.
He liked history,
Yes.
and he taught you history throughout your life?
Yes.
How would he do that?
Just recite stuff that he's learned in his life and everything that he's watched and read.
Did you enjoy that?
Yes and no, as much as a kid can.
All right. In your youth, did he teach you other things?
Youth as
Well, when you were young. Let's say-
teenager and younger, or
Well, let's start before the age of 10.
just how to hunt, fish, ride a horse, how to work on a farm, how to drive a car and a truck.
And how about after the age of 10, say between 10 and 15, did he start teaching?
Yes.
Explain what he started teaching.
My father taught me how to open a lock, how to steal fuel, how to steal loads or break into loads,
What do you mean by loads?
tractor and trailer loads, semi-loads of whatever might be on it.
And how did he do that?
Just go around and show you how to open them and get in them and drive off with them.
And let's start with, I think you said he taught you how to pick a lock.
Yes.
How did he actually do that? Did he set you down, explain how that worked?
He bought like a lock pick set, comes with like a whole bunch of different locks and picks, and then you set us down for hours until we could figure out how to open it.
And about how old were you when that started?
Around 13.
And what would he do, if anything, with you once you learned how to do that?
After my brother and I learned how to do it, he would go from like hotel to hotel in different counties and open the vending machines in them.
Would he do it or would he have you do it?
Usually you'd have my brother do it,
Why your brother?
because my brother can open a lock in a matter of seconds,
All right. And what about you?
3-4 minutes.
So your brother was a little better at picking locks than you,
Yes,
but your dad took both of you around to pick locks.
yes.
What kind of locks would he have you pick?
Padlocks, vending machine locks was the most common, door locks on trucks, ignition switches.
All right. And what would be the purpose of that?
The vending machines,
Yeah.
he would take the coin box and the cash box out of them.
All right. And would he do this during the daytime or nighttime? How would that work?
With the hotels, usually in the middle of the day.
Would that be after your lessons and after your tours, or how would that work?
Yes. Like in between, really.
I'm sorry?
In between it, really.
Okay,
He'd usually go like once or twice a week.
all right. And did he teach you anything else around that age?
Just how to break into trailers and drive off with loads and
All right, explain how that worked.
with the loads, you go around, take the padlock and the hinges off so you don't break the seal. If the seal is broken, it's instantly somebody's been in it, so you got to take a hinge off and open it without it. But you see what's in the trailer. If it's something you wanted, then you unload it. If it's not, you put the hinge back on. Nobody ever knows it was opened.
All right. And about how old were you when this started?
It started around 2005,
So you would have been about 14 or so?
roughly.
And your brother was with you?
Yes.
And would your dad drive you, or how did that work?
He would load us in his truck with him. We'd just drive around from truck stop to truck stop.
All right. And he would pick out the truck?
Yes.
Did he have any, like, methods or codes or anything like that as far as how would he pick out a certain truck?
Usually it had to end up being a company truck, but Walmart was like the one he went after more than anything.
And why was that, do you know?
He despises Walmart. I don't know
And-
why.
So you would go into these trucks and steal the content?
Yes.
Now, did your mother know about these activities?
Yes, she was there 99.9% of the time.
She was in the truck with you
Yes.
from this young age,
Yes.
and she knew your father was teaching.
Yes.
Were there other things that your father taught you around this?
How to steal fuel.
Steal fuel?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Starting out, it was ground holes with a 12-volt system, which is a lot slower.
A ground?
Yes.
Explain what that is.
All of your truck stops and gas stations have huge tanks that sit underneath the ground. And they're usually padlocked, and you pull over it, open the padlock, drop a hose in, and you pump the fuel out of it.
All right, so what kind of, we want to take this step by step, all right? So what kind, was he drive a pickup truck or a big semi truck? How would this work?
Yes, it started with a Ford Dually and a stock trailer
All right, and where would you be?
in the trailer.
All right, and what would your father do?
He would pull over it until the hole in the floor of the trailer was even with the lid, and then my brother would open the lock, and then we would drop the hose in until the tank was filled.
All right, and did you have some sort of pump or contraption? How did that work?
12-volt fuel pump.
All right, and where would you, so you would pump the fuel out of the ground into where?
Into a 500-gallon tank.
And that was inside the trailer?
Yes,
And how often would you do that with your father?
every weekend.
And how old were you about?
Started in 05, so 14, 15-ish.
All right, and how long did this go on?
With the stock trailer and the Ford,
Yes.
a year and a half or so.
Was your mother aware of this?
Yes, she was in the truck with my father.
She knew what was going on.
Yes,
So what would you do with the fuel once you stole it?
my father sold it for half price.
Where would he sell it?
Anybody he found that wanted fuel that ran a diesel truck, usually he'd go from trucking company to trucking company and sell it.
All right, so this was mainly or only diesel fuel?
Yes, only.
Only diesel.
Gas explodes, diesel don't.
Okay. So where would he store this 500-gallon tank? Would it just stay in the trailer?
Usually it would stay in the trailer, unless he didn't have somebody to buy it at that time. Then it would go into a 2,000-gallon tank at the house.
At the house?
Yes,
So we're talking up on Bethel Hill.
yes.
Did you have gas tanks or containers there?
Many of them.
Many of them. Explain that.
Probably 20,000 gallons worth at one time.
So you had enough storage capacity to hold 20,000
Yes.
gallons of fuel.
There's never been that much stored there, but we had the capacity for it,
What would be the typical amount stored there?
around 1,000 gallon.
And would that be for your personal use? Would it be for,
Mostly personal,
okay, because your dad would sell the remainder?
yes.
And what kind of trucks did you and your family drive at that time?
Always a diesel.
Always a diesel,
It's free fuel. Free fuel,
free fuel. So you always had diesel trucks and free fuel.
yes.
What kind of trucks did you like
As
growing up?
a kid,
Yeah,
Dodge.
Dodge. Why did you like Dodge?
I like the Cummins engine,
Did there come a point in time when you got a tattoo of a Cummins?
yes.
Explain that.
I had the Cummins C put on my arm,
Which arm?
my right arm,
All right, where on your right arm?
on my shoulder.
So why did you do that?
I was a Cummins fan.
Is that common among young people here?
It is until they get older and grow some common sense.
Okay. So, your dad taught you to steal fuel and pick locks,
Yes.
steal loads out of semi-trailers.
Yes.
Did he teach you anything else around the city?
My father,
Yes.
as far as illegal stuff, no.
Was, when you would go out with your father, would he ever teach you to look out for things or not look out for things? Was there anything like that?
That went into the theft of loads and stuff.
Okay, explain.
So the job was you were always supposed to make sure you could see a cop before they seen you, or to know where every camera was.
All right, so explain how he taught you.
It really goes back to when I was a kid and he was still around in Pennsylvania a lot. For every cop me or my brother would see, we'd get $1 when we were a kid.
All right,
And that goes back to like 8 years old, even before he started the theft.
all right. And how long did that last?
Till we were 10, 11.
All right, and did that ever change at any time?
It changed where when he started doing the theft, he started teaching us how to find cameras and actually put an effort into it.
And what would he do? I mean, how would he?
He would go around and start out with we'd go down one street or something, and if we missed one that he missed, then we'd lose the four-wheeler for a week. Like if he pointed one out that we didn't see, we'd get four-wheeler taken for a week.
All right, so you had four-wheelers up on the farm.
Yes,
Explain what a four-wheeler is.
it's just an ATV.
All right,
At
How
that
many-
time, it was a Honda.
pardon me?
At that time, it was a Honda.
All right, did you have more than one four-wheeler at that time?
5 or 6 of them.
It was common to use on the farm.
Yes,
What would you use the four-wheeler for?
hunting, fishing, four-wheeler tag. Most people won't understand what that is.
What is that?
It's kind of like bumper cars with a four-wheeler. If you get hit, you're it. Then it's your turn to run everybody else down.
So where would you take the four?
All over my grandparents' farm and all the neighboring farms.
Would you ever take it on the surrounding roads too?
Yes, many a times.
And were there certain paths that you made on the farm?
Yes,
Did your brother do the same thing?
not very often. If he did, it was like 2 mile an hour, and me and my uncle always ran off and left him.
And who was your uncle?
Chris Newcomb.
All All right, Chris testified earlier, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about Chris for a moment. Explain your relationship with Chris.
Chris is more like a brother to me than an uncle.
Why do you say that?
We're almost identical in everything that we like and do.
I'm sorry?
We're almost identical in everything we like and do.
All right. And how old is Chris compared to you?
A year and a half older than me.
So what did you consider him?
More like a brother and a role model.
Best friend, or how would you describe that?
Best friend wouldn't cut it. More than a best friend.
More than best friend.
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time with him?
Yes.
Explain it.
Every weekend when we were kids, sometimes he'd stay a couple weeks at a time, or I'd stay with him. Or
All right. And he would stay with you on Bethel Hill?
yes,
And what type of things would you do to him?
go mudding, hunting, fishing, just see how far we could go on a four-wheeler in a day.
And would Jake be part of this?
In his own way, sometimes yes.
All right.
He was always left behind.
And why was he left behind?
He didn't want to get his four-wheeler or his dirt bike, whatever he had, dirty, and he'd run like 2 miles an hour.
And how were you and Chris doing?
Kind of like a bat out of hell.
All right. And let's talk about when you were growing up with your brother Jake. You like to hunt and fish and do the four-wheelers, right?
Yes.
What did he like?
He spent most of his time watching cartoons and playing video games and collecting action figures.
Collecting,
Action figures.
explain that.
He had hundreds of them. Every dime he got as a young kid, he spent on action figures.
All right. And did he have them in a box in the closet, or explain?
He would set them up on a shelf and stare at them for hours.
And did you play with them as well?
No. But I would go in and move them when he wasn't there just to see if he'd notice it, and you could move it like a centimeter and he'd know.
And did that ever cause any problems?
Many fights.
Would you do that just to kind of devil your brother?
Just to antagonize him, yes.
Antagonize him? And he liked to watch cartoons, you said?
Yes.
And what else?
Played video games all day.
Did he have any particular video games he liked?
Marvel Universe, Resident Evil, Left 4 Dead. There's another one, I can't remember what it was.
All right, what is the Resident Evil?
They've got like movies of it now, but they don't really follow what the comic books were. The games follow the comic books.
All right,
It's more of a zombie game.
more of a zombie game. Okay. Did he like zombies?
Yes.
And so, if I understand it, he would stay at home and do that type of activity while you and Chris were out doing outdoor activity.
Yes.
That was common.
Yes.
And so, what other type of things would you and Chris do as you got older?
Drink, party, run girls.
All right. Say drink and party. Let's
Yes.
talk about that for a minute. You mean drinking alcohol?
Yes.
When did you start drinking alcohol?
Like daily or
Well, the first time, if you're about
12, 13 years old.
I'm sorry?
12 or 13 years old
All right. And when did you start partying, so to say?
when I got my driver's license.
And when was that? When you were what age?
October of 07.
So when you turned 16?
Yes.
All right. And who would you drink with, or what were those circumstances?
My uncle, a couple friends of mine from Nipshin. When I got a little bit older, I used to drink and party with Frankie a lot.
Okay, Frankie.
Rhoden.
All right. Were you friends with Frankie?
Yes.
How did you meet Frankie?
Complicated situation.
Okay, take your time.
He texted me one morning at like 5 a.m. in the morning, cussing me out particularly.
All right. But you must have known him or somebody in his family before then?
I knew Hannah before him,
You knew Hannah Rhoden
Yes,
before
but I
Frankie?
didn't know they were brother and sister at that time.
Okay. And at what age approximately did you meet Frankie?
I was 18, I think.
All right. So at this point in time, were Jake and Hannah together?
No.
They were not together?
No.
But talk about the things you and Frankie did, or did that friendship develop? Explain that.
From the first morning that I actually met him was the morning that he texted me. After that, we ended up becoming friends and hunting and fishing together.
And how often would you do that?
That first summer daily,
And about how old were you then?
I was 18.
All right, so you had your driver's license.
Yes,
Would he come over to your place? Would you go to his place? How did that work?
a little of both.
And did he have any children at that time?
No,
Did you have any children at that time?
no,
So you would spend your time hunting, fishing with him?
yes.
Did you consider him a good friend, or
I consider him one of my best friends.
did you have a lot of friends at that age?
I wouldn't say a lot, but a handful.
And so you told us about how you were homeschooled, right?
Yes,
Did you have much social activity before you got your driver's license outside of Bethel Hill?
not really. The majority of my friends are all people that were kids of my dad's friends,
Would you meet them at Bethel Hill?
Bethel or the surrounding farms,
Okay. And so did that change at some point in time?
when I got my driver's license,
Okay, why is that?
because I have freedom
You had
and
freedom.
I could leave when I wanted.
And did you?
Yes,
Explain that.
like daily.
Every day?
Yes,
What would you do?
I hang out with my uncle or Frankie or Sean and Nathan Walls, or Garrett Leith.
All right. And those were your other friends?
Yes,
What type of things would you do together?
hunt, fish, go mudding, go to the county fairs, all the fall festivals.
All right. And did that cause any problems back home on Bethel Hill?
My mom was never happy about it.
Tell us about that.
She always said that I was leaving my brother to do all the work and I needed to be more like him and stay home.
And were you leaving your brother to do all the work?
Yes, I was,
Okay. And why were you doing that?
because I didn't want to stay home. I wanted to go drink and party and hunt and fish with my friends.
And what about your dad? Did he have anything to say about that?
Not really. As long as I was available for the weekends when he needed me, that's all he cared.
When you say when he needed you, what do you mean by that?
For fuel and loads. For fuel and opening trailers.
And so, if I understand you correctly, when you turned 16 and got your driver's license, how did that affect your life?
It broadened it by a lot.
I'm sorry?
It broadened my life by a lot.
All right, explain that.
I was more mobile. I got to see a lot more things, do a lot more things.
All right, did you have your own truck?
Yes.
How did that come about?
My father bought it for me.
And do you remember the kind of truck it was or anything?
My first one was a 79 Chevy.
Chevy truck.
Yes.
About how much did it cost you?
$2,500.
Did you have the money, or
My father bought it
was that a birthday gift, or
for when I was getting my permit.
for when you got your permit?
Yes.
All right. Did your brother have his own truck?
Yes.
Explain that.
He got his 3 or 4 months before mine.
All right, what were the circumstances there?
He always wanted a particular truck and it really didn't exist. And back then, seeing a truck with a Cummins in it was out of the ordinary. Now it's, don't matter what you see it in, it's normal.
Okay.
But back then it was unheard of.
All right, what kind of truck did he want?
71 Chevy was a Cummins and a 5-speed.
All right, and there's a story about how he found one?
Yes.
Can you tell that?
We were going down the road in Kentucky and he said the truck he wanted, he seen over the bank. Nobody believed him.
All right, go on,
And
explain that.
ended up, my dad turned around and the truck was there.
All right, and explain that.
My
Explain what
mother,
happened there.
my mother made my father buy it for him.
All right, was it a cheap truck, an expensive truck?
It was $16,000.
And so about how old were you when that happened?
I was a month or so away from getting my permit.
Okay, and did you have your truck already?
No.
So he got this $16,000 truck before you got any truck?
Yes,
All right. Did you get a truck soon after, or how did that work?
2 or 3 months after,
All right, and do you know how much your truck cost?
$2,500.
And how did that make you feel?
Considering the one I wanted I was told no for, and then a couple weeks later, they bought my brother's truck that was the same price. Not a good feeling for a 15-year-old.
And did you express your feelings?
I brought it up many times my entire life.
A little bit bitter about that.
Yes, still am.
And so, with respect to your brother's truck, did he drive it around? Explain what he did with the truck.
He left it parked under a portable carport and washed it and waxed it every day, and nobody was allowed to touch it.
Nobody is allowed to touch it?
No.
All right. Was it clean?
Spotless.
Did he have any rules about people? Did he drive the truck around?
I'm gonna object to this. I fail to see any relevance to the issues that we're here for.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Did your brother drive the truck?
When it did get driven, you had to sit on plastic bags or wear Walmart bags on your seat. You couldn't move. There was no eating, no drinking in it, no wiggling, no nothing.
And what about your truck?
Mine looked like all my friends' trucks, a Southern Ohio Country Boys truck covered in mud and filled with trash and beer cans.
Was there a time when you started hanging out at what's called Big Bear Lake?
Yes, when I met Frankie.
All right, tell us about that.
The first time that I actually went down there with Frankie for a party was some girl he knew's birthday party.
All right, what is Big Bear Lake?
It's a campground.
All right, and describe the campground.
It's got a big lake, a store, a whole bunch of campers. It is built below Fraser's old resort.
I'm sorry?
It's built below Fraser's old resort.
Okay, and did you spend a lot of time?
With Frankie, yes.
About how old were you at that time?
18 and a half, 19 when I started going down there with him.
Okay, and describe the activities you would do, how often would you go there, etc.
Ride the four-wheeler, drank with all of Frankie's friends, run back and forth to the Briar Patch on beer runs.
What's the Briar Patch?
It's a gas station,
All right, that's where you buy beer?
yes.
Okay, go on.
And then we just sit around campfires all night and play drinking games. And
All right, and would you stay overnight?
yes, sometimes 2-3 days.
Did you,
Usually the weekends,
did you have a tent or anything?
yes,
Is that where you would stay?
yes. My tent,
You had a tent?
yes.
Describe your tent.
It's a Jeep tent. It's got like 3 rooms in it.
Kind of a big tent?
It's a big tent.
Could you stand up in it?
Roughly, yeah,
Okay. But it had 3 separate rooms?
yes.
And did you have a particular spot that you would stay at Big Bear Lake?
And well, Frankie called him his uncle, but Robin Waddell's yard
And who was Robin Waddell?
owns the lake,
So you would set up the tent in the same spot every time?
yes.
And describe the drinking parties or whatever that you did there.
We played drinking games and drank until one of us fell out, which was usually me.
All right. And how many people would be there?
Between 6 and 15. It varied.
Did you make any friends there?
A couple.
Ooh.
I started hanging out with Brett Hatfield there, Chelsea Robertson. That's the ones that's really major, the ones I would call a friend. The rest were just people that was there.
Did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Did that cause any problems back at the home on Bethel Hill?
Yeah, my mother didn't like me being down there.
Why not?
She said it was a bad environment and bad influences, and I was basically going to end up sending myself to hell from it
And how would she tell you that, or when would she tell you that?
almost daily.
Was Jake with you?
Yes, but not at the drinking party things. He stayed at the tent.
All right, describe what he would do while you're at the drink.
He would sit in the tent or around the campfire back in the yard where the tent was with Hannah all night.
With Hannah, he was with Hannah at this point.
Yes.
But he wouldn't join in with the drinking.
No, and he wouldn't let Hannah either.
Did Hannah try to join sometimes?
Yes.
And what would Jake do?
Jake wouldn't let her go.
Do you know why?
He didn't want Hannah having bad influences or drinking or
I'm gonna
partying.
object to this.
Did you, were there times
So,
that,
what's the basis for you?
The foundation,
Well,
what Jake was thinking or feeling, he's not in a position to testify to that. And Mr. Parker's also leading him.
say it again.
Mr. Parker is also leading him.
All right, you want to ask your last question again?
sure, I can rephrase.
All right.
When you're at Big Bear Lake and you have these drinking games,
Yes.
Who would participate if you know?
The regulars,
The regulars.
Brett Hatfield, Frankie, me, Chelsea Robertson, those were the regulars.
And there were other people that were there
Yes,
occasionally.
but went in and out.
All right. Would Jake ever join the drinking party?
No,
Would Hannah ever join the drinking party?
no.
So this caused friction, if I understand what you're saying, with your mother.
Yes,
Did it ever cause any friction with your father?
not really. My dad didn't care as long as I wasn't driving.
And is that true that you didn't drive?
No, I've never drank and drive.
You liked to drink
Yes,
at that time.
yes.
So how long did this go on down a Big Bear Lake?
2 years roughly.
2 years?
Yeah.
And it was kind of a common situation, is that right?
Yes.
Now, let's go back up to Bethlehem for a moment. Let's describe the living situation. When you were very young, when you were first there,
Yes.
all right? Which house did you have, or can you describe the house that you were living?
The first house was a single wide trailer.
Single wide trailer. All right. And how long did you live there? Until what age about?
Lived in that one. I don't really know how to answer this one because it's like that house was like morphed into another house.
Okay, let's talk about before it was more.
97-ish.
Okay, so how old were you about?
From a little into 92, early 93 till 97-ish,
All right, so in 97, you would have been about 6 years old?
somewhere in there.
All right, what happened when you were 6 years old to this
Uh,
house?
my mother tried to burn the house down that failed because she didn't know what she was doing in the beginning.
All right, explain that.
If there's no air, it smothers out, and she had everything closed up in the beginning. So just the kitchen, living room area burnt.
All right, and your mother set that on fire?
She had my father set it on fire, but it was her plan, and she's the one who taught my father how to do it.
All right, and you remember this when you were 6 or 7 years
Yes.
old? And what did you think about that when you were a kid?
Really had no input on it.
Okay, so she tried to burn it, but it didn't completely burn, is that what
Right.
you're saying?
And my grandmother paid to remodel it because my mother told her it was an accidental fire.
Your mother told your grandmother
Yes.
it was an accidental fire.
Yes.
Which grandmother do we need?
Frederica.
And that's your Grandma Wagner? That lives on the flying field?
Yes.
Okay. So she lied to her so she could get it rebuilt?
The inside redone with new sheetrock.
Okay. And so is that when you say it morphed into a second house?
Then they added another single wide to it and made it kind of like a giant L.
Okay. And was that in the same location or
Yes.
was it moved?
It was just added on the same location.
All right. And how long did you live there approximately?
Roughly 2000 before they burnt that one.
All right. In 2000, you were about 9 years old?
Roughly.
All right. And what do you mean they burned that?
They burned that one down and succeeded with that one.
Who's dead?
My father and my mother.
And how did they burn it?
Same method as always. A whole bunch of newspapers stuck underneath the fuse box.
And so where would you live after it burned?
After that one burned, my grandmother bought my mom and dad a new single wide house trailer.
And where was that placed?
The same spot it was.
On Bethel Hill?
Yes.
All right. So at this point in time, when you're 9 years old approximately, your first two homes have been burned by your mom and dad?
Yes.
And so what happened with this home that you got now?
Stayed in it for about a year before my father extended the driveway and moved it back another half mile.
All right, so let's talk about that for a minute. From Bethel Hill Road back to where your first home was,
Half a mile.
half a mile. All right, and then when you got this other home after two fires, where was that place?
Half a mile further back, made the driveway a mile.
All right, so he extended the driveway back up Bethel Hill,
Yes.
up the hill, I should say?
Yes.
And so that was the location for your third home?
Yes. Well, it started with the trailer, and then that trailer got morphed,
They got it.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
added on to.
All right, explain that.
My father and mother eventually added sides down each side of it and more rooms and turned it into one giant Wonder Mansion. I called it a Kentucky Wonder Mansion.
All right, describe it the best you can.
If you're looking at what would have been referred to as the front of it, there's a 12-foot wide by 80-foot long add-on room down one side, and then a 10-foot wide by 80-foot down the other side.
All right, so this is a very large home.
Yes,
And did you have your own bedroom there?
yes.
And describe that if you could.
It sat on, would be the left side of the house looking at the front of it, and it was 10 by 80, or sorry, 10 by 30.
10 by 30.
Yes,
And did you have your own exit door, or how did that work?
yes. I have my own exit door, my own mudroom, my own everything.
Okay, so it was almost like an apartment?
Kind of excluding the bathroom and kitchen thing.
Okay. And did you like living there?
I liked having my own exit door. I could leave any time of day or night that I wanted without anybody knowing I left.
And did you do that?
Many a times.
Explain that.
I'd leave in the middle of the night and go hunting, fishing. And then when I got older, I'd leave in the middle of the night in my truck.
So how old were you when you moved into the Kentucky One Ranch? About.
When it was finished,
Yeah, when it was finished.
it was finished around early '05, I believe. It was finished.
05?
Late '04, '05,
Okay, so you're about 14 years old or so
when it was finished.
when it was finished.
It was a work in progress.
Okay. And describe the inside of your bed.
Mainly all of my hunting and fishing stuff.
What do you mean by that?
All my deer heads, all my guns, ammunition, all my fishing poles. I stored it all in there.
And what were your fishing habits or hunting habits at that time?
Almost all day, every day.
What do you mean by that?
I would leave at that point in time, my mother ran a dog breeding business,
Okay.
and she expected me and my brother to put in 8 and 10-hour days and basically not get paid for it.
Okay.
So every time she'd turn her back, I'd be gone.
Where would you go?
Four-wheeler all over me, Paperwood, and my grandparents are hunting fish, and
And how long would you be gone?
sometimes all day, sometimes till the next morning,
And what would you do while you were?
hunting fish and four-wheel.
Did you
Basically,
do that with anybody else?
Sometimes with my Uncle Chris, sometimes with my friend Garrett. Just depend on who was available.
Or would you ever do it alone?
A lot of times.
And what would you do when you were alone? Describe a typical hunting day.
Go sit in the woods somewhere.
Right there on Bethel Hill?
Bethel Hill, the other side of the road, which is the Flying W, Mead Paperwood,
What's meat paper?
like a logging company that regrows trees.
All right, is that nearby?
It connects to my grandparents.
It connects to the Flying W?
Yes,
So you spent time there as well?
yes. And all the neighboring farms, I had access to all of them.
And so, what did your mom think of that?
She'd always throw a fit for me leaving my brother,
What do you mean, Dylan?
that I was letting him do all the work and not staying home and do it.
And describe the work that you were doing that she wanted you to do at that time.
At that time, it was take care of the garden and take care of all the dogs,
How many dogs did she have?
somewhere between 80 and 100.
So what would be your responsibility?
Feed and water them, clean the pens, help her take pictures of them, move them from pen to pen. When you're breeding dogs, you got to move this male to that female back and forth, and it's a royal pain.
So you didn't really like that?
No.
Do I understand correctly that you were gone as much as you could be at that time?
As much as I was possibly able to.
And was your brother the same way?
No, he stayed and worked all day when my mom told him to.
And so your mom's dog breeding business, tell us about that.
How far back do you want me to go?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
In the beginning, they raised English bulldogs and Labrador retrievers.
Okay, and how would that work?
They
Explain
did
how
that
it worked.
on the when we lived at the half-mile point.
Okay,
And in other words, same as she's always done, she runs ads for them. But back then, there was no Facebook and Craigslist and stuff, so it was all normal newspaper advertising.
okay. And did she sell a lot of dogs?
Lots of them.
Made money at it?
A lot.
All right. And what type of dogs did you sell?
At that point, English bulldogs and Labrador retrievers.
So purebred.
Yes.
Were they always purebred?
She would, we'll start with the labs. The English bulldogs were legit because it's hard to find something that looks like them. But the labs, if one of the females had 8 pups, she would go to the pound and get 4 or 5 more that looked like them. And if she sold the 8, she'd just say she didn't sell the 8, and then she'd resell the ones that she got from the pound that may or may not be a lab. Occasionally, if it had a white spot on a black dog that looked identical to a lab, she'd just dye the hair.
She would do what?
She would dye the hair so it would turn it black and you wouldn't know it had a white spot on it.
All right. So she represented that these were purebreds when she got them from the pound.
Yes,
Did this happen a lot?
a couple hundred times probably.
And so that was when you lived at the half mile point.
Yes,
Did the dog breeding business move down the road when you got to the mile point?
yes.
Explain that.
At that point, she started raising Yorkies, Maltese, and Labradoodles.
All right. And about how many dogs?
Somewhere around 80 or 100.
A lot of work.
Yes, she had 4 buildings stuffed full of them.
And so was that a legitimate business as far as the purebred dogs go?
She's still done the same thing with saying one dog would say it had 8. She would go get stuff that looked like it from the pound and sell more, saying she just hadn't sold them.
So that was kind of a fraudulent activity.
Yes,
And how long did the dog business go on for?
until it burned.
What happened?
We came home from Columbus one night, late at night, and it was laying in ashes.
What was living?
All 4 dog kennels,
And how many dogs?
close to 100.
And did you ever find out how that dog kennel burned?
No. To my knowledge, nobody did.
Did she continue the dog business after that tragedy?
A few years later, she started again.
Were you still on Bethel Hill?
Yes.
Explain that.
I had a female beagle, and one day she drug a male in, and she started, I just saved one pup after another just because I like my rabbit dogs,
Okay.
and my mother started selling the pups out of them.
Did she represent they were purebreds?
She said they were purebred pocket beagles, which is really no such thing.
That you had your own pet beagle?
Yes,
Did it have a name?
Rover. Rover,
Okay. How did you come about Rhoden?
my female drug him in.
I'm sorry?
He followed my female home one day.
All right, so he was kind of a stray,
Yes, an ill-tempered stray.
ill-tempered stray. Tell us about Rhoden, just briefly.
It took me like 3 days to catch him. I ended up catching him in a coon trap.
Okay,
And then I put him on a dog box and couldn't find his owner. And one day he dug up a yellow jacket's nest and about killed himself.
what happened?
They stung him into a coma.
Okay, and what happened then?
I nursed him back to health, and after that he was stuck to my side everywhere I went.
All right, what do you mean everywhere you went?
If I went deer hunting, he'd lay at the bottom of the deer stand until I was ready to leave. If I went fishing, he'd sit right beside me.
So he was your companion, basically.
He followed me everywhere.
And about what age did you get Rhoden?
I was 15, I think.
All right, and how long did he live?
He lived until he got eaten.
Till he got eaten?
Yes.
What happened?
He was ill-tempered, and when all my other rabbit dogs would run out of the fields, when the coyotes would let loose, he'd run into the field.
All right, and so,
I ended up taking him to the vet 4 times to get him stitched, and the 5th time he didn't come back.
so what do you think happened to him?
I think he got eaten
By,
by coyotes.
all right, you had coyotes on the farm?
I never seen him again after that.
Did you have coyotes on the farm?
Many.
Explain that.
My grandmother won't let nobody shoot him.
Your grandmother won't?
Won't let nobody shoot him.
All right, so there are quite a few?
So they've multiplied.
Okay. You've talked about your mom's involvement with the arson so far. Now, once you got back, you're in the Kentucky Wonder Mansion, right?
Yes.
And about how long did you live there?
In the back or in the Wonder Mansion.
In the Wonder Mansion.
It burned in late 07, early 08, I think.
All right, so at that time, you were about 16 or 17?
Yes.
What happened there?
We had come back from Alaska and intended on moving back up there. So my mom and dad burned it.
All right. Stop there. You came back from Alaska.
Yes.
What were the circumstances that took you up to Alaska?
My friends from Memphis had moved up there, and we went up there on a vacation with them.
All right. Are you talking about the Cinereskis?
Yes.
That testified earlier?
Yes.
All right. You knew them when you were growing up here in Ohio?
Yes.
All right. And so, do I understand you correctly that your family took a vacation to Alaska when you were 16 or 17?
August of 07.
August of 07. Describe that vacation.
We flew to Alaska. My grandmother Rita and my uncle Chris watched our house for us, and we spent a week in Alaska.
How did you like that?
I didn't want to come home.
Why is that?
I love the outdoors, and Alaska is the most beautiful place there is. So,
But your family did come back.
yes, after they pretty much drug me on the plane.
And so you were still living in the Kentucky Wonder Mansion at that time.
Yes.
And what happened with that?
My mom and dad burned it to get some money to move to Alaska.
All right. And so, and what happened with the money? Or what happened?
After they burned it, my dad decided he didn't want to leave the farm.
Okay, so what happened?
They rebuilt there.
All right, so you built a new place.
Yes.
Was this a mobile home?
No.
Describe this new place.
It was 40 by 56 with a 40 by 40 basement under it.
All right, and who actually built it?
The main structure frame of it was built by Pine Top Construction.
And what did they actually do?
They framed it and put the roof on it.
All right, did you have somebody else pour a basement?
Yes,
Concrete basement?
yes.
Did you have any involvement in building the interior of the house?
The rest of the structure we finished.
Who's we?
My brother, my mom, and I.
Explain how that works.
My mother sat around playing foreman, and me and my brother did all the work on it.
What type of work did you actually do?
Put the wiring in, put the insulation in, all the flooring, the walls, the trim.
All right, and what was the basement like?
It wasn't finished, it was just concrete.
All right, how many rooms did you have in the house? And just describe it for us if you could.
My brother's bedroom, my bedroom, the mudroom, the living room, the kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and then the master bedroom, and then the basement.
Was this a 2-story or 1-story?
1 story above ground,
1 story above ground in the
1
basement.
under.
What was the basement like?
The main section of the basement was used for storage, basically.
All right,
And then the extra room on the side of it, my father and Chris Sr. had added in the beginning of the plans.
all right, and what was that room used for?
It was used for growing marijuana.
Explain that.
It was 10 foot wide by 40 foot long.
All right, and were you ever in that room?
No.
Why not?
I don't agree with drugs.
All right. Would you help with the growing of that marijuana?
No.
Did your father ever grow marijuana elsewhere, or was this his first adventure into it, or
To my knowledge, once in the field.
once in the field?
Yes.
Explain that.
When I was hanging out with Sean and Nathan, Walls, in case you need that for the record, my father had planted like a whole field full of it
Where did he plant?
in the pine trees.
On the Bethel Hill property?
Yes,
All right. Was that successful?
would have been.
It would have been.
Yes.
What happened?
My grandmother hired a company from Georgia, I believe it was, to trim the limbs on the pine trees. And they were coming in middle of July to trim them.
And so what happened?
My father ended up having to cut the stuff early.
Now, was there ever a time when you became aware of some rocky boots?
Yes.
Explain what happened there.
From the beginning, or how they
From
came
the beginning.
about?
From the beginning.
From the beginning, my father and other people that he drove with had 2 choices. Basically, they were either going to take a load of diapers or a load of rocky boots. Who actually hooked the trailer, I can't say. I was not there. I don't know who hooked it. But the plan was either the diapers or the boots. My mother was pushing for the diapers, and my father and his friends all wanted the boots. So my mother sided with them, and they went with the boots.
Okay, so what happened?
Then the boots showed up, and my dad's friends and their family, my dad, my brother, and I, and my mom unloaded the trailer.
What do you mean the trailer showed up?
53102 semi-trailer,
Where did it show up?
Bethel Hill.
All right, so someone brought a huge trailer?
Yeah.
And
I don't know if it was my dad that pulled it or if it was one of his friends. The trailer was just sitting there in the morning.
All right, and so what happened next?
We unloaded it. It got divided 3 ways, and then they hauled the trailer out while everybody hauled their boots to whoever's house they were going to.
And how many boots are we talking about here?
53102 load. Thousands.
Thousands of boots.
Yes.
And your mom was involved in that?
Yes. She helped plan it.
She helped plan it?
Yes.
And so did you guys get some of the boots?
Everybody in Pike County was wearing Rocky boots at that point.
But where would you keep the boots
in the basement,
of this new house?
yes.
Are you aware of any other thefts, like between 2005, 2014, that your mom or dad or family was involved in?
How many do you want me to go into? Because I can go for days.
You know anything about hot tub?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
My father, and I don't know who hooked it, but him and his friend stole those hot tubs.
Still hot tub?
Yes.
A trailer full of hot
Yes.
tubs? Is that what you mean?
A trailer load of hot tubs.
All right, and where did that come about? Where did you know about that?
It came from right outside of Waverly here at the old Plateau truck stop.
All right, and where did the trailer go? Did that end up on Bethel Hill?
It was unloaded outside of Waverly.
Where outside? Where?
I don't remember the name of the road. It's down by Ricer's equipment.
All right, were you there?
No.
All right, did you get a hot tub out of it?
We got a hot tub out of it, and then the remainder, after they were split between whoever was with my dad that got them, my dad shared, my mom, my dad, my brother, and me went around selling hot tubs to everybody.
Were there other types of thefts that your family was involved
Many.
in? Pick one and tell us about it.
A load of Dell laptops.
Tell us about that.
That came from, I don't remember the name of the truck stop. It was halfway between Winchester and Eastgate, Cincinnati. It's on the left down there. There's a little restaurant and a truck stop.
All right, what happened there?
It was not really a whole load. We just opened it and emptied it. It was me, my mom, my dad, and brother.
About how old were you at that point?
This would have been around 06.
Was there, did your dad ever tell you something about a pension plan he had?
My father used to say that he buried money across the U.S. in different spots.
What do you mean by that?
When he'd get big loads of stuff that he would take and haul it to Mexico and sell, he would take the money and bury it.
Where would he bury it?
Can't say that. I just know somewhere between here and Texas.
That's what he told
He
you?
said multiple places.
And so if I understand you, he would take a load of what?
Copper, aluminum, zinc.
And he would come back?
Yes.
What would he come back with?
Brown paper bags full of money.
How much money?
Anywhere between 100 and 200,000, depending on what the price of scrap was at that time.
And how do you know that?
Because my brother and I would count it.
That was your job,
Yes.
to count that money?
Yes.
And how old were you at this point?
That's again around 06,
06, so you were 15 or so?
15, 16,
Okay.
15, yeah. I think I just turned 15. My father missed Christmas that year taking a load down there.
And how often did that happen to you?
I think that happened 4 different occasions. If I remember correctly, it's 2 loads of copper, a load of zinc, and a load of aluminum.
I don't know, if you want to take a morning break at this time, it might be a good time, or if you want me to go on.
Well, if it's a good time to break, we do usually take about a 15-minute break at this time, so, and the jury's been here a while. We will break for 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At about 20 minutes till 11, if you'll assemble in the jury room, you'll be brought back up by court personnel. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else while you're at break. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You are not to do any research concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with anyone who is participating in the case, including parties, counsel, and witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we take our morning break?
Yeah.
We are in recess then until 20 before 11.
Your Honor, we're going to need to approach for a second. We're going to need to put on the record. Clearly, we'd ask for the same instruction with respect to this witness that we got, that he's not to have any contact with the attorneys while he's on scene.
I have no objection to that for this break. We would also ask that nobody have any contact with him. as
All
far
right,
as
so
Discussions.
no one is to have contact then with the defendant while he is on the witness stand. He may, of course, need to recess. He may have a bathroom break or something like that. The parties, the people who are in charge of security, of course, can have contact with him for the normal purposes.
Judge, if I may, I believe the motion, the oral motion that was just made was for this break. That there be
No, for
comments.
the entire time.
Deal with that later. Okay. For now, we have.
But yes, for this break, presently, for this break, but
Yeah.
we will continue now.
All right, there was no objections to that. You said as long
No
as
objections to that.
as long as applied to everybody other than, of course, his the people in charge.
Yeah,
of
they have to.
security. All right. Okay, so you are so instructed, all people here, and the witnesses too instructed. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
you're welcome. You may be seated. Defense counsel may resume questioning the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Okay, George, still some questions about when you were growing up on Bethel Hill, okay? You're familiar with the large lake on the Flying W farm, right?
Yes,
That's where the goose box was?
yes,
All right, we'll talk about that later, but that lake, all right? Are you familiar with something called Crystal Springs?
yes,
Are you familiar with something called the Mission?
yes.
What are those two things and where are they located?
Crystal Springs is the group home of my grandmother's. It's located on the hill just above the lake. And the Mission is the church that she used to run. It started out in Lucasville. When her and my grandfather got too old to run it, they moved it to the farm.
Okay, and so that's actually on the Flying W farm?
Now it is.
Now it is. Both of them?
Technically, it's deeded on a separate deed, but it belongs to them.
Okay. And that's kind of at the top of the hill where the lake is?
Yes. It's just beside the group home.
And what is the group home, as far as you know?
My grandmother runs a home for MRDD. MRDD,
MRDD, do you know what that stands for?
not really.
Okay. Do you know the type of people that live there?
Basically, adults that are still children in their own brain.
Okay. Now, I think you told us that you quit your schooling that your mom was giving you around the age of 14.
Around there.
Okay, did you get a diploma?
Yes.
You need to keep your voice up a little bit. There. So our pro reporter can. Thank you. So you stopped your schooling around the age of 14?
Yes.
All right. But you got a diploma, is that right?
Yes.
How did that work?
My mother didn't want me getting a GED like my father or her brother, so I ended up, she finished the schooling.
Your mother finished.
She done the test for it.
Okay, but you got the diploma.
Yes.
Now, around this age, was your father, did he have like a real job outside the home?
Early teens or
Yeah.
before teens or
Okay, let's start when you were very young.
when I was young, he worked for my grandparents and went around buying horses, junk, cattle, whatever kind of livestock he could get.
Okay, and as you got older, did he do something else?
After the dog kennels burned, the last one, my father started driving the truck.
All right, and what do you mean he started driving the truck?
He went and got his CDL, and a friend of his hired him to drive one of his trucks.
All right, and what type of truck driving did he do?
He hauled containers for BT&T out of Columbus.
And did you notice any changes in your father after he started driving the truck?
Yes.
Explain that.
My father has a habit of wanting to be identical to whoever he takes as a father figure at the time.
What do you mean by that?
He has daddy issues.
Okay, and so when he started driving truck, did you notice a change?
Yes.
What did you notice?
The guy he was driving with took multiple different things to stay awake, and my father couldn't keep up with him, so he started doing the same thing.
What do you mean he started doing the same thing?
He would take what the guy he was driving with was taking.
Like taking,
Multiple handfuls of Atipex and pain pills.
We're not going to object and ask Mr. Parker to establish a foundation for help. Do you want to know that?
did you ever see your dad take any pills?
Yes.
How would you see that?
Because usually before he would leave, he would take a handful.
And did you notice any changes in his behavior?
It made him very irritable, hard to be around.
Did that cause any problems in your relationship with him?
A lot.
Explain that if you can.
Didn't matter the least. My father is hard of hearing, and when he's not paying attention, you gotta holler at him, and he would, instead of thinking you were just trying to get his attention, he'd think you were yelling at him, and it would end up in an argument or a fight.
How would you describe your relationship with him once he started driving truck and taking these pills?
Not very well.
Can you give us some examples?
We quit doing stuff together, and I didn't spend a lot of time with him because he was always irritable.
Did you ever have any fights with him?
4 that I can remember in my life.
All right, do you remember the first one?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was 16, I believe.
All right, what happened?
My brother ran me over with my own truck when he was trying to hook up a trailer, and I was yelling at my brother, and for some reason my father went off on me,
right, you said your brother ran you over. Was that on purpose or an accident?
He was not paying attention.
Were you injured?
Not really, just a little black and blue.
All right, and so what happened?
My father thought I was just yelling at my brother for no reason and pushed me up against my truck and dared me to hit him.
Okay, and you were 16?
Yes.
And so what happened?
I was just fed up with it, so I hit him.
What do you mean you hit him?
I hauled off and hit him.
With your fist?
Yes.
And what happened then?
He hit the ground, and he got back up, and we went into a fist fight.
And how long did that last?
A few minutes till my mother broke it up.
How did she break it?
I don't remember exactly. I remember her screaming and yelling at both of us.
And so did that first fist fight affect your relationship with your dad?
We didn't speak for a few weeks after that.
And so were there other instances or other times when you got into a fight with your dad?
Yes, three more I remember. 2 more fist fights and one that was just like a massive verbal argument.
All right, but when was the next incident that you can remember?
The next one would have been a verbal argument
All right, where did that take place?
on Bethel Hill.
All right, what were the circumstances?
Can't really remember. We just got angry with each other and started yelling and cussing at each other.
And was there an incident after that?
Another fist fight.
Yeah, tell us about that.
He was basically insulting me and said that I wouldn't hit him. So I hit
How
him.
was he insulted?
He called me dumb, say I wouldn't listen, called me ignorant all the time
And how old were you about?
in my late teens.
And so what happened next?
I hit him again.
Did he hit your back?
Yes.
What happened?
We got into another fist fight for 4 or 5 minutes until it ended.
All right. Was there any, did that affect your relationship?
Another 3 or 4 weeks of no talking to each other.
Was there a third fist fight?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The last one took place at my grandmother's.
At your grandmother Wagner?
Yes.
So that's over at the Flying W?
Yes.
About how old were you?
It was in 2016, I believe, early 2016.
All right, so you would have been, all right, go on.
You want to know how it started, or?
Yeah, tell us how it started.
I was moving the remainder of our stuff from Bethel Hill to 260 Peterson, and the guy that leases it to deer hunt was accusing me of different things, and me and him didn't get along, and he was basically saying he was going to try and prosecute me for trespassing on my grandparents' farm.
Okay, and so what happened?
I went to my grandmother and was trying to get her, tell him he's only got it to deer hunt on, I'm allowed to be on the farm. And my father went off saying I was going to cause problems and cause her not to get the lease.
All right, and so what developed or what happened?
I was leaving anyways, and my father busted the window out of the passenger side of the truck and showered me with glass and slung my AR across the yard. And then I got mad, and me and my father went to fighting.
Let's break that down. So this was before you moved to Peterson?
I'd already moved there.
You'd already moved to Peterson?
Yes, I was just removing it took us a couple of years to get all of our stuff off of Bethel.
Okay, so you were moving stuff from Bethel over to
Yeah.
Peterson?
Yes.
And what happened to after you left Bethel Hill, what happened to that property?
My grandmother leased it for people to deer hunt on.
And so are you saying there was some sort of disagreement with you and the person that was leasing it?
Yes.
All right, and so what did you do?
I was trying to get my grandmother to basically tell him that he's only got it for deer hunting, that I can still go in there and get my stuff.
All right. And where did this conversation take place?
With my grandmother, I didn't
Yeah.
get to the conversation. That's what I was going to tell her.
Okay, so you were on your way to that
Yes.
conversation?
And I didn't get past barn 1.
Barn 1 on the Flying W?
Yes.
And so tell us about that confrontation.
My father asked what I was doing up there, and I explained to him wanted her to do something about it. And he said that I would just end up causing problems and the guy wouldn't be leasing the farm no more, and not to cost my grandmother that amount of money.
All right. And so what happened next?
Then I got upset and said I didn't need her. I'd just go handle it myself. And my father got upset, and when I was leaving, and broke the passenger side window out of the truck and shattered me in glass.
How did he do that?
He punched the window.
And then what happened?
Then my AR always kept on my dash. He grabbed it and threw it across the yard into the dog pen.
What's an AR?
It's an AR-15.
That's a gun?
Yes.
All right. Did you carry that in your truck?
That and multiple others.
Okay. And so He broke out the passenger side window and grabbed your gun that was on the dash, did you say?
Every time I go to the Flying W, I always put one of my rifles on my dash in case I see a deer or something.
Okay. And so what happened after he threw your AR?
I got upset because he just threw my AR that I just recently bought a few months prior, and me and my father went to another fist fight.
And what happened then?
Not to really go into a lot of detail, but my father lost.
So did that affect your relationship?
Yes, we went over 2 months without speaking, I want to say.
And this was when you're living over on Peterson?
Yes.
Was your dad living with you when you moved over to Peterson?
No.
Explain his living situation
He stayed with my grandparents.
on the Flying W.
Yes.
Do you know why?
Multiple reasons. One, he couldn't stand being around my mother anymore, and two, my grandfather was bedridden. He couldn't get out of bed.
His father,
Yes.
your grandfather.
And there was nobody, if he fell out of the bed in the middle of the night, there was nobody there to put him back in it.
So if I understand you correctly, your father was spending a lot of time at the Flying W helping with his father's care,
Yes.
and kind of also at the same time, what was the relationship between him and your mother?
It basically went to, they might as well just called it friends after a divorce, even though they weren't divorced.
Would he come over to Peterson Road,
Yes, to visit the kids, my son and my niece,
your son and your niece? And what's your niece's name?
Sophie.
That's Jake's kid.
Yes.
But was there ever a time in one of these fights where a rope was used?
The last one.
Explain what happened.
For some reason, my father thought he was going to rope me and tie me up, and it backfired on him.
Well, what happened?
I jerked him off his feet and commenced to hit my father.
Did he throw a rope at you?
More like a lariat.
A lariat? Explain what happened.
He tried to, I'm assuming, that's all I can say and assume is he just tried to rope me and tie me up with it. And it backfired and it just ended up tightening around my neck.
What'd you do?
I jerked him off his feet with it.
All right, and that's when the fight took place?
Yes.
Now, over on Bethel Hill, did there come a point in time when you met Tabby?
Yes.
All right. Tabby testified, right?
Yes, she did.
All right, that's your ex-wife.
Yes.
All right, explain the circumstances on how you met Tabby.
My aunt set it up.
All right, and who was your aunt?
Robin Wagner.
And is that your dad's sister?
Yes.
And where does she live?
The Flying W. Has her whole life.
She's lived there her whole life.
Yes, aside from the trip to Arizona.
Okay, so explain how you met Tabby.
My aunt thought that her and her sisters were saints and thought it would be good to hook me and my brother up with them.
And how old were you at the time?
I was 12
And how old was Tabby?
and I just turned 11.
And did Tabby have a sister?
Yes,
What's her sister?
she actually has four sisters, I believe.
Okay, but there was a sister that Robin wanted Jake to meet? Or how
Ted-
did that
Your
work?
Honor, I'm going to object to Mr. Parker leaving.
I can rephrase
All right.
it. Explain the circumstances.
So my aunt wanted me and my brother to meet Tabby and her sister Trish. It started out she wanted me to meet Trish and my brother to meet Tabby.
Did that actually happen?
We met, but it just backfired and went the opposite direction.
What do you mean?
Tabby ended up going with me.
And what did you do?
Went fishing all day, rode the four-wheeler, and went back to my house.
And you were how old?
12,
And she was,
11.
right? And explain how that relationship developed. Tell us what happened.
About the same thing we did every weekend for about 3 weeks. And then she started staying at my house with us, her and her sister.
Her and her sister Trish?
Yes,
And where was that?
Bethel Hill.
What do you mean she started staying?
They'd stay a week, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, till their mom would come get them.
And what was her mom's name?
Tess,
And did you know Tess?
fairly. She worked for my grandmother,
She worked for your grandmother. Where did she work?
Crystal Springs.
And so just describe how you were 12 and Tabby was 11. Describe how this friendship developed or whatever.
After a few months of them staying with us, Trish decided she didn't want to come anymore. and it was just Tabby. And at the beginning, Trish and Tabby would take my brother's bedroom at night, and me and my brother would sleep in mine. After Trish quit coming, then my brother wanted his room back, so my mom tried to make Tabby sleep on the couch, and I didn't want her on the couch, so I volunteered for the couch. And my mom wouldn't have none of that, so my dad just let Tabby sleep in the room with me.
And how old were you when that started?
I was maybe a month off of being 13.
And so Tabby was staying in your room, was this every once in a while, or how did this work?
For weeks at a time till her mom would come get her.
And how would you describe your relationship at that point?
At that point, me and Tabby was, you might as well say we were boyfriend and girlfriend at that point.
And what type of things would you and Tabby do together?
Hunt, fish, go mudding, pluck chickens.
You mean pluck chicken?
When my father, I mentioned this earlier, would buy hundreds of them at that point, and we would butcher them so many times a year. And he'd usually send us out, shoot 10 or 15 at a time. Me and Tabby got overexcited. Ended up doing like 80 or 100 of them, somewhere in there, a lot.
Okay. Sounds like you and Tabby had a lot in common.
Yes.
And did there come a time when you were no longer boyfriend?
Yes, after about a year, we broke up.
And whose idea was that?
Mine.
And so what happened then?
I was chasing another girl around.
All right. And eventually, as I understand it, you and Tabby got back together.
Yes, I would just turn 14, I think.
All right. And explain the circumstances there.
I wasn't getting nowhere with this other girl, so I got back with Tabby.
All right. How did that come about?
I ended up calling Tabby back,
All right.
and then we dated for another 4 or 5 months after that, and I broke up with her again to chase the same girl I was getting nowhere with.
Okay. And how long did you and Tabby break up for at that time?
Until we got back together when she was 18 and I was 19 and a half.
So for several years you were apart.
Yes,
Okay. And what were you doing in the meantime?
just hunting and fishing with my friends, drinking and partying throughout after I turned 16, running around being me.
Okay. And how was it that you and Tabby got back together?
I really, how much detail you want into this?
Well, was there an event that started it, or how did this work?
I was hanging out at Big Bear Lake with Frankie, and for some reason, Hannah likes to play matchmaker and got her talking to me again.
Okay, now at this point in time, were Hannah and Jake together?
Yes.
Describe that. How did they get together? Just describe how that happened.
So like the first time Jake ever met Hannah, or
Yeah, when's the first time you know?
the Pike County Fair.
What happened there?
Hannah chased him around with a rabbit, wanting him to pet the rabbit.
All right. And describe the relationship. How old was Jake about how old was he at that time?
17 and a half,
All right. And Hannah was how old, if you know? How much
13.
younger?
She was 13.
She was 13. So there's about 4.5 years difference between them?
4 3/4, I believe.
Okay. And so did Hannah move in? Just describe the relationship.
Not
between
really.
Hannah and
After we left the fair that night, Jake went home. Me and Frankie went somewhere. I don't remember exactly where we went. And then when I came home later that night, Hannah was prank texting my brother.
Okay. And did Hannah know Tabby?
At that point, not that I know of.
How did they meet?
Through Facebook, I believe. I can't be 100% on that.
So you were telling us how you and Tabby got back together.
Yes.
So what happened?
Hannah had got Tabby sending me messages again, and we talked for a little while, and I was at Big Bear Lake with Frankie, and we were all going to the Briar Patch after beer, and I stopped on the way back and picked Tabby up.
What do you mean you picked her up?
I picked her up at her house on my four-wheeler and took her back to the lake with us.
Had you seen her or been in touch with her in a while? Or?
Other than a few Facebook messages, no.
And so that was the rekindling of your relationship?
Yes.
Did you, at this point in time, did you know Hannah?
Yes.
How did you meet Hannah?
The very first time,
Yeah.
I helped her get a canoe out of the lake at Big Bear Lake.
And when was that? About how old were you then?
I think I was 18.
Okay. And had she started dating Jake yet?
No.
So did you meet Hannah?
I met her probably 3-4 months before my brother did.
And how would you describe your relationship with Hannah at that point?
At that point, that's the only time I'd ever seen her.
Okay. Until the fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot about Jake and Hannah's relationship. Describe your relationship with Hannah.
I looked at Hannah as a baby sister.
What do you mean by that?
My brother might be biologically my brother, but we never acted like brothers. Hannah acted like a baby sister to me, and my Uncle Chris acted like a brother to me.
Would you do things with Hannah?
We go fishing together, four-wheeling, fix Buckeyes during the holidays,
What do you
tell
mean
dirty
fix
jokes
Buckeyes?
back and forth, talk to each other about what was bothering each other.
All right, let's break that down. You said you fix Buckeyes?
Yes,
Explain.
all the holidays we would fix Buckeyes together.
Is that a food?
Yeah.
All right. Who would do that?
Me and Hannah,
You two together?
yes,
Where would that take place?
usually in the kitchen.
Was she living at your house at the time?
Yes,
How else would you describe your relationship with him?
we'd sit around and tell dirty jokes and stuff, and I'd put beer and stuff in different containers so Jake wouldn't know she was drinking.
Okay, and what did Jake think of your relationship with him?
He, I don't think he really liked it. He always said I was too close to her.
And were you anything ever more than big brother, little sister?
No.
There's quite an age difference, is that right?
Thinking 5.5 years, maybe 6.
And would you do other activities together?
We'd sit around and tell dirty jokes with each other, and if Hannah was having an emotional day, she'd talk to me about it, or if I was having an emotional day, I'd talk to her about it.
And at this time, you're kind of a big fella, right?
Yes,
Is that something you would ever talk to Hannah?
that's kind of like a two-way street with us.
What do you mean by that?
She worried about her weight, and I worried about mine.
And so what would you do?
Sit there and talk to each other about what possible ability to lose weight.
So I want you to talk to the jury, to explain to the jury, I should say. Explain to the jury, like, what was your relationship with your brother when you were growing up on Bethel Hill? How would you describe it?
How far back?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
In
You
the-
were very young,
In the beginning, we were just like normal kids.
okay?
Done the farm chores together, watched TV together, stuff when it was dark. That's starting out as like young kids.
Did there come a point in time when that kind of changed?
Yes.
Explain that.
When my mother had him paranoid that he was going to go to hell, and she kept beating into everybody's head, if you do anything, that you're making Jesus cry and you're going to end up going to hell.
What do you mean by that?
She would say that all the time. If you say one curse word, or if you do anything that she thought was inappropriate,
What would she say?
that you're going down an entirely bad road, or you're making Jesus cry for this or that, or depending on the situation.
What was your reaction?
I really didn't have one. I did what I wanted to do.
What about Jake?
Jake was always terrified of going to hell.
How would you describe Jake as compared to you at this point?
At this point,
Yeah.
we are nothing alike.
And how would you describe your relationship as you went through your teen years, your early teens?
I spent as much time away from Jake as I possibly could.
Did you and him get along?
Maybe a couple of days out of a month or out of a week. We'd have a few good days. I'm not going to deny we had good days, but more bad days than good ones.
And what caused the bad days?
My brother is extremely rude and has no filter,
What do you mean by
and
that?
he thinks he's better than everybody.
What do you mean by that?
He goes to somebody's house and he thinks it's dirty, he's gonna tell him your house is filthy. If he thinks you stink, he'll tell you to go take a shower. He has no filter.
Did that cause a problem?
Yes, he insults people, and a lot of my friends and stuff didn't like him being around.
Did that cause you problems?
Yes, because then they didn't want to hang out with me.
And how would you deal with Jake in these situations?
I would leave my brother behind 90% of the time.
Did you ever have arguments with him about it?
Many.
Explain that.
My brother thinks that he's a saint and can do no wrong and he's better than everybody. And he thinks that him being honest with people is what people wants to hear about his opinion of themselves.
And did that cause a problem with your relationship with your mom?
Yes, my mother thinks that I should be like him. She's always said that.
What do you mean?
She thinks that he's a saint and does no wrong. And she thinks that I'm basically going to hell.
Would Jake have you said your mom would tell you that?
Yes,
Chris,
yes.
did she like you hanging around Chris?
No.
Why not?
She tried her best to keep Chris away from me.
What was your reaction to that?
I spent most of my time with Chris
And how would you spend time with Chris if your mom didn't want you to?
because he would come over and me and him would take off and go hunting and fishing.
And once you got your driver's license, did that change or what?
Yes, me and Chris was constantly together at that point.
What type of things would you do?
Hunt, fish, drink, party, four-wheel in the mud.
As you got through your later years, when you met Tabby, let's go back to Tabby for a minute. You were how old when you finally, the last time you connected with her?
19 and a half,
And how old was she?
18.
There came a point in time where you got married. Was there an engagement?
Yes,
Explain that.
we were in Cedar Key, Florida at the time. Me, Tabby, Jake, Hannah, my mom and dad.
All right. And why were you there?
I have a friend of mine that runs a hunting outfitter down there.
Okay. And so were you on a vacation?
Yes.
And so what happened in Florida?
We went hog hunting, fishing, scalloping, and I asked Tabby to marry me.
And what was your answer?
She said yes.
All right. And do you know when you got engaged?
July 1st of 2011.
July 1st of 2011.
Yes,
Must have been a happy event.
it was.
And so when did you get married?
July 1st, 2012.
Exactly 1 year later.
Yes. No chance of forgetting a second anniversary date.
Okay. And where did you get married?
The mission on Bethel, or on Mount Etna.
That's the church you talked about earlier?
Yes,
Kind of the back end of the Flying W?
yes.
And tell us about the wedding.
Catastrophe.
What is that?
Everything went wrong with it.
What do you mean?
Half the stuff didn't show up. The power went out. A great big storm came through. Nothing ended up going right. They mixed the whole music system up, and
But did you get married?
yes,
Was it a happy event
yes,
in spite of all these problems?
yes.
And who was the minister or the preacher that married you?
Kelly Sonareski.
And why him?
I preferred him over my grandmother's preacher.
How did you know Kelly?
I met him in Medford, Ohio. He was a preacher there.
Explain how that worked.
I started going to the church over there when my dad stopped at a yard sale when I was a kid, and the founder of the church invited my father to church.
Okay, and where was this church?
Medford,
In Minford. Okay. And so explain, how old were you about then?
11 or 12.
All right. And so your father met this minister from this church in Minford.
Yes,
Was that Kelly or somebody else?
the founder of the church.
Okay.
I don't know his first name, but I called him Brother King.
And so what happened after your dad met?
We started going to church there,
And you were how old again? I'm sorry.
11 or 12.
And how often would you go to church?
Usually every Sunday, sometimes on Wednesday, but usually every Sunday.
Was it the whole family?
Yes,
Right. And how long did that go on?
till 07, till 2007.
All right, so you and Tabby decided to get married.
Yes,
You actually got married.
yes.
Explain you and Tabby after that.
After that, it was really no different. I got her a job with my grandmother. She refused to get a driver's license, so it was the only place I could get her a job that she could go without a driver's license.
And what did she do?
She worked at the group home where her mother used to work,
And where were you guys living?
on Bethel Hill.
So she moved in with you up at
Yes.
Bethel Hill? And had she lived with you periodically up there?
Yes. Technically, she's been living with me since 2011.
And did Tabby have any medical or other issues?
She had really bad fits.
What do you mean?
She would freak out and yell and scream, and it started when she was a kid when I first noticed them, but
And so describe the situation.
as a child, she would just rock back and forth and cry on average 2 or 3 times a week.
And so what would you do?
At that point in time,
Yeah,
just try and calm her down.
how would you do that?
Usually if I'd just give her a hug, she'd calm down, but that was as a child.
Okay, and how about as you got older?
It didn't work when we got back together.
Why not?
She progressed to yelling, screaming, throwing things.
And do you know if she ever had a diagnosis?
I don't know what it really was.
Do you know if she was ever on any medication?
She's supposed to be.
Did she take her medication?
No.
How did that affect your relationship?
We had a lot of really good days until she had her fits.
And what would happen next?
She would yell and scream and throw stuff and bit me many a times.
And so you continued on with your relationship?
Yes,
And when you married her, you knew about this, right?
yes.
So why did you marry her?
Because it's not technically her fault. She's had a rough life.
She told you about what had happened when she was younger?
Yes. Not just her, but her sisters and her mother came out of her mouth, so.
But you decided to marry her anyway? And so why did you marry her? If you knew all this.
I felt bad for her, and we've known each other our whole life, and I thought that I could help her.
And so you decided to have a family, is that right?
Yes.
Explain that.
We tried for over a year to have our son,
Okay,
and finally she got pregnant with him.
how did that make you feel?
Best moment of my life.
And so you had a son, right?
Yes.
Between the time that you found out Tabby was pregnant and you had your son, how was your relationship with Tabby?
It was up and down.
What do you mean by that?
A few months in, from the time that she got pregnant, we were in Michigan. Or no, sorry. The first time I was cutting firewood when she called and said the doctor diagnosed her with chlamydia.
All right, and what was that about?
The doctor tried explaining it can lay dormant for years, and like an idiot, I believed this.
All right. And so did you talk to Tabby about this?
She went with the doctor's statement.
Okay. You stayed with her?
Yes, they prescribed her some kind of antibiotics and ended up, she got rid of it.
Okay. And this is while she was pregnant?
Yes.
All right. And then did anything else happen before your son was born?
A couple months before he was born, we were in Dundee, Michigan, and she ended up getting another call from the doctor saying she had it again.
And so what was your reaction to that?
I might have been dumb for the first time, but not the second.
What do you mean by that?
It's not going to lay dormant after his son been gone, so she ended up telling me that she was screwing her best friend's dad.
And so what was your reaction?
I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking in a way, but she swore that the baby was mine, and we went on with it.
And do you remember when your son was born?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
When he was born, I ended up getting a DNA test to make sure he was mine. But while we were in the hospital, it was driving me nuts with everything that she had done, and I tried to leave her at that point.
What do you mean you tried to?
She begged and cried and pleaded for me not to leave her, saying she couldn't raise a kid on her own.
So what did you do?
I ended up caving and stayed with her.
And your son was born, right?
Yes.
What did you think of that?
It was nice to have my son, but it's not nice to not know if he's yours or not, so
Did that cause any problems in your relationship?
it's always in the back of your head. It doesn't leave.
But you had a DNA test.
Yes.
And your son is yours?
Yes.
And so what happened after your son was born? Where did you live?
I still lived on Bethel.
With your parents?
Yes.
And Tabby moved in,
Yes.
or was living there at the time?
Yes.
And so around this time, were you working?
For myself, yes, at that point.
All right. Now, you talked earlier about your education. You stopped when you were about 14, right?
Yes.
And then your mom did some tests and you got a diploma, right?
Yes.
Did you get any education after that, or
I
training?
went to school to be a diesel mechanic.
Okay, explain that to me.
It's just like a year program. Afterwards, they give you your CDL with it, so you can be a truck driver if you want.
All right. Now, where did you do that?
The program's at Scioto County's Technical Career Center, but they actually do the training at Glockner's.
All right. And did your brother do that with you?
Yes.
You guys go at the same time?
Yes.
All right. And how did you like that training?
I enjoyed it.
And so once you got that, did you complete the coursework?
Yes.
All right. And how long did it take you?
Took a year.
And were you working while you were in school?
No.
Okay. Did you get a job after you got your training?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to Bennett's Collision.
Bennett's Collision?
Yes.
And what did you do there?
Sachs Trucking, it's the same company.
Okay. What did you do there?
I was a mechanic there.
And for how long were you a mechanic there?
6 months, I think.
All right. Did
Something
you
like
enjoy that?
Yes. Other than being on call overtime.
All right. Explain that.
Once I got called out in the middle of the night after a 16-hour day just to adjust a seat for a driver.
Okay. So
It got annoying.
it got it. Did you get a job after that?
Yes.
What kind of job?
I drove for Strickland Logging for a little while. After that, I drove for Thomason Trucking for a little while, which is in Piketon here. And then after, I worked at crop production for a little while, and then I started hauling cattle.
All right. Explain how you got into the cattle hauling.
My grandfather and Bernie Brown, also Bernard Brown, they've known each other their whole lives, and my dad found out that Bernie was selling his truck.
All right. And so what happened?
We bought it.
And so explain what happened after you bought the truck.
Bernie got us all of our loads, and the first 3 months, I think, me and my dad hauled cattle, just the two of us.
All right. And so how did that work? How did the business work?
Bernie would call if somebody said that they had a load, and then he would call us, tell us where to pick it up and where it was going. We'd pick it up and take it where it was going.
All right. And what kind of loads were you doing?
Cattle.
Explain how that works. For someone like me who doesn't know much about cattle.
We'll use, say we're taking a load from Flemingsburg, you go to Flemingsburg and you load your load of cattle. Usually they'll leave you a diagram how they want them loaded, and you'll put them in which section of the trailer they want them in, and then you'll pick up your health papers and say Flemingsburg to Lyons, Kansas, you'll go to Lyons and you'll drop them off at the feedlot.
All right. So you drive from here in Ohio out to Kansas?
Or Amarillo, Texas, or Nebraska, or Iowa, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Missouri.
So you did this as a family business?
Yes.
All right. That's what was called Wagner Trucking?
Yes.
And the business was it in your name, your dad's name? How did that work?
My father's.
And so would you drive by yourself? Would you drive with somebody? Explain how that worked.
The first 3 months, me and my dad ran straight with no brakes.
Was your brother involved?
He was part of it, but he didn't leave.
He didn't leave. What do you mean?
Hannah was pregnant with Sophie, and he didn't want to leave until Sophie was born.
Okay. So it was you and your dad for the first 3 months?
Yes.
And was that a daily work? How often?
All
did you
day,
do this?
every day.
I'm sorry?
All day, every day. It's pretty nonstop from August till December with hauling cattle. It's feeder season.
Feeders. What's that mean?
Your feeder calves.
That's a particularly busy time of year.
Yes.
And so explain what you and your dad would actually do.
Go to the stockyards, load the cattle, take them out west to the feedlot, drop them off, go to another stockyard, get another load, and take them back out west. It was nonstop.
Did you enjoy that?
Yes.
Why did you enjoy that?
Anything that involves livestock and farms is what I grew up on.
And so you described earlier that you had some problems with your dad.
Yes.
How was it the two of you were able to do this for 3 months?
Because I wanted the money from it.
Was it good money?
Yes. $3.50 to $5 a mile and minimum of 1,000-mile trip.
And how would the money be divided up?
When me and my dad went,
Yeah.
after all expenses were paid, it'd be split in half.
So you enjoyed it?
Yes,
Did you and your dad get along at that time in your life?
on and off.
Did there come a time when Jake got involved in it?
After Sophie was born.
And explain how that worked.
When Sophie was born, then it went to, I'd run a week with my dad, my brother would stay home a week. Then he'd run a week and I'd stay home a week.
And what would you do when you stayed home that week?
Take care of the animals on the farm, spend time with my kid and Tabby, and hunt and fish and ride the four-wheeler.
And approximately when did this cattle hauling, trucking business start?
September-ish of 2013,
So were you on Bethel Hill this time?
leaving Bethel Hill. We were still living there, but we we're getting ready to move.
And you're moving over to Peters?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances when your family decided to leave Bethel Hill and move somewhere else?
I've heard multiple stories for the reason of moving.
Okay, was it your choice?
No.
All right, what do you think it was? What do you think happened?
My father said my grandmother was selling the place, and my grandmother said that she never said that she was just leasing it.
All right, but your family had to find a new place.
Yes.
Is that when the last home was burned?
Yes.
And why did that happen?
My mother didn't want to leave her house for my grandmother to let somebody else live in.
So your mother decided or your father decided?
My mother decided to burn it.
And how old were you at that point?
It was 2013, so 22, 20, going on 23, I think.
All right. Did you want to burn the house?
No.
Did you know the house was going to be burned?
Yes,
Did you have any say?
they were going to burn it one way or another. There was no stopping them.
So what did you do once you learned they were going to burn the house?
I got my wife and we took all of our stuff out, so I didn't lose any of my stuff.
What do you mean you took it out?
I moved it to what we call the apartment, as a second house
Second house where?
on Bethel.
Was that a full-size house, a mobile home? What was it?
It's a full-size house.
So there was a second house.
We built it.
So before that last house burned on Bethel, you and Tabby did what?
We moved all of our stuff out.
Why did you do that?
I didn't want to lose any of it.
And so do you remember when it burned?
August of 2013.
Do you remember what you were doing or where you were?
I was working on my truck when it actually caught fire.
What do you remember about that?
Chris Sr. was there and my brother was in the house, and Chris was on the phone screaming that he was acting like he was trying to pull Jake out of the house, but he was under the carport.
Okay. So how did the fire start?
My brother burnt the house with a chicken.
What were your thoughts when this was happening?
I just figured they were burning it.
You knew it was going to happen.
Yes, I didn't know it was going to happen that day, but I know that it was going to be burned eventually.
And were you on the property, near the house, away from the house?
In front of the apartment,
In front of the apartment?
Where I
How
was-
far was that from the house?
70 feet maybe.
What thoughts went through your head at that point?
They're burning the house.
Just another burning of the house?
Yeah.
So this house burns and you've got to find another place to live.
Yes.
What happened as far as finding another place to live?
We looked at multiple different places. There was one in Grayson, Kentucky that I wanted, but nobody else wanted it. My mom didn't approve of the neighborhood. I mentioned it before, her and my brother think they're better than everybody.
Okay,
So that one was out. Then we found another one in Maysville, which we were going to buy, but my father jumped ahead of himself and decided he wanted to play big shot when he's really not, and offered a $50,000 non-refundable down payment on it.
explain that. I don't understand what you mean by that.
My father likes to act like he's stuff he's not.
Okay, and so you found a house where?
In Maysville,
All
that's
right,
Kentucky.
all right, and was it a large house? Describe the house.
Three great big barns, a big house, 150 acres.
All right, and that's a house your family decided to buy?
Yes, we're going to buy, but my brother and I couldn't get the loan.
so you said something about, was there a down payment or something?
My father gave a $50,000 non-refundable down payment on the place on the intention that the bank was going to give us the loan.
And the bank, what happened?
They denied the loan.
And so what happened with the bank?
We didn't get the $50,000 back.
And so what happened after that?
After that, my mom and dad found the farm on Peterson.
And tell us about that.
They decided that's the one they wanted and they bought it.
And whose name was that farm in?
They put it in mine and my brother's.
And why is that?
Multiple reasons. One, for when they end up passing one day, there's no reason to deal with the extra paperwork of them trying to leave it to us. And the second, if we ever needed to use it for a loan, we could use it as collateral.
And so the house was paid for, right?
Yeah, yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
To finish paying for it, we had to borrow 30-some thousand from my grandmother.
From your grandmother Wagner?
Yes, we would have had the money to pay for it, but he lost the $50,000. So
So your grandmother Wagner loaned you whatever you needed
yes,
on top of the other money you had.
yes,
And where did the other money you have come from?
the house, the last house that they burned.
Last house. that you- And so it was in you and your brother's name.
Yes,
Who actually ran the house?
it's technically mom's house and mom's place.
All right.
It was just in our name.
Okay. And did your dad live there at the time?
No, he would stay occasionally when my kid didn't want him to leave.
But he was up at the Flying W this time,
Yes,
and taking care of his father?
yes.
And what was your mom and dad's relationship like when you moved over to Peterson?
They might as well be divorced. I mean, they fought and argued and never got along.
Now, what was when you moved over to Peterson, who moved into that house? Put that-
Jake, Hannah, myself, Tabby, Vine, Sophie, and my mother.
Now, Vine, Vine's your son, right?
Yes,
You call
I
him
call him
Vine.
Vine.
Okay. And Sophie's Jake's and Hannah's daughter.
Yes,
So it was you and Tabby and Vine,
yes,
Jake, Hannah, and Sophie,
and my mother.
and your mother.
Yes.
All right, and your dad would stay at the Flying W.
Yes.
Was he over at Peterson Road?
Yeah, he come down a couple of times a week to see the kids.
See the kids
He
meeting?
always brought them donuts against everybody's wishes.
Okay. Was your father fond of the grandkids?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe the living situation of Peterson when you first moved over there with the people you just talked about?
We all lived in the same house.
Right? Did you get along?
No.
Explain that.
Mom always wanted things done her way, and I just do what I want to do, and she didn't like it.
Were you doing the trucking business at this time?
Yes,
The cattle farm?
yes,
So you would be gone for a week with your father,
yes,
and Jake would stay home,
yes,
and then he would go and you would stay.
yes.
Describe the farm on Peterson. Was it like the other one on Bethel as far as animals and stuff?
As far as livestock and stuff, yes, my mom has her hobby farm obsession.
Okay. Explain that.
She thinks she makes money off of it when really she gets sunk in the hole with it, and me and my brother ended up having to pay for it.
And what kind of hobby farm would you do?
Sheep, pigs, goats, chickens, rabbits.
And so what was your responsibilities, if any, at that?
On my week home,
Yeah.
usually first thing in the morning, I'd feed the animals and stuff. It usually took me about 45 minutes. And then I'd spend the day, well, we gonna go before Tabby left? Or
Yeah, let's go before tech.
before she left, I would spend the day with her and Vine the rest of the time when I was home.
You have chores in the morning?
Yes.
What were your chores in the morning?
Feed, water, make sure if any of the pigs have had any new babies or anything, and make sure the goats didn't get eaten or the sheep didn't get eaten.
All right. And how long would it take you to do your chores?
45 minutes an hour.
Do you-
I shortcutted.
What do you mean you short?
My mom's particular wants every pig and every sheep to have their food measured out and put in a nice neat pan, and I just rip a hole in the back and drag it across the ground.
How long should it have taken if you did it the way you
Her
wanted?
way, 4 or 5 hours.
So you cut it short, but you fed all the animals.
Yes.
Did that cause any problem?
She never did like it, but she wouldn't go do it herself, so
So that's the way it was done when you were.
Yes.
Did you get into arguments?
A lot of them.
Explain.
She would scream it was her place and it was her animals and her business, and that they were paying the bills when they weren't. And I'd always throw that up, that they weren't paying the bills, that me and my brother were paying the bills.
And what would happen during these arguments or after the argument?
Usually I would storm off and either go up the hill or get in my truck and leave.
What do you mean go up the hill?
Up on top of the hill. The whole farm's nothing but a hill. That's why I didn't want that one.
So you described who was living there. Your father was not living there, right?
Right.
Did he have a job?
He drove with us,
Yeah, that's right. He drove with you. Did he have any other job?
not that I'm aware of.
So how were the bills paid at the house there at Peterson?
Whatever water, electric, whatever bills was rounded up, groceries for the month, cell phone bills, whatever. I don't remember exact amount it was, but we'll use a figure of say like 3,000. My brother would take $3,000, or he would take $1,500 and I'd take $1,500, and we'd just give it to my mom and she'd do the money orders and stuff and send all the bill money in.
All right, so break that down a little bit. Just explain what you would do with your portion.
So 1 month I might be paying the electric bill and the water bill, and my brother would be paying the grocery bill. And then I'd send my credit card payment in, or my truck payment when I ended up getting a truck payment. And my brother would do similar. When it comes to the actual household bills, 1 month he might pay this one and I pay this one. It just came down to where he paid half and I paid half.
Did your mother actually pay the bills, or did you pay the bills, or how did that work?
We paid the bills, but it was looked at as she didn't do much else, so she can do the paperwork of sending them in.
Would you give her cash? Would you give her your credit
Cash.
card? How did that work?
Usually it was cash. If she was ordering stuff for the kids, she had the credit card to use.
So she had your credit card?
Yes.
All right, and she had permission to use it?
Yes, anything my kid needed, she had permission to use it. She had my debit card number too. If I was on the road, my kid wanted something, it was there.
Would you actually review the bills that were sent as far as the credit card or anything?
No.
So how would that get paid?
She'd mail them in.
You'd give her the cash?
Yeah.
And she'd take care of the payment?
Yes.
The payment. And how long did this go on?
Pretty much all the time we lived together.
Did you find this to be unusual in any way?
Not really. It's how I've always done it.
Who took care of both of them? When you were living over on Peterson, who took care of them?
Starting there, or
Yes, sorry.
a mixture, when I was home, a mixture between me, my mom, and Tabby.
All right. And who had, would you say, primary responsibility?
Who took care of him the most?
Yeah.
Me and my mother.
What about Tabby?
When she was around somebody else. She had a habit of mine always getting hurt when he was around her.
What do you mean by that?
She'd bring him out of the bathroom and give him a bath. He'd have a new knot on his head, or she shoved his hand in some hot vegetables once, and another time she might have tried to catch him, but I think she pushed him off the picnic table is what it looked like to me.
Do you think she was abusing him?
Define that.
Well, do you think she was purposely harming him?
I can't say on any of them other than the vegetables, and she did that on purpose.
What happened there?
He kept trying to reach for him, and she shoved his hand in them when they were too hot and held it there until it burned him.
Were you there?
No, that's just what she said she did.
So what was your reaction?
Didn't trust her to make sure he didn't get hurt. Even her own mother said she couldn't handle raising a child.
And what was your mother's responsibility with respect to Ryan and Sophie?
Like when I was gone,
Yeah, well, let's start when you were there.
when I was there, sometimes he'd stay with her at night, sometimes he'd stay with me, just depending on who he went with that night.
Would she take care of Ryan if you were out doing something else?
Yeah, while I was gone, while I was feeding or gone or at work or something, she watched him.
Right. Was that kind of her job, or describe?
Kind of, like an in-home babysitter.
And did you have any problem with that?
Not really.
So let's talk about the house at Peterson. Describe the inside of the house.
You got a mudroom, a living room, you got the kitchen, bathroom, my bedroom, you got the kids' toy room downstairs. Upstairs, you've got kind of like an intermediate area, my brother's room, my mom's room.
All right, so let's break that down. Then on the second floor, how many rooms?
2 bedrooms and kind of like a little, like, I call it an intermediate room between the 2 rooms and stairway.
Okay, and then there are stairs that come down.
Yes,
All right, and where's your bed?
underneath my mother's.
On the first floor.
Yes.
All right, and describe your bed.
My room, would, if you're looking at the front door, would be in the left corner of the house.
Okay, and what else is in that area?
The stairway that goes upstairs, the front porch, sits underneath my mom's, which is in the top left corner.
And the outside of the house, describe the property.
You got, if you pull in the driveway, you got the house to the left, a little white shed building. Then you've got my hunting cabin that I brought from Bethel Hill.
Okay, let's stop there for a minute. What is that?
Me and my friend James and his father built the cabin.
Peters.
I took it down and moved it to Peterson.
When you moved from Bethel Hill to Peterson?
Yes.
And where is that on the Peterson property?
It originally sat at the half-mile point. Or, I'm sorry, I thought you said Bethel. On the Peterson property, it sits behind the white shed.
All right, and so you moved that from Bethel to Peterson?
Yeah.
All right. And so go ahead, describe the rest of Peterson.
On the right in the driveway, you got the old barn. And then if you go up a dirt path, you got the new barn on the hill and all the hog pastures and the hog pens.
And so is part of the Peterson Road property across Peterson Road on the other side?
Yes, I think it's like 14 acres on that side.
Did you have any buildings over there?
Just what was going to be our garage on Bethel.
All right, describe that.
It's, I think, 30 by 60, I believe.
All right, that's across the street?
Yes.
Did you build that?
No.
How did that get there?
It originally was built by Pine Top Construction on Bethel, and then we paid them to tear it down and move it down there and put it back up.
So you moved that from Bethel as well?
Yes.
Was that finished or not?
It wasn't when we sold the farm.
Why, what part wasn't finished?
The sides weren't put on it.
And what would you do over there?
Just work on cars and trucks.
Now, you mentioned the new barn.
Yes.
We've heard some testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Tell us about the new barn.
Me and my brother and my uncle Chris built it.
Why did you build that?
My mom wanted the barn.
And approximately when did you start building?
January, February of 16, maybe.
All right, and what was the purpose of the new barn?
My mother was going to put all of her coons in it.
What's a coon?
It's a pig, an exotic pig,
Did she have a lot of them?
10 or 12.
And what would she do with these pigs?
Sell them.
She would breed them?
Yeah, breed them, sell them.
Can you make good money doing that?
If you do it right. My grandmother's made good money with it, but my mom never did.
How much is a little pig sell for?
Don't know on them ones. I never paid attention to them.
And so tell us about the new barn. Who built it? How was it built? What was the time frame?
Me, my brother, my uncle Chris, we 3 built it. It took about 6 months to finish it.
So when did you start it about?
January, February of 16,
And so when was it finished, would you say?
June, July.
And was that the first time you had built a barn?
No.
Explain that.
I built 2 other full-size barns like that one, which were about replicas of that one, and one that was like a 3-sided barn.
And where did you build those?
The one barn was for a friend of mine, and the other 2 were on Bethel Hill.
Now, before I forget, when you lived on Bethel Hill, was there ever a time you left the home?
Once,
Explain that.
when I first got my driver's license,
So you were then how?
16.
Explain that.
My dad and I got in an argument, and I got in my truck and left.
What do you mean you got your truck?
I filled my truck up at the fuel tank, and I left.
Where did you go?
I made it down into Kentucky,
How far away did you get to Kentucky?
250 miles roughly.
And what happened?
I had a choice of running out of fuel and continue going or turn back.
So what happened?
I turned back.
And why did you turn back?
I had no money and no fuel and nowhere to go.
Or what were you thinking when you left?
I was just tired of putting up with my mom and dad.
Was that the last time you attempted to?
No.
Tell us about the other.
The second time, I had come in from working and my kid was sitting on the counter. He was a couple months old, maybe, before the house, right after the house burnt. And I couldn't find Tabby anywhere, and she was locked in the bathroom.
Okay, what happened?
After I got the door open, she was sitting in the bathroom in a pool of her own blood.
And what?
She was trying to kill herself.
How was she doing that?
She had a pair of scissors hacking away at herself.
So what did you do?
I took the scissors from her and bandaged her wrist up and tried to get her to go to the hospital, and she refused, saying they put her in a psych ward. And I tried to get her to just let me and her move to Alaska at that point.
So what'd you actually do?
I put her in the truck and was going out the driveway, trying to get her to go to the hospital.
All right. Did you have any intentions of moving at that point?
I was going to move her to Alaska because she said she couldn't deal with my mother anymore.
And why didn't you go to Alaska at that point?
She said we had no money and didn't have no way to get there, and we'd be better off to stay there where we had a roof over our head.
So you agreed to that.
Yes.
Was there any other time you attempted to move?
Once on Peterson.
Tell me about that.
Mom and Hannah were arguing and they drugged Tabby into it, and I didn't feel it was right. They dragged her name into it, and me and my mom got in an argument over it, and I started packing my bags to leave again.
So what'd you do?
I went in the house and Tabby spent an hour calming me down, talking me out of it.
Where were you gonna go?
I do not know at that point. I was just leaving. I had no specific place in mind.
Why were you leaving?
I was fed up with my mom.
What do you mean?
It just, I'd get a good day here and now, or here and then, and then she would start her stuff again, and I was just tired of listening to her.
What do you mean she'd start her stuff?
She'd yell, scream, act like everybody has to do what she says when she says it, acts like everything's got to be done her way, thinks she's better than everybody.
About how old were you, or when was it?
It was early 2014.
So those were 3 or so attempts, or serious thoughts you had about leaving.
Yes.
Why didn't you ever leave?
I didn't want to take the chance of being broke with no roof over my head. And I didn't ever have the financial backing to do what I wanted to do.
You have any regrets over that?
Yes, I do.
What do you mean?
I just wish I hadn't turned around in Kentucky, or any of them really.
At that point in time, what was your relationship with Jake like?
At that point in time, we really didn't. Well, when Tabby left, or
Yeah, let's talk about
before Tabby left.
Let's talk about before Tabby.
So on Peterson, in the beginning, when we first moved down there,
Yeah,
the only things we really did together was we built one fence together, worked on a couple trucks together. The rest of the time, he was gone or I was gone.
did you really consider having a brother at that point?
Not really. He was more of an associate
Why do you say that?
because we had nothing in common with each other. And every time that I try and do something that I like to do, he'd insult me for it or say I was going to hell for it. Or nobody likes to be told their flaws on a daily basis.
Is that what happened?
Every day,
By who?
Jake.
Anybody else?
My mother too, but she wasn't as bad as Jake. And it wasn't just me he did it to. He done it to my Uncle Chris and everybody he come in contact with.
There came a time when you and Tabby broke up, is that right?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
One day she had another one of her fits and she ended up leaving after it.
What were the circumstances? Explain what happened.
Me and my brother and Hannah was sitting in the living room
Is
and
this on Peterson?
yes.
Okay, go on.
And Tabby was in my room changing Vine's diaper, and he was wailing, which for some reason she can't change the diaper without him wailing. And I went to find out what was wrong with him, so she was kind of like holding him down, telling him to quit kicking and stuff, and being, I think, overly pushy with him. So I told her to calm down, quit yelling at him, and I'll do it. And she got mad and tried to swing Vine around and bumped his head off the wall, so I took Vine from Tabby and gave him to Hannah.
All right, and what happened then?
After that, Tabby got mad and stormed out of the house and went out on the patio.
And then what?
I went out to try and calm her down, and she was doing her normal fits, yelling, screaming, and hollering. And about that time, my mother came home.
Because your mother wasn't there initially?
No.
All right, so your mother came home, what happened?
She tried to put herself in the middle of our argument, and I told her it was none of her business, and she went in the house after I yelled at her a couple of times.
Okay, so what happened?
After that, I tried calming Tabby down. Usually I can get her to calm down. Sometimes a hug will work, but not generally. But I tried to hug her, and she bit me, and after she bit me, she hit me with a board and took off out through the driveway. So I said the hell with it and went in the house.
So what happened next?
After that, a few hours went by, and she never came back, so Mom and Hannah went to look for her.
And then what happened?
They ended up saying that she was halfway to the truck stop.
So what did you do?
I decided to go calm her down, and for some reason, before I got to the truck, my mom had sent my brother to go with me.
So you and your brother go looking for Tabby?
Yes.
And what happened?
She wouldn't calm down, so eventually, where she has her fits and she's tried to kill herself multiple times, I ended up calling the sheriff's department.
And where were you when this happened?
The truck stop on 41 in Adams County.
Is that the first stop?
It's first stop.
And so what happened when you called the sheriff?
They came out, talked to her, talked to me, asked if I wanted to press charges.
What was your answer?
I told them no.
So did she come back to the house with you?
No, her mom and sister, I believe, came and got her.
So what did you do at that time?
After that, I went home and spent the next 3 days with my kid, taking care of
You and
him.
Tabby communicate with each other?
Not for those 3 days, because I didn't know it, but I guess that night that she had put a letter in my mailbox. It took me 3 days to find it.
All right. And what was the letter?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay.
The letter was to you?
Yes,
All right, from Tabby?
yes.
What was your understanding of the letter?
No, objection, Your Honor, to any contact. I've been letting a lot of this stuff go, but
Well, for what purpose is it being offered? Is there some statement of fact that's being offered? to prove
No,
the truth
it's
of
to
it?
explain his conduct next, after receiving the letter. What was the nature of the letter?
She was just basically saying that she
Your
was
Honor,
doing,
objection to,
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection to the last question that's asked, the nature.
What was the nature of the letter?
she was saying that she wanted Vine to stay there with me.
objection to the response. He's testifying as to what he claims Tabby said.
You have to respond to the question asked.
What was the general nature of the letter? What was your understanding?
My understanding was that she was going to live with her mother and leave Vine with me.
And so what did you do next after receiving this letter?
After that, she left her phone number on the bottom of it, so I called her.
Okay,
And her and I agreed to try and fix things as long as I would try and get the money to get a place of our own.
and did you try to fix it?
I did.
And how long did you try?
A month or so, 6 weeks maybe.
Did you come to a decision at some point?
After 6 weeks, I found out that she wasn't trying to fix things. She was still screwing her best friend's dad, which was from the beginning that I've talked about. And I went to her house in the middle of the night to tell her, I'm done with it.
Right. And then what did you do as a result of it after that?
After that, we got divorced.
How did you decide to get divorced? What did you do?
I got an attorney. I offered to buy Tabby one. She said that she didn't want one, that she didn't need it, that she was leaving Vine with me. And after we went to my attorney and she looked over all the paperwork, we had to do a parenting class thing.
Okay, slow down. Ask a couple questions. Do you remember the name of your attorney?
Barbara Moore?
The woman who testified here?
Yes.
All right, and how did you find Barbara Moore as your attorney?
Don't remember exactly, but I think it was Bernie's wife that recommended her.
Okay, and so what did you do once you got her name?
I set up an appointment to talk with her.
All right, and do you remember where her office was?
It's in Adams County, West Union.
Did you go to her office?
Yes.
And did you explain what you wanted?
Yes.
And so what did you do?
I done that. She said she'd draw up paperwork, and when she did, she called me and I brought Tabby in so she could look over it.
And did you and Tabby have to do anything as part of the divorce process?
Parenting class.
What's that mean?
It's some kind of a class to help children cope with parents that are separating.
Did you do those classes?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
How do you know that she did?
She sat right directly beside me. It was one of our remarks from our instructor that we were the only couple that sat together.
And did you go to the classes together?
Yes, I went and picked her up every night.
And how many times did you have to go?
I think twice.
And so you went through the parenting classes,
Yes.
all right? And then did you go back to the lawyer at that point?
I don't think so. I think after that, we just had a court hearing.
Okay. And so you went to court,
Yes.
and you were there with your attorney.
Yes.
Did Tabby show up?
I drove her to court. I went and picked her up.
You picked her up and drove her to court?
Yes. Everything to do with the attorney, the parenting, and court, I went and picked her up.
How were you guys, what was your relationship like at that point?
Normal. She come to see Vine. She spent Thanksgiving with us. She come for Christmas.
All right, so you were friendly towards each other?
Yes.
Did you want her to be part of Vine's life?
Yes.
Explain that.
She ended up having supervised visits, and she could come visit him as long as I was present
And why did you have supervised visits?
because of her fits and because of the fact of everything that happened to her as a child that she thought was normal for all children to have to go through.
You're gonna have to explain that just a little bit if you can.
So she has like massive blow up fits, and she doesn't really pay attention to what she's doing. And she gets really violent when she has these fits
All right. And you mentioned something, do you know where she was living at this point?
with her mother and her stepfather.
And did you want Vine in that environment?
No,
Why not?
because of everything that her mother let happen to Tabby and her sisters.
I don't want you going into too much detail, but tell the jury what you mean by it.
As a child, my ex-wife and her sisters, from the time they were between 7 and 9 years old, her mother would hold them down for her stepfather.
So there was sexual abuse?
Yes.
And you knew about it?
Yes.
And is that why you didn't want Vine over?
Yes.
Is that why you wanted supervised visits
Yes.
with Tabby?
Yes.
And so you got divorced?
Yes.
And did you ever live together again?
No, not after that.
Was she involved in Vine's life after,
She come to see him many times.
at your house?
Yes.
And where was that?
Peterson,
Would she come by herself?
mostly. A couple of times she tried to bring her sisters. I think once her boyfriend.
Were you okay with that?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want her boyfriend, who she'd been cheating with this whole time around my kid. And I didn't want her sisters because her sisters were the same opinion as everybody else that it's life, the kid will get over it.
Were you concerned about Vine's safety?
Yes.
Did Tabby ever take you back to court to change your arraignment?
Right before I got arrested.
Explain that.
I got a letter saying that she was taking me back to court.
Now, you got arrested in November, right?
Yes.
And
Of
so-
2018.
I'm sorry?
Of 2018.
Of 2018. When did you get that letter?
A couple months prior, I think.
Were you able to go to court?
No, I was my hearing for with her was 3 weeks after I got arrested.
So once you got arrested, that was it?
Yeah.
Judge, it's just afternoon. I don't know if you want to take a break at this time.
Well, if this is a good time
It
to
is.
break the questioning, all right. We will take our lunch recess and we'll be in recess until 10 after 1. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while we are at the noon recess, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone, and you're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're not to do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law, from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all. And you are to have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we take our noon recess.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And we are in recess until 10 after 1. At that time, jurors are to assemble at the jury room. You may be seated. Is the defense ready to resume questioning of the witness?
Yes.
All right, you may do so.
Thank you. Okay, George, I need you to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. I think where we left off before lunch was you and Tabby had just gotten divorced, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes,
When you were going through that process with the attorney, did you ever trick or force Tabby to do anything?
no.
Explain how the process went.
In the beginning, when she left, she wanted Vine to stay with me because she said she wasn't mentally, physically, or financially able to take care of him.
And so that's when you decided to get the lawyer.
Yes.
I want to show you some exhibits, George. Wagner Exhibit 53 on market. You recognize this?
Yes,
What is that? When did that take place?
that is July 1st of 2012, my wedding day.
All right. And so you're in this picture, right?
Yes,
I want you to describe everybody that's in this picture and where you are.
from left to right,
Well, why don't we start on the right over here?
from right to left then is my wife Tabby, ex-wife Tabby, me, Frankie, little Chris, Chris Senior, Hannah, my dad, my mom, my brother.
And showing you what's been marked as Wagner Exhibit 21. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
me and my son,
All right. And do you know about when that was taken?
Easterish,
All right. Do you know which year?
2015, 2016 maybe,
All right. And do you know where that was taken?
the house on Peterson.
Now, would you describe your Wagner family, Jake, yourself, Sophie Vine, your mom and dad, Ann and Tab? Would you describe yourself as a close family or not close family? How would you describe it? How would you describe it?
No different than anybody else's family that I know of.
All
We
right.
fought and argued a lot, but
I'm sorry?
we fought and argued a lot, but other than that, no different.
All right. And when you say no different in other families, who do you have in mind, if any?
I have other members of my family, distant family,
Like who?
my uncle Chris, my cousin Katie.
All right, your Uncle Chris, that's your Chris Newcomb who testified.
Yes,
And why did you think your family was like his?
we all lived pretty much the same way.
What do you mean by that?
I lived around my family. My uncle lived with his family. My aunt lived with her family. My cousin lived with her family.
All right, when you say your aunt,
My aunt Robin,
all right, where does she live?
Flying W,
All right, and how old is she about?
almost 60, I think.
All right, and you said your cousin?
Yes, my cousin Katie.
Your cousin Katie who testified?
Yes,
Where does she live?
Athens.
Do you know who she lives with?
Her mom and dad.
All right. Anybody else that you know of?
My uncle Chris.
Your uncle, you just said, who does he live with?
He lives with his mother and grandmother.
And anybody else?
Off the top of my head, I think that's it.
Is he married?
He's his fiance,
Okay, who's that?
Randy Hughes.
Right, she testified.
Yes,
All right, do they live together?
yes.
Anybody else that you can think of?
I had a friend of mine in Virginia that lived with his family for a while until he was in his early 20s.
All right, and what was his name?
James
Do you know his last name?
Rhoden.
And that's spelled with a T?
Yes,
All right, let's talk about the Rhoden. Who are the Rhodens?
friends of mine.
And how did you become friends with them?
Started out, they leased our farm to deer hunt on.
All right, and who is that?
James Rhoden and his father, Rick Rhoden.
All right, and was there another family member?
Later on,
And who was that?
James's mother, Edie.
All right. And so describe how you got to know them and what they did.
They started hunting up there in 05, I believe. And we just started hunting together, eventually became friends.
All right. And was James your age, older, younger?
I think he's 2 years older than me.
All right. And do you know his father's name?
Yes, Rick Rhoden. Rick Rhoden,
Rick. And did you develop a relationship with Rick and James?
yes.
Tell us about that.
James became a really close friend of mine, and I kind of looked at Rick as a second father figure.
Why do you say Rick was a second father?
He always gave me a lot of advice growing up.
And was that advice different than what you'd received earlier?
Yes.
Explain that.
He basically told me not to continue down the road I was going, doing the stuff that my father did.
And did you take that advice to heart?
It took a long time to get it completely out of my system, but yes.
When did you start taking his advice to heart?
Around the time that me and Tabby got married.
And you talked earlier about when you and Tabby got married, and you like to drink and have a good time down at Big Bear Lake, right?
Yes.
Once your son was born, did that change?
I gave all my partying days up.
Did you ever visit the Rhodens in Virginia?
Yes, multiple times.
Explain that.
They would hunt up here with me, and I'd go down there and hunt and fish with them.
Did there come a point in time when your friend James got married?
Yes.
Explain that.
He got married a little bit after I did the same year.
Okay. Did you attend his wedding?
Yes,
Okay. Where was that?
Virginia.
And what time of year was that?
His wife decided to have their wedding opening day of deer season.
And how did that make you feel?
I've never missed deer season in my life except for that.
So you went to his wedding.
Yes.
Now, you just mentioned deer season. Let's talk about that for a minute. Tell us about your deer hunting and how that works.
I'm more of a deer addict.
A deer act.
Yes.
Tell the jury what that means to you.
I live, eat, breathe, and sleep deer.
Now, when you lived on Bethel Hill, was that a good deer hunting area?
One of the best that I've ever been on, yes.
And did you tell us about how you would go hunt deer, how you would prepare, what you did?
How far back do you?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
In the beginning, I just hunted at night with my father
Okay,
until I met Rick and James.
all right, and explain.
Then I started hunting like them during the daylight hours and done that for quite a few years.
All right, what would be a typical hunting day for you?
2 3 hours before the sun came up till 2 or 3 after it went down.
All right, and would you have deer stands? Would you hunt by yourself? Explain how it worked.
Depended on who was hunting up there, depending on who got what stand, but I would just sit in a stand all day.
All right, and explain what a deer stand is.
Sarah, can we approach? Can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, George, explain just very briefly what a deer stand is.
It's just a steel ladder with a seat on top of it you strap to a tree, usually between 15 and 18 feet.
All right, and is that what you would use to deer hunt most of the time?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, how much time would you spend on a typical day deer hunting during the season?
A couple hours before the sun came up till a couple hours after it went down.
All right, and what is deer season here? When does deer
It
season?
usually starts the last Saturday in September and runs till the first week of February.
So during that time frame, how much time would you spend out hunting?
As much as I was able to get into the woods.
Did that affect your relationship with any of your family members?
Mainly my mother,
Explain that.
depending on how far back you want to go.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
You want to go back to when I was hunting in a stand, or
Yes,
I kind of took it as James and Rick spent 2 weeks a year, and I didn't do nothing for those 2 weeks, and my mother didn't like it.
and how did that affect your relationship?
It was always a fight and argument
about,
me spending time with them and her wanting me to stay and do everything she wanted on the farm.
and did you change your habits as a result of this argument or no?
No, even Rick tried to get me to see that it was my responsibilities to help her on the farm, and I wouldn't do it. I went with them.
And so during deer season, did you spend time away from the home even when the Rhodens weren't there?
Yes,
How much time did you spend?
a lot, hours upon hours every day.
And did that continue to affect your relationship?
Yes,
In what way?
I was constantly being told that I was leaving my brother to do everything.
So you talked earlier about how Mr. Rhoden was giving you advice.
Yes,
And did his advice ever sink in?
and at one point in time, yes.
Explain that if you can.
He basically tried to steer me away from where my father was leading me.
Explain what you mean by that.
That it was going to end up badly one day with the theft and the fuel and the loads, and I'd always have to look over my shoulder, and
All right, so what did you do?
eventually I quit
Quit what?
everything my dad taught me.
And about how old were you when that happened?
It was late 2014.
Late 2014.
Yes,
Okay. And were you working at that time?
yes.
What working? What
I was hauling cows.
hauling cows with your family?
Yes.
All right. And that, did you have any other jobs at that time?
At that time, no.
So why did you change your ways?
I was tired of looking over my shoulder, and I didn't want my son to eventually end up doing that life. And my father's initial advice was stealing fuel and loads didn't hurt the driver. That just hurt the companies. And I found out later in life that that's a wrong statement.
How did you find that out?
I talked to multiple drivers that couldn't get hired anymore because they'd lost too much stuff while they were hired.
Explain it, I don't understand.
From what I found out from multiple different drivers,
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge, hearsay.
Say it again.
Lack of personal knowledge, hearsay. He said what I found out from other drivers.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Why did you change your ways?
I didn't want to take a chance of hurting an individual.
Did your dad have a certain justification in his head that he explained to you for doing this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Any basis of that?
Did your dad have something in his head?
That he explained to you?
Hearsay.
Well, it may be an exception to hearsay if it's something, I'm not sure. What is you're asking him now? How have you modified your question?
When your dad was teaching you how to steal fuel and whatnot,
Yes.
what did he teach you about that?
You don't mess with an individual, only multi-billion-dollar companies and corporations.
And did you later come to a different opinion?
Yes.
And was that as a result of what Mr. Rhoden taught you?
Some of it, yes.
All right, I want to show you some more photographs here, George. Well, these are state's exhibits that have already been identified. This is a triple R. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the farm on Peterson.
Okay, and the jury's already seen this, but what color is the house?
Red.
Okay, and looking at this photo to the left, what is this item here?
The new barn.
Okay, and directly over here on the other side of the house?
The old barn.
All right. And on the other side of the road here, what's that?
Eventually would have been the garage.
All right, is this what you moved?
From Bethel, yes.
Okay, and there's an item right here near the house, what's that?
That is the hunting cabin that I moved.
Moved from,
Bethel.
all right, why did you move that?
It was sentimental to me
In what way?
because Rick and James and me built it.
Built it on Bethel Hill?
Yes,
And then you moved it down here to Peterson?
yes.
All right. And pointing out this field area near the house, did that have any significance when you were looking over there?
It was one of the hog pastures.
Okay. And did your property kind of go up the hill?
Yes,
And then you had property on this side of the road?
yes. I believe 14 acres on that side.
Speaking of the new barn, showing you our two, which has previously been marked as a state's exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's the new barn.
That's the new barn. All right, and RR3, what's that?
The inside of the new barn.
And how did you decide to, or who decided how to build this barn or the design of the barn?
It was my mother that wanted the barn, but the barn's an exact replica of the one that was on Bethel.
All right. And what was the purpose of that again?
She wanted her hog barn
Sorry?
for her pigs.
For her pig. All right. And showing you RR5, what is that?
The center aisleway of the new barn.
All right. And this is after it's completed?
Yes.
All right. And what kind of flooring or ground did you have?
It started out with dirt until it was covered in sawdust.
Covered in sawdust?
Yes.
Why would it be covered in sawdust?
It's easy to clean. You just scoop it up and clean it out. The stalls, the center floor was all covered in it.
You described earlier the sleeping arrangements when you lived at Peterson, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where did Vine normally sleep?
Depending on what mood he was in.
Okay. What were the options then? What were his habits?
Sometimes he'd sleep upstairs in my mom's room. Sometimes he'd sleep in mine. Sometimes he'd do half and half.
Now, inside your bedroom there at Peterson, did you have a television?
No.
Did you ever have a radio?
I had a Bluetooth external speaker for my phone.
Is that something you would use frequently or as a habit?
Almost every night.
Let's talk about Jake and Hannah just for a minute. How would you describe their relationship when they first met, first started going out?
When they first started dating or first met,
First started dating.
I don't know if I can really put a date when they first started dating because it kind of just like, it just started out as Hannah hanging out at the house and then she pretty much just said, he's mine.
Okay. Did you think they had a good relationship?
Starting out, I could say it was kind of good.
Did they seem to enjoy each other?
Yes,
Did you like having Hannah around?
yes.
Why is that?
She was like a baby sister to me.
What was her relationship with your father?
Her and Dad was always goofing off with each other.
How about Hannah and your mother?
My mother and Hannah used to do a lot of stuff together. They'd bake all the time, cook all the time. She followed her around like a lovesick puppy dog, basically.
You thought they had a good relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever know of a time when the relationship soured in any way?
Between my mom and Hannah,
Yes.
not really.
What about between her and Jake?
Got to where they fought and argued a lot.
Did there come a time when they separated?
Yes.
Explain what you know about that.
Not much. I was in Kansas when they, I can't remember if they called me or texted me and said that they'd split up.
Did that surprise you?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
My brother and Hannah are daylight and dark to each other.
What do you mean?
And I didn't think she'd ever leave him, but they also didn't get along because Hannah wanted to do her things and Jake didn't want her to.
What kind of things did Hannah want to do?
Hang out with her friends, do normal teenage stuff. She kind of missed out on being a teenager when she got with Jake.
Would you describe yourself as a religious person?
Not yes and no.
Okay, explain.
I just don't look at things like most religious people do.
Okay, how do you look at that?
I believe there's a God, but I just don't believe he intercedes in anything.
You've read the Bible or not?
Yes.
How would you describe Jake's religious?
I would describe my brother as a religious fanatic
Why do you say that?
because his whole life, that's all he's ever done is point out people's flaws and try and save people's souls and scream that they're going to hell if they don't listen to him.
What about your mother? Have you ever discussed that with her?
My brother learned it from her.
When you were growing up with Jake, did he ever get you in trouble?
Many times.
Describe that.
Me and my uncle went fishing or something when we were like really young before we got our driver's license and stuff. We had certain rules we weren't allowed to do. So for instance, we weren't allowed to cut around the road to the farm. So we would do it anyway. And my brother would instantly say we went around the road.
Okay. And did that cause you problems?
Usually we get the four-wheeler taken. Didn't help much, but
Now, before you got your driver's license, was there any time that your mom and dad, this is over on Bethel Hill, was there any time your mom and dad left you and Jake alone on the farm?
many.
Explain that.
Every month for 2.5, 3 years probably, they went to Florida.
And what was your understanding of why they were going to Florida?
They were running pills back and forth from Florida.
What do you mean running pills?
They would go to the doctor down there, you get an x-ray, and they give you scripts of pain pills.
Question unless he was present for this.
Were you ever present for any?
At the doctor's office,
No, on these trips to Florida.
one vacation I was there when they went none that way. Me and my brother was on the beach.
And but you're saying that there were times they left you behind on Bethel Hill and they went and did.
I was only present for one of these runs out of 2.5, 3 years.
Did they ever tell you what they did in Florida?
Yes.
And how old were you about when this was going on?
Started when I was like 16, I think, 15 or 16 years old.
And what was it like to be there on the farm, just you and Jake, without your mom and dad?
I enjoyed it. I just spent the time hunting and fishing.
When you came back, were there ever any arguments or problems that your parents had to resolve?
2 different occasions.
Explain.
One occasion, my brother had left and went to Samantha Frederick's house, and my parents found out about it. He wasn't supposed to leave the farm while they were gone.
Right, so what happened?
I got the blame for it because I didn't keep him home.
Right. Was there another instance?
The other instance, they were in Florida, and we weren't supposed to have anybody over at the farm while they were gone. And Jake brought Chris Jr., Hannah, and one of Hannah's friends over.
Okay, and did your parents find out about that?
Yes.
What happened?
They blamed me for him bringing them over.
How did that make you feel?
Not fun getting the blame for something.
If you had to describe your brother Jake, how would you describe him?
Over-opinionated, rude with fitted, selfish. I'd say he's selfish, greedy, a little bit, I could say he's a little jealous.
And what about your mom?
I would describe my mother as over-opinionated, thinks she's better than everybody, and manipulative, really.
What do you mean by that?
She tries to manipulate people.
In what way?
I can use myself later years after my son was born. She started out when I wouldn't stay home at night or stuff like that. She started trying to use my kid to get me to stay home,
In what way?
telling my kid that I was choosing women or deer hunting over him.
How did that make you feel?
She's not something you should be telling a 3-year-old.
Did you get in arguments with her?
Many of them.
What kind of, describe the arguments.
They usually just started out with me telling her it wasn't her business to be telling him that, and it would end up with her yelling at me and me cussing her, and then I'd get mad and leave.
And how would you describe your father?
What point in time?
Well, let's say when you were growing up.
As a young child before he
Yes.
started driving truck,
Yes.
my father was a good person.
And once he started driving a truck,
The medication he was on changed him.
in what way?
Not to say he wasn't a good person, he's just really irritable and would have outbursts.
And as you got older, did you realize, how would you describe it? Did it change or not?
Not really. It stayed that way as far as I can remember.
How did your mother treat Vine and Sylvan?
I mean, in a way, she treated them good.
All right.
A lot of ways, I think she was trying to start over with them, but
What do you mean by that?
I can't really say positive on my brother's side, but on my side, I feel that she was looking at me as a failure and she was trying to start over with my son.
What do you mean start over?
She constantly tried to get me to just leave the house and leave my son with her.
Give me a for instance.
When I came back from Alaska, she was trying to get me to sign custody of my kid over, saying I was a bad influence and I was constantly with her brother and I was going to end up ruining my kid's life, that I'd be better off to move out and leave my son with her.
How did that?
I wasn't happy about it.
Now, you've heard some testimony over the weeks that your family supposedly had these family meetings.
I wouldn't call them that.
Why don't you describe it?
It's nothing more than discussing who's going to pay what bills for the month.
And how would you describe the dynamics in your family when you were all together?
On a good day or the majority of the bad days?
Well, let's start with the good thing.
On a good day, we might get 3 or 4 good hours in together.
All right.
And then the majority of a month is constant yelling and screaming at each other.
Why is that?
We don't get along.
I'll show you a few more exhibits. And let's talk about, when you lived on Peterson, you've heard testimony about a goose box, right?
Yes.
What do you know about the goose box?
It was built for my grandfather's birthday.
All right, now, who built it? How did that come about?
Me and my brother built it. My father wanted it built for his birthday present.
All right, and explain how you built it, how much time it took, etc.
It took 2 hours, 3 at most.
All right, and was it you and your brother both working on it?
Yes,
Do you remember when that was?
early February of 2016.
Do you know why, what the occasion was?
My grandfather's birthday,
Do you know when his birthday?
I think.
Okay. And do you know how that goose box got out to the Flying W?
Yes, I hauled it out there in my truck.
You hauled it out there in your truck.
Yes.
Which truck did you have?
So 2007 Chevy 2500.
All right, and how did you haul it out there?
I put it in the back of it and hauled it to the lake.
All right, was there anybody with you?
My mom, my son, my niece, and my brother.
All right, did you all ride in the truck or?
In my truck, yes.
All right, and I want to show you what's previously been marked as triple S, 1, 2, and 3, I believe, yes. 1, 2, and 3. This is triple S1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the lake.
Okay, this is the lake on the Flying W.
Yes,
All right, and triple S2.
it's still the lake.
All right, just another view.
Just a different view of it.
All right, and what about SS3?
Just another view of it.
All right, so looking at SS3 here, can you describe what you did with the goose box that was on your truck?
It got slid in by the tree on the lower end of it.
All right, point out.
It got slid in by the tree here. And then once it was in the water, I took my truck around this side of it and ran a rope across and pulled it across the water.
Okay, so there's a tree here in the foreground, or right in the middle, right?
Yes,
Were you on this side or the other side of the tree?
this side of it.
All right, and so how did you get it into the water?
Me and my dad and brother pushed it out of my truck and down into the water.
All right, and then what did you do next?
Then I went around and we ran a rope across and pulled it across.
All right, so show the path that your truck took.
It would have come back down the dam side of it and down the road, up the hill, around this side of it, and back over here on the other side of the briar patch.
All right, and why did you make this trip?
Because I needed to run a rope from here to there to get the goose box to here,
Okay, and what was the final placement of the goose box?
roughly in this area.
Okay, you're pointing away from the shore, kind of in the middle of the water
Yes.
right there? And when was that?
It was early February of 16.
And how was that, how was it constructed? How was it anchored? Explain.
It was built out of pressure treated plywood, and it had a piece of foam underneath of it, and we anchored it with 2 chunks of steel.
2 chunks of steel.
Yes,
Can you describe those 2 chunks of steel?
roughly steel bars, somewhere between 6 and 8 feet,
And where did you get those?
out of the semi-trailer on my grandparents' place.
Did you ever go in the water?
No,
Did you see that goose box there after you put it in?
yes.
And how was it that you came about seeing it?
Every time I went fishing at the lake, it was there.
Did the geese use it?
No.
And what was the purpose of it?
My grandfather's obsessed with Canadian geese, used to be obsessed with Canadian geese.
Are there Canadian geese on that lake?
A lot of them. He's had many of nesting boxes for them.
Now, you heard the testimony and saw the exhibit of the concrete buckets that were taken off that goose box.
Yes.
Had you ever seen those before?
No.
Did you know they were on the goose box?
No.
Did you know anything about the contents?
No.
Now, when you lived over on Peterson, or even on Bethel Hill, let's start there. When you lived on Bethel Hill, did your family have a gun safe?
Yes.
Describe that.
It was burgundy safe with gold tumbler, gold handles on the front, and a picture of a deer.
All right. And approximately how big was it?
I think it held 36 guns.
So how high was it?
Probably 6 foot in height.
All right. Was it heavy?
Yes.
What was it made of?
Steel.
And did there come a point in time when you moved that from Bethel Hill to Peterson?
Yes.
How did that happen?
We ended up loading it onto a trailer and hauling it to Peterson, then putting it in the mudroom at Peterson.
And what was it used for there at Peterson?
It's where we kept the majority of our firearms.
All right. Did you keep anything else in it?
My bows, any kind of legal documents, titles, money, whatever else was needed, kept in a safe.
And who had the combination to the safe? Or was it a combination?
Yes.
Who had the combination?
My father, myself, and my brother.
Did your mother have it?
She had it at one point. I don't know if she remembered it or not, but
All right. And you said you kept money.
yes,
I mean, cash money.
yes.
Typically, how much cash money would be in the safe?
Between 5 and 20,000.
All right. And what was the purpose of having that money?
I just prefer to keep my money in the safe instead of a bank.
And so would any of your family members have access to that?
To the safe, or
To the inside of the safe?
they could get in it if they wanted to.
And do you know how many guns on average were inside that safe?
Anywhere from 10 to overstuffed.
Did your family, or let's start with you, did you keep any guns in Peterson that were not in the safe?
I kept my Glock in my room and then usually 3 to 5 in my truck.
Your Glock in your room, what kind of Glock was it?
Model 17,
All right, what caliber?
9mm.
And why did you keep that in your room?
I just kept it in there for self-defense or just in case it needed to be gotten to easily.
All right, and did your mother keep any guns outside the safe?
At which point in time?
Well, when you lived on Peterson,
Beginning or end of it?
say beginning,
In the beginning, she had I don't remember the name brand, it's like a cheap knockoff, it's a little single-action fold-up revolver,
okay? Do you know where she kept that?
usually in the kitchen.
Do you know where in the kitchen?
There was a covered door next to the microwave.
Okay. Did she have any other guns that she did not keep in the safe?
At that time, though, later on she did.
What did she have later?
She had a Glock Model 42,
Where did she keep that?
same place.
Now, your mother was in the military.
At one point, yes.
Did she know how to use a gun?
I assume she does.
Did you ever see her shoot a gun?
Physically see her?
Yeah.
No.
What about your dad? Did he have any weapons at Peterson?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. How about Jake?
Yes,
All right. He had guns in the safe.
yes.
Did he have guns outside the safe?
One that I know of.
And which one was that? And where was it kept?
He kept his 870 on one of his deer heads in his room.
All right. What's an 8.7?
It's a Remington 12 gauge.
Shotgun?
Yes,
Now, you mentioned you kept some guns in your truck.
yes.
What guns did you keep in your truck?
On average,
Okay.
one of my Glock 17s, at the time, my AR-15, my 22 Hornet, my 270, and on average, this one varies because I usually keep either a 22 or a 70 HMR.
Okay. Well, why did you keep those guns in your truck?
Different guns to buy and sell with, different guns to hunt with.
What do you mean guns to buy and sell?
Any day given, I buy one here or trade one there.
Did you like guns?
I'm not gonna say I'm obsessed with them, but I like them, yes.
All right. How often would you buy a gun or get a different gun?
Weekly.
All right. And under what circumstances would you get a new gun?
I might trade them, I might buy them. Just depends on where I'm at, who's got what.
All right.
If I see something I like better than what I've got, then I try and get that.
Now, you're familiar with trade days or swap days?
Yes,
What's that?
it's a flea market.
All right. And where is that located?
There's two of them now, one's in Chillicothe and one's in Lucasville.
All right. Did you ever go to those?
Yes,
Explain that.
I've been going to them since I was a kid.
All right. And would you buy and sell guns or trade guns there?
In the beginning, as a kid, no.
All right. Later
Not-
on?
Not until I was in my early teens,
All right. Explain how that went.
13, 14 years of age. I just walk up and down the street and buy and sell them.
And I believe Chris Newcomb talked about guns a little bit.
Yes.
Describe your relationship with Chris with respect to guns.
We've bought and sold thousands of them together.
Explain how somebody can buy something with a gun.
At swap days or anywhere.
Just in general.
Just depends on where you're at and who you're with. Somebody's got one they want to sell, or like Chris and me, you can trade a firearm for about anything. They're always worth something.
And did your dad ever teach you certain things about what would always remain valuable?
Yes,
What would he teach you?
gold, firearms, drugs, alcohol, and I think that's about it.
And so how would you, or what would you trade guns for?
Junk cars,
Why that?
other guns.
Why junk cars?
Trade a $500 gun for $2,000, $3,000 worth of junk cars.
And if you bought a junk car, what would you do with it?
Depends on what car it is, what year it is. You take the aluminum wheels off if they're aluminum, you take the battery out, you cut the converters off of them, and then you sell that separately, and then you sell the car itself to the scrapyard.
All right, and could you make a profit doing that?
Anywhere from, depending on price of scrap, depending on how many cars you get, it can vary, but you can trade one gun for $3,000 worth of junk and only have 500 in it.
All right. Is that what you did with Chris?
A lot of the time, yes.
So you made money by doing that?
Yes.
Learned how to trade.
Yes.
Now, George, in this picture you identified earlier, Wagner Exhibit 21, you have a tattoo on your left arm, right?
Yes.
What is that a tattoo?
It's the scent blocker shield.
Scent blocker shield.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a camouflage and scent prevention company.
All right, and what's scent blocker used for?
Deer hunting.
Explain how that works.
In long terms, it's the clothing, the products they sell eliminates all human odor.
All right, why is that important?
That way you can get into the woods without a deer smelling you and basically leaving the area.
And you use that product?
Yes. Spent
Um,
thousands with that product.
I'm sorry?
I have spent thousands with their products.
Okay. Helps you with the deer hunting?
Yes.
Now, on your other arm, it's hard to see here, but did you have another tattoo on that other arm?
Yes.
What kind of tattoo did you have there?
At what point in time?
Well, when the first tattoo you had.
The first one was my come and see.
All right, and about how old were you when you got that?
13, I think, maybe 14.
All right. Was that a tattoo you really liked over the years?
Not really.
Why is that?
I got a discount once getting it because the guy that owns the shop was letting his kid put it on me. It was his kid's first tattoo he was doing.
All right. Was it a good tattoo?
The C turned out okay, but what was supposed to be smoke looked like bubbles.
Did that cause you any problems?
Multiple people I know picked on the tattoo.
Why is that?
They always went around calling it bubbles.
You didn't like that?
No.
All right. Did there come a point in time when you had that tattoo covered?
Yes.
Explain that.
My father come to me one day and asked me if I wanted to get my tattoo covered up because he was getting a new one and I went and got it covered up. He volunteered to pay for it.
You know when that was about?
June or July 2016. Randa and Chris were having their first kid when I was getting it done.
Showing you Wagner Exhibit 45. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's what I covered up to come and see with.
All right. And you saw the gentleman come in here that actually put that tattoo on you, right?
Yes.
Did you know him before this tattoo?
No.
Explain how this happened.
So when I went to get the tattoo, he said there was very few things we could actually use to cover it. So he started off with putting the hand-drawn 8-ball on my arm, and then he just started drawing stuff around that.
All right. And so was it your idea to have the 8-ball?
No, it was his. He said that's the only thing he could really cover it with and get rid of the entire come and see.
Were you okay with that?
Whatever covered it.
All right. And what about the other items on here? Describe what this is above the 8-ball.
He added the skull to the top of it, and he added the dice and the spider webs and the cards to it.
And did you pick any of that out?
No, I just okayed it when he was done,
So what was the purpose of getting this tattoo?
just to cover the come and see.
And what significance, if any, to you are the playing cards?
There's really none.
Is
It
there any,
just goes with the gambling theme, is what he said.
it was a gambling
It was
thing?
a gambling themed tattoo.
And that's why there's dice?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about when you lived on Peters. And the Rhodens and Hannah Hazel Gilly were killed.
Yes.
Did you know Chris Senior?
Yes.
How did you know Chris Senior?
He was my father's friend and Frankie and Hannah's father.
All right. And what was the relationship between Chris Senior and your father?
As it started out or how they
Yeah,
met,
let's start it out. How long had they known each other? Do you know?
a long time. I couldn't say exactly, but
Okay.
I was 15, maybe 16 when they met.
All right, and how would you describe their relationship, like right before the murders?
Really close friends.
All right, what do you mean by really close?
Close friends, business partners.
Business partners in what?
Well, really, I would say more like, I really wouldn't call it exact business partners. I would say more like my dad was the tag along.
Okay, and what kind of business were they in?
From my understanding of it,
Yes.
my dad was trying to help Chris with the growing of the marijuana.
And had you ever been over to Chris's house?
Yes,
When had you been over?
multiple times with Frankie.
Did Chris like to throw a big party once a year?
Every year for 4th of July.
Did you go to those parties there?
Ever since I started hanging out with Frankie, I think maybe the last one I didn't make it to.
And so you knew Chris Sr.
Yes,
Did you know Gary?
yes.
How did you know Gary?
I talked to him a couple of times and went hunting with him once.
Where did you go hunting with him?
Kentucky.
What happened there? Describe that.
We all went, me and Frankie and Gary and my brother went to Kentucky to go deer hunting together.
Okay, and when was that approximately? Or how old were you?
19, I think.
You were 19? Okay. And was that for a day, a weekend, a week? How?
We stayed 2 days.
You talked about Frankie already.
Yes.
Did you know his children?
Brentley, yes. I knew Brentley better than I knew Ruger. I'd only met Ruger once.
How many times do you think you'd met Brent?
More than I can count.
Did your relationship with Frankie change once he started having kids and you had?
As far as liking each other,
No, as far as time spent together.
yes.
Explain.
He had responsibilities and I had responsibilities. We couldn't do what we used to do all the time.
Did you still consider him a friend?
I still consider him one of my best friends, yes.
Did you know Chelsea,
Yes,
the mother of Brent, right?
yes.
How did you know Chelsea?
I met Chelsea at Big Bear Lake.
Did you know Hannah Hazel Gill?
I only met her once and I just said hi to her.
Now, obviously, you knew Dana.
Yes,
How did you know Dana? Explain that.
just from being at Frankie and Hannah's house as a teenager.
And you knew Hannah, obviously.
Yeah.
All right. And did you know little Chris?
Yes.
How did you know little Chris?
First time I met Chris was at the Pike County Fair.
Okay, that's when Jake
Met Hannah, yes.
met Hannah that same time.
Yes.
And did you know Ken?
I talked to him once or twice.
Had you ever been to Ken's house before? Out on Left Fork Road?
No.
Had you been to Dana's new house where the murders took place?
Only in the driveway one time.
Describe what happened.
Jake was picking up Sophie.
And how long before the murders was that, if you remember?
A couple months.
And did you go inside the house?
No, I stayed in the truck.
Do you know how long you were there about?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Now, the house where Frankie and Hannah Hazel Gilly were murdered, did you know that house?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I've been there many a times with Frankie. Stayed the night there many a times.
And who used to live in that house when you were familiar, when you were going there?
Dana, little Chris, technically Frankie, technically Hannah when she wasn't staying with Jake.
What do you mean technically, Frank?
Sometimes he would be there, sometimes he'd be at his dad's.
Next door?
Yes.
All right. What did you think of the Rhodens?
They're normal people to me. Same as everybody else I hung out with in life.
Did you like them, dislike
Yes.
them?
Yes, I liked them.
Now, you've heard testimony from Jake, correct?
Yes,
You heard your mom testify, right?
yes.
Was in April of 2016, all right, or March of 2016, or going all the way back to January of 2016. Were you aware at any time that Jake and your dad and your mom were planning to kill the brother?
No,
Was that ever discussed with you?
no,
Did you have any idea that was going to happen?
no,
Did you know of any reason that your family wanted to kill the Rhodens?
No,
Did Jake ever come to you and explain what was going to happen?
no,
Did Jake ever ask you to help in any way?
no,
What about your mother?
no,
What about your father?
no.
If one of them had come to you and asked you to be involved in something like this, what do you think you would have done?
At first, I
Yeah.
don't think I would have believed it.
Why is that?
I just don't, I never would have believed my family would be capable of doing something of this magnitude.
Well, you've described in some detail the thefts, the arsons that your family participated in,
Yes,
other illegal activity,
yes,
including yourself.
yes.
So why didn't you think they could do something like this?
Theft is one thing, murder is an entirely different thing.
So if you had known they were planning this, or talking about it, or even discussing it, what would have been your reaction, or what would you have done?
I don't know exactly how, but I would have never let it happen.
What would you have done to try to stop it?
I can't honestly say it that, but one way or another, I would have never let it happen.
How did you find out about the murders?
I was on my way back from tearing a building down, and my mother called and said for us to come home. And then when I got home, it was on the news.
And so that was the morning of the murders.
Yes.
Why were you going out to tear down the building?
My grandfather had bought a storage building from somebody, I don't know who it was, and my mother had us tearing it down for him.
Now, which grandfather was this?
Carter,
That
my
would have
mom's dad,
your mom's dad.
Yes.
And where was the building?
McDermott,
Where's McDermott?
Lucasville area,
Okay, how far is that from where you lived on Peterson Road?
roughly 45 minutes.
All right, so what was the plan for that morning?
We were just going to get up early, go tear the building down, and have it ready for Randy Fife to come pick it up.
All right, so who went to tear down the building?
Me and my brother.
And do you know what time you left that morning?
Roughly daylight.
All right. Do you remember what you did the night before?
The night before,
Yes.
what time?
Well, what did you do the day before, the night before?
Normal things, went up on the hill, took care of the animals. Then my dad came down, brought my kid donuts again, which he never would stop doing. And then my kid didn't want him to leave, so he stayed with my kid.
And did you ever leave to go up and commit these murders?
No,
Did you know that Jake and your dad had left?
no,
How do you explain that?
I just didn't know they left.
Did you go to bed that night? Did you go to sleep that night?
Yes,
About what time did you go to sleep?
10-ish,
I'm sorry?
10-ish, sometime around there. I can't, it's been a long time, so I'm usually around 10-ish,
That's your normal bedtime?
usually when I'm home.
Did you ever hear any trucks leave or come or anything like that?
No,
What kind of trucks did you own?
every one of us owned diesels.
Are those loud?
Yes,
Could you hear it coming and going?
yes,
Did you hear anything like that?
no,
Was Vine sleeping with you that night, if you remember?
don't think so.
Did you wake up at any time in the middle of the night?
Not that I can remember.
So explain the morning when you got up. Explain what you did, what happened.
When I got up, my brother was in the living room and I was going to make coffee like I do almost every morning. And he said we didn't have time for that. We had to go tear the building down. He had to get back.
So what happened?
We went and tore the building down.
And how long did it take you from Peterson to get out to that place?
About 45 minutes.
Did you have everything you needed?
I thought I did.
Explain.
I ended up leaving my chainsaw at home.
All right, so what did you do?
After we tore down what we could with what we had, we turned around to come back and get the saw with the intention of going back to finish, but
So explain what happened when you returned to the house that morning.
When I got back to the house, the news was saying that there had been people killed on Union Hill. And my
And
dad was freaking out saying he couldn't get a hold of Chris Sr.
where was Jake?
Jake was outside on the phone,
Where was your mother?
the mudroom, I believe.
So what was your reaction?
I was trying to ask my dad what was really on the news and what was going on, and he was still freaking out saying Chris wouldn't answer the phone. And then Jake come in and said that Andrew Carson had told him that Hannah and Frankie and everybody had been killed.
What was your reaction to that?
I really don't know how to put it into words.
Take a minute,
It,
do the best you can.
it was more heartbreaking and more of a trauma than I've ever been through in my life.
So what did you do?
I ended up getting on my four-wheeler and going up the hill.
Up the hill behind your farm?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
I always go out in the woods when I need to calm down or need a little bit of therapy.
Did anybody go with you?
No, just me.
And how long did you stay there?
A couple hours maybe.
What did you do then?
I came back down the hill.
And what did you find?
When I come back down, Samantha Frederick called me a little after her, and my ex-wife Tabby called me.
What was Jake doing?
He was sitting in the living room in kind of like a daze.
What was your dad doing?
He was still in the living room and just kind of sitting there talking to Jake, and Jake really wasn't responding.
What was your mother doing?
If I remember correctly, she was in the kitchen with the kids.
Was there a time when Jake left?
I was told that he had tried to go to Union Hill and they wouldn't let him through.
Did you see him leave, or was he not around the house for some period of
I
time?
did not see him leave.
So explain the best you can the next few days after that.
After that, my dad stuck around the house for a few days.
That was unusual.
Unusual for him to stay that long, yes.
Okay, go on.
Then him and my mom wouldn't quit fighting and arguing, so he left.
And what did you do?
I just stuck pretty well around the house for a couple of days, and then I had to continue going back and working for Bernie, and then about a week later, we continued me going back on my normal working for Bernie and anybody else that was around.
Did your dad ever talk to you in those following days about the murder?
No.
Did your brother Jake ever talk to you at any time about the murder?
No.
Did your mother ever talk to you at any time about the murders?
No.
Did you ever overhear them talking amongst themselves?
No.
Did you have any clue your family was involved in this?
No.
Did you go to the funerals?
Yes.
Explain that.
I believe Gary's was first. Funeral for that, we just went to the viewing.
Okay, who's we?
Me, my dad, and my brother.
And explain how that was for
We took my truck to Kentucky somewhere.
who drove?
Me,
Whose idea was it to go?
everybody's. Then we went there, stayed for the viewing, then left.
Did you ever talk about the murders on the way?
No.
How about on the way home?
No.
What was your dad's demeanor?
Acted like my dad.
What about Jake?
Jake just acted like Jake. He doesn't hardly ever show emotion.
Well, you saw him testify here, right?
Yes.
Did you see him laugh and smile and smirk?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him act like that?
No.
Never?
Never in my life.
You said he doesn't show emotion.
No.
What do you mean by that?
He won't even let you give him a hug.
What about towards Sophie?
Sophie's the only person I know of that could hug him. Nobody else. He doesn't like being touched.
Did you go to the other funeral?
Yes.
Explain that.
We went to the viewing of Hannah and little Chris, Frankie, and the rest of their family. And after the viewing, we went to the actual funeral of it.
All right. And how did you arrive there?
We took my truck.
You?
Yes, me, my dad, and brother.
All right. And who drove?
Me, until we got to the funeral.
Explain that.
When I got to the actual service, my dad and brother sat together there, and I waited on Tabby, and me and her sat together.
So what did you do after the service?
We went to the cemetery.
And how did that work? What were the,
Dad and Jake took my truck, and I rode with Tabby.
all right. And then after the service at the cemetery?
I got in my truck and came home.
All right. With who?
My dad and brother.
All right. At any point in time were the murders discussed?
No,
Did you know they had any involvement whatsoever?
no.
So after the funerals are over, and the investigation was ongoing, you're aware of the investigation?
Yes.
Did BCI or Pike County Sheriff or anybody else come and talk to you or want to talk to you as far as you know about anything you knew about?
No.
What about your dad?
I believe they talked to him once, maybe twice.
Did he discuss that with you?
No.
How do you know they talked to him?
The only thing he ever said was that they talked to him.
What about Jake?
I think they came twice to talk to Jake.
Were you there one time?
I think I was there for two of them. I think I was there for both.
All right, where did they come to?
Peterson.
Did you see them pull in the driveway?
Yes.
Where were you?
One time I was working on my truck, and the other time we were loading a trailer
And where were you working on the truck?
in the driveway.
And what did you do when you saw BCI?
Just continue working on my truck.
Did they ever come up and say, hey, George, we'd like to talk to you?
No.
Do you know if that was the first or second time they came?
The truck or
When you were working on the truck?
the first, I believe.
And do you know where you were the second time?
We were loading our stuff in the trailer after we sold the farm.
That was after you sold your farm?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that first one for a minute. Who was home when BCI came on that day?
Me, my brother, my son, my niece, and my mother.
And did you send a text that day?
No.
All right. On the second visit, did you send a text?
I
With
think it was.
BCI.
I think it was the second visit that I sent a text.
All right. What text did you send?
I told my father not to come
Why did you do that?
because my father was insulting BCI, saying they were incompetent and they were looking at the wrong people and they wouldn't listen to everything he was telling them who to look at.
And so why did you send him that text?
I was tired of hearing who he was accusing.
Who was he accusing?
Skid Montgomery,
Who's that?
a guy, landowner in Pike County.
So I still don't understand why you sent that text message to your father.
Because I didn't want him to spend hours with his conspiracy theories.
Did your dad have conspiracy theories normally?
Yes.
Explain that.
He's always his whole life said the whole Pike County law enforcement system's been bought off by Skid.
Did you believe that?
Heard it from multiple sources.
Growing up as a kid, did you hear that?
Yes,
Did you believe it as a kid?
yes.
Now, when you lived out on Bethel Hill, was your dad like a doomsdayer or anything like that?
He prepared for the end of the world.
Explain it.
He kept constantly thought the world was going to end in his lifetime. Once he buried a bread truck and then he buried a container.
He buried a bread truck.
Yes.
Explain it.
He dug a hole with a backhoe and put a bread truck in it and covered it back up.
What was the purpose of that?
Storing food, water, whatever else he wanted to put down in it.
Okay, and did he do something else, did you just say?
He buried a container for similar
Like a
thing.
container? Like a dry box?
Sea box container like you see on trains or on container ships.
Okay, and what did he do with that?
Buried it.
Where?
on Bethel
And what was the purpose of that?
to store food, water, and whatever else he wanted to store in it.
What was your thoughts about that?
I seen it really as pointless.
Did your dad ever appear to be paranoid at any time?
Yes,
Explain that.
he was always paranoid.
Like what?
Always thought people were listening to him, watching him through the TV, through the phone. He kept tape over his phone's camera and everything.
What about your mother?
My mother was more paranoid in other ways.
Explain.
Growing up, my mother thought that everybody out there was trying to, in other words, she just thought everybody was going to try and kidnap me or my brother.
How do you know that?
She used to say it all the time when we were young kids.
So these murders happened. You were not involved, is that what
No.
you're saying? You didn't know beforehand?
No,
Didn't know after?
no.
At some point, your family decides to sell the farm on Peters.
Yes.
How did that decision come about?
Mainly to pay us out of debt. And my brother was saying that he didn't want Sophie to grow up around here with everything that was being said on topics on Facebook.
Was your brother, if you know, following Facebook or topics?
Daily, him and my mother.
Explain that.
They lived on Facebook and topics, monitoring everything everybody was saying.
I'm sorry?
They were looking at everything everybody was saying on Facebook and topics daily.
Would they tell you?
Some of it,
What was your reaction to all that?
I tried to ignore it.
Why is that?
I just don't see the point in getting into all the drama.
At that point in time, did you know your family had been involved?
No.
What did you think was going on?
As far as the
The
investigation,
investigation.
I just thought that they were wasting time because they started out trying to accuse Bobby Joe and James, and I seen that they were looking in the wrong direction, that it couldn't be a family member that would do it.
You didn't think it was any of the Rhoden family?
No.
Or the man?
No.
Did you think it was any of your family?
No.
So why did you think your family was being looked at?
I assumed it was because my brother had pissed everybody in the Manley family off.
What do you mean by that?
He insulted them an awful lot.
In what ways?
He thought he was better than them, and thought that the way they lived was horrible, that they had too much junk around, their houses were too dirty, and he kind of rubbed it in that Leonard Manley, I guess from what I'm told, had Frankie put the wrong transmission fluid in transmission and blew it up, and my brother rubbed it in.
Okay. So why did you think BCI was looking at your family?
Because my brother was saying that Leonard had pointed the finger at him, and that's why BCI was looking at us.
What was your understanding of the reason for going up to Alaska after the murders?
The original was to get Sophie away from everything that was being said on topics.
Okay. And you knew the Cinereskis.
Yes.
They lived up in
Your Honor,
Alaska.
I'm going to object to Mr. Parker continuing to testify. Please ask the question.
All right, well, objection sustained.
Did you know anybody in Alaska?
Yes, multiple people.
Who did you know?
Caleb Cinereski, Jake Cinereski, Kelly Cinereski, Russell Almbacher.
And why did you want to move to Alaska?
My family's talked about it since before I was 10. We talked about it for years.
And so you sold the farm on Peterson.
Yes.
What did you do next?
Paid ourselves out of debt and then went on a 2-week vacation to Alaska to see if it was really where we still wanted to go.
And how did you get there?
We drove.
In one car, two cars?
One,
Which car did you take?
the Suburban.
So it was you,
Me, my mom, my dad, my brother, my son, and my niece.
must have been pretty crowded.
It was
How long did it take you to get up to Alaska?
4 days, I think.
Right. Would you stop and stay overnight or drive straight through?
I think we stayed at 3 different hotels. The rest of it we drove on the way up.
So you got up to Alaska?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Drove around, I went fishing a couple times, talked to a couple people about jobs, looked at a couple places that we might buy or rent. I went and seen Caleb, and then drove around the state of Alaska on kind of like a vacationing thing, just to see the sights in Alaska.
And did you make any decision about, while you were in Alaska, did you make any decisions about where you were going to live?
On permanently staying there,
Yeah,
not at that point.
all right. You ended your vacation.
Yes,
What did you do?
drove back.
All right. And describe that.
We came back through Canada, came back into Montana, and then from Montana, we came back to the Flying W.
All right. Now, something happened in Montana, right?
Yes, we were interrogated there.
All right. Explain what happened.
When we got to the border crossing, the border patrol took us into separate different rooms and started talking to us.
All right. And when was this approximately?
May of 17, I believe.
Were you surprised or at what happened at the border?
Yes,
Why were you surprised?
because BCI had done been notified that we would talk to them at their office when we came back.
I'm sorry?
We had done notified BCI that we would talk to them at their office when we came back.
How did that happen?
My mom and brother had called them after they had searched everything on 41 in Peterson.
So while you were on this trip to Alaska, did you find out what happened on Route 41?
Yes,
What was your understanding?
that they were searching everything on all of our belongings and the farm and our trailers and the old farm.
And how did that make you feel?
I wasn't very happy about it
Why is that?
because they were destroying everything on my kids.
And did you, at this point in time, know if your family had any involvement in these murders?
No,
Were you upset that BCI was still looking at your family after all
Yes.
this time?
yes, I was very upset
And why is that?
because I was under the assumption that they were just trying to point the finger at anybody they could so they wouldn't continue to be like Facebook Topics was saying that they didn't know what they were doing for their job. I thought they were just trying to frame my mom and brother.
And was your demeanor affected by that belief?
Yes,
In what way?
because I was severely upset with them.
So you were interrogated at the Montana border.
Yes,
And how long were you interrogated, if you remember?
hours. I don't know the exact amount, just hours.
Did BCI accuse you of anything?
Starting out, not starting off, no.
Okay, how did the
If I
interviews-
remember correctly, they started off talking about hunting and fishing.
Okay, and then what?
Then they started asking questions about receipts and shell casings and shoes. And
Did they show you any photographs or any documents? Did they show you?
yes, they showed me pictures of shell casings, a picture, I believe a picture of a Walmart receipt and a pair of shoes.
And what kind of questions were they asking?
They were saying that my mom bought the pair of shoes and the receipt showed she bought them and that those were the shoes that was used. And then they said that they found a shell casing at the crime scene that matched my father's gun.
And what was your reaction to all this?
I didn't believe what they were saying.
Were you told that your family was involved?
They accused my brother and my mother of it. Yes.
What was your reaction?
I was just upset about it. I was emotionally distraught that they would accuse my family.
And who had been driving from Alaska to Montana?
Me.
How long had you been driving?
Counting the whole trip around Alaska,
Well, just on the way back to the United States, and you stopped in Montana, right? Got stopped in Montana.
2 or 3 days.
I'm sorry?
2 or 3 days, maybe.
You'd been driving for 2 or 3 days?
Yes.
With sleep, without sleep?
Hardly any.
When you were driving either on this trip or with your truck jobs cross country, did you have any habits as far as caffeine goes?
Massive amounts of it.
Explain.
On an average
Sure.
day, 4 packs of Stacker 2s, 8 to 10 Monsters and Red Bulls a day, 6 to 8 coffees,
What are stackers?
caffeine tablets you buy at Pilot.
And why would you take so many?
to
So
stay,
much.
to stay awake.
Did that affect your personality or how your demeanor in any way?
Makes me very irritable when I go days without sleep.
So you've been driving for how long when you got stopped in Montana?
2-3 days.
Were you taking this caffeine that you normally take?
Yes.
Did anybody else in your family share in the driving?
Is that from Alaska to Montana?
Yes.
No.
So you're in this interview or interrogation in Montana. What was your understanding at the end of the interview?
At the end of it,
Yeah.
my understanding of it was that they were either going to call me a suspect or a witness, whichever they decided, and that they wanted me to basically spy on my brother.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation with your brother after this Montana interrogation?
Yes.
Explain that.
I asked my brother if he had had anything to do with it, or if he knew who did.
When did you have that conversation?
When we got back from Montana and was on the farm reloading everything.
Was anybody else around?
No, it was just me and him.
What was his response?
He swore up and down that he didn't know who did it and they didn't have nothing to do with it.
Did you accept that?
I had no reason not to believe him.
Did you ever ask your mother if she was involved?
No,
Did you ever ask your dad?
no, because I knew the answer that would come from him.
What answer was that?
He would say he had nothing to do with it and his kid did it.
So you're back in Ohio after this trip, this little vacation, right?
Yes,
You're stopped in Montana,
yes,
like you just described.
yes.
Now, when you get out of interrogation, did they release all of your family members?
Yes.
All right. Explain what happened immediately after they released you.
After they were done talking to me,
Yes.
they let me out and then they brought my kid to me and I went to the car.
All right. Was there anybody at the car before you?
My mom and father.
Where was Jake?
He was still talking to them, I guess. I know he was still in the building.
Did you have any conversation with your mom and dad?
Not really.
Well, everybody had just been interrogated, right?
Yes. I was more concentrated on trying to figure out what was up with my kid.
Explain that.
He was like disoriented and acted massively tired, which is unusual for him.
And so, what did you do with your kid? Your concerns, what did you do?
After Jake was released,
Yes.
we went and I took him to the emergency room to see if he had anything wrong with him.
Was there an emergency room nearby?
I think it took us a little bit to get there, maybe 30 minutes.
So why did you take him to the emergency?
It started off that Sophie had said that BCI gave him some kind of medicine. And because Sophie had said that, and I just wanted to make sure he had nothing wrong with him.
And so you had him checked out.
Yes, because he has bad anxiety attacks, and I just wanted to make sure they didn't give him something, maybe too much of it to calm him down.
And what was the result of the medical examination?
They said he had nothing in his system.
And so what did you do after you did this emergency room?
After that, we went to a hotel.
Who was doing the driving?
Me.
Why were you doing all the driving?
My dad said he was too stressed to drive. My mom and brother said they were too stressed to drive.
So you got a hotel,
Yes,
spent the night,
yes,
and then you came back to Ohio.
yes.
All right. What were the plans after you got back to Ohio?
To clean up everything that was left out in the rain.
Over on Route 41?
Yes.
Where did you stay when you got back to Ohio?
I dropped my dad off at the Flying W and we went to Jackson and stayed in the hotel
Why did you stay in a hotel in Jackson?
because my uncle was going to help me clean everything and put it all back on the trailers. And it's easier for me to pick him up on the way from Jackson through South Webster than to stay where it'd be closer at Piketon. I'd have had to went to South Webster and get him, then come back here, then go take him home to South Webster. It was quicker just to go one straight trip back and forth.
What were your plans at this point as far as staying in Ohio or going to Alaska?
Before, after the trailers were reloaded,
After the trailer?
it was kind of up in the air whether I stayed close to the Flying W or if we went up, but it ended up going to Alaska.
All right. And what were the travel arrangements or circumstances at that point?
After everything was loaded, one trailer was on my truck, one was on my brother's, and my mom and dad had the Suburban, and we drove to Seattle.
So there were 3 vehicles.
Yes, at least to Seattle, there was 3.
And what happened in Seattle?
We shipped the Suburban from Seattle to Alaska.
And how did you get to Alaska?
My brother and I took the Alcan.
So what's the out?
It's a highway.
So you and your brother drove from Seattle up to Alaska?
Yes,
What about your mom and your dad and the children?
they flew. They flew from Seattle to Anchorage.
So how long did it take you to roughly to get from Seattle up to Alaska?
3.5 days, 3.5 days.
When you got there, your mom and dad and the kids were already there.
Yes.
So what were the living arrangements?
The first couple of days, or
Sure.
the first couple of days, my mom and dad had a hotel
And where did you stay?
in my truck.
What do you mean you stayed in your truck?
I sleep in my truck
Why do you sleep in your truck?
because it's the only thing that's ever actually been 100% mine. It's like my castle. I keep everything in my truck.
Did there come a time when you got a place to live up there?
Yes.
How did that come about?
My mom had found a place to rent and we rented it.
And what was it like?
Kind of just like a house trailer with an add-on on it.
All right.
It ended up not being what my mother had said it was, but it was the only place that we found that was rentable. So
So what did you do once you found this place?
after we rented that, my brother and I went and found a place to go to work.
How did you find the place to go to work?
Just started going from garage to garage, seeing who was hiring.
And you found a job.
Yes.
Where did you find a job?
Buddy's garage.
And Mike came in to testify from Alaska.
Yes.
You know him?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my foreman.
At Buddy's garage?
Yes.
Describe briefly Buddy's garage?
It's got 3 bays on it, 2 on the big side of the shop, 1 on the small side of the shop.
How many people work there about?
6, not counting Buddy.
What would the typical workday be?
Usually 6 to 4 or 5 in the afternoon, depending on something needed done.
All right. And was it 5 days a week?
Yes, unless something needed done on the weekend or unless I was out on a record call.
How much were you making it?
$17.50 starting out.
And did you get a raise at some point?
I was offered a raise at some point,
How long did you work?
3 or 4 months.
And what was your daily duty?
Whatever truck came into the shop, I would fix it, or if somebody called for a tow, I would take the wrecker out and tow somebody.
All right. So Buddy had you driving the wrecker.
Yes.
Explain what those were.
I drove the semi-wrecker.
And what was that? What was your job there?
If an RV needed towed or another semi or anything that was big, I would go and tow it.
Did you like that job?
Yes.
Did you like the people you worked with?
Yes.
Did Jake work there as well?
Yes.
Did you have the same responsibilities or different?
Entirely different.
Explain.
My brother was basically just being taught how to clean tanks,
You mean clean tank?
clean tankers out.
Okay. And were you working in the same part of the garage?
He worked in the far left bay and out the back of the garage, and I worked in the far right bay. It's kind of a separate part of the garage, but still the same building. It's got an
Okay.
inner wall that divides it.
And did there come a time when you left that job?
Yes.
Why did you leave that job?
I was getting $17.50 an hour, and Kenai Marine and Diesel offered me 30.
Big pay raise.
Yes.
So you decided to take that.
Yes.
And so how did that work out?
I went over there, even though Buddy and Mike informed me that I wouldn't be over there long before they laid me off, but I wanted the extra money, and I went over there.
And how far away is that from Buddy's?
Quarter mile, maybe.
All right. And how long did you work at Kenai Marine?
3.5 months roughly before I got laid off.
What time of year did you get laid off?
October-ish, right at the beginning of winter.
And what did you learn about being laid off in Alaska that time of year?
You can't hardly find another job because everybody's laying everybody off.
So what'd you do after you got laid off?
I pretty much just spent my time with my kid after that.
Was your dad working?
Yes, he worked for a tow truck company.
Was Jake working?
Yes, until he got laid off.
Okay, he was at Buddy's with you, right?
Yes.
Did he leave Buddy's?
Eventually, yes. He, when I found out Kenai was hiring, I went there to see if they would give me a raise because Mike recommended me to him. Then when I got the job from them, they asked me if I could convince my brother to come over there because he wanted more mechanics and was basically Buddy's rival.
Okay, and so your brother came over.
Yes, he offered my brother 25 from 17.50 an hour.
And you worked there a few months, you said?
3.5 before I got laid off.
Right. Did your brother get laid off?
3 weeks, I think, after me, 3 or 4 weeks after me.
So you're in Alaska. What time of year is it now that you're laid off?
October.
All right. And was your mom working at all?
No, she just stayed home, watched the kids while we went to work.
But your dad had this tow truck job.
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when you made a decision to leave Alaska?
Yes.
Explain that.
I couldn't find another job and I got homesick and wanted to get closer back to my uncle and my Aunt Randa, and I started looking for jobs out of the state.
All right. And explain what you did to find another job.
I just started looking up job advertisements until I found ones that were hiring.
And did you find one?
Yes, eventually.
Which one was that?
R&L Carriers.
And what is that?
It's a trucking company.
What was your understanding of where the job was?
My understanding, it was Kansas City.
Kansas City, Missouri.
Yes.
So you found this job online?
Yes.
Did you call anybody and have an interview? How did that work?
The first person I talked to said that the job was available and that they were always hiring team drivers and that they would have plenty of them until I was able to get from Alaska to Kansas City.
What's a team driver?
You put 2 drivers in a truck and it never stops. One's supposed to sleep while one drives.
Did that job appeal to you?
Yes.
Why did that job appeal
I
to you?
was already used to it from hauling cattle.
Did you consider that to be a good company?
Yes.
Why is that?
R&L is a really good company. They have good benefits, good retirement.
Is that something you were looking for?
Yes, and they take care of their drivers.
How old were you at this point?
27, I believe.
And so, did you discuss this with your family?
Starting out, I went to my father first
All right.
because I knew it would be easy to win him over. When I mentioned it to him, he just asked when to pack his bag.
About coming back to Ohio?
Yes.
Or leaving Alaska?
Leaving Alaska.
So you were going to go to Missouri.
Yes.
Was he okay with that?
He was going back to the Flying W.
He was going back to Florida.
Yes.
But he had no problems leaving Alaska.
No.
What about Jake and your mom?
They are stubborn and don't like to admit when they were wrong. And I started out basically turning my mother's trick against her. I convinced the kids that they missed their farmland and wanted to go home.
Was it difficult to convince your mom or Jake?
It took me about a month and a half to convince my mother. I started on her second.
All right. And what about Jake?
Jake was the hardest one to convince. He said he didn't care if he stayed laid off and had to live in a cardboard box. He wasn't leaving.
While living in Alaska, did you have a girlfriend?
I wouldn't call her a full-time girlfriend, but a girl that I hung out with.
And who was that?
Smith,
What did you call her?
Josie.
How did you know Josie?
I've known her my whole life.
She was in Alaska. How did you know her?
She's originally from Memphis.
She's originally from there,
Yes,
but she was living in Alaska when you were up there.
yes.
And how did you connect with her?
In Alaska, or
Yes, in Alaska.
she started commenting on a photo I put on Facebook.
What kind of photo did you?
Just a picture of me on a four-wheeler.
Did you know she was in Alaska?
Yes.
So what happened after the communication started?
She just said eventually that we hadn't talked in ages, that she wanted to catch up on old times, and she usually comes to Kenai around once a month, and when she was in town, she let me know we can hang out. And I told her when her and her husband got to town, just to stop in, she can introduce me to her husband.
Did that happen?
No, the next day, she texted me and said she was in town.
So what happened?
We went out to a Spanish restaurant without her husband, I might add.
And what happened after the restaurant?
After the restaurant, we went back to her hotel room.
All right. Did anything happen between the two of you?
Not really. I won't do anything in a hotel room with a child.
She had a child with her?
She had Tyler with her,
And how old was Tyler?
maybe 6 months.
What happened the next day?
After that, she just continued talking with me and we just messed around with each other.
Did you ever see her a second time?
Once in Seward and once in Anchorage before I moved.
Did you ever have any physical involvement with her?
Not really.
Was there any
Every
time?
time she had Tyler with her.
Every time she had time? Was there a time when you told her you were leaving Alaska?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
That I was moving to Missouri for a job. I'd been laid off for too long and I needed a job.
What was her reaction?
Nothing really.
Did you have any other girlfriends when you were in Alaska?
I wouldn't call them girlfriends, just girls that I talked to and stuff and hung out with occasionally.
What about Jake?
Only one that I know of is Beth.
Judge, I don't know if this is a good time for a break.
It's fine. That's a good time for you. I assume that's acceptable at the state as well.
Yes, John.
All right, we'll take a 15-minute break, so about 5 after 3, the jury will assemble at the jury room and be brought up from there by court personnel. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the facts or the law of the case from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further before we
No, thank you.
recess? All right, we are in recess then until 5 after 3. Council, for side ready for the jury. Let's
Yes.
go ahead and bring it up.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Defense counsel may resume questioning the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, George, I just remind you, keep your voice up so everybody can hear you, especially our court reporter. I think we left off where talking about Alaska and your brother meeting Beth.
Yes.
Explain what you know about your brother meeting Beth in Alaska.
If I remember correctly, I think he met her off of Facebook. I think it's the first time he talked to her.
All right. Did you go to church in Alaska?
A few times.
Which church did you go to?
Caleb Center Rescue's church.
And explain the circumstances or how you went there, et cetera.
We went to his father's church in Memphis. When I got to Alaska, I went there a few times.
Was that near where you were living?
His church is in Soldotna. I lived in Kenai.
How far away is that?
10 miles maybe.
Okay, so not too far.
Not too far, no.
All right. Do you know if Beth and Jake, do you know if Beth attended the same church?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I'd seen her there the first time that I was there.
And in your family, who all would go to that church?
On a regular basis, or,
Sure.
the one that went like every time the doors was open was Jake.
All right. And did your mother?
She went almost every time the doors were open.
What about your father?
I think he went once or twice.
And what about you?
I may have gone 5 times the whole time I was there.
Now, when did you learn that Jake was dating or serious about that? At where you were living?
Yes.
Was that a surprise?
Yes and no. I mean, he called ahead of time, but we didn't know she was coming until he called.
All right. So how much notice did you have, would you say?
Maybe an hour.
And describe what happened then.
She came to dinner and my brother threw a fit
He threw a fit.
at me and my father
Why would he do that?
because every time that I either go to a Mexican restaurant or I fix Spanish food myself, I always drink a beer with it.
I thought you quit partying,
I did.
but do you still drink?
There's a difference between drinking a beer every now and then and partying.
Okay. So Beth came to your house, kind of unexpected,
Yes,
and who prepared the meal?
me.
What did you prepare?
Steak and lime tacos.
And so your brother had a fit. Explain that.
He didn't want my father or me drinking in front of Beth because he didn't want her thinking he didn't come from a Christian family.
And what was your response to that?
I don't change who I am. I don't care who I'm in front of, I'm me.
Did you have an argument about that?
Probably a half-hour argument
And what was the end result?
that I'm still going to drink my beer at the dinner table.
What was your father's reaction?
He's still going to drink his beer at the dinner table.
And what about your mom's?
My mom sided with my brother.
So Beth came over. Was that the first time you really met her?
Yes. First time I'd ever talked to her or been in close proximity to her.
You had seen her.
I'd seen her at church once, yes.
And so how long was she at the house approximately?
A couple of hours maybe.
And how did that go?
Not really too bad, just normal. She talked to my mom and she talked to Jake and she talked to the kids.
And so what was your impression of Beth at that point?
I just thought she was a normal girl at that point.
Did your brother continue to see her?
Yes.
And how long after this dinner did he continue to see her?
Maybe 3 weeks before she broke up with him.
Why did she break up with him if you don't?
She had seen everything he was being accused of on the news.
All right, well, let's talk about that for a second. You're up in Alaska, right?
Yes.
Did these crimes, were they publicized in Alaska?
Yes.
How's that?
It ended up being broadcast on the local news channels up there.
What was broadcast?
That my family were subjects of interest and anybody that had information about us should call this number.
How did that make you feel?
Not happy about it. When I first got to Alaska, I went to Sportsman's Warehouse to buy me a new Glock where I sold mine before I left. And they sold it to me at no problems. Then when I went back after that, they refused to sell me anything.
And so let's talk about that for a minute. Before you moved to Alaska, you'd previously talked about you had a lot of guns, right?
Yes.
What did you do with your guns before you went to Alaska?
I stored them at my grandmother's.
On the Flying W?
Yes.
How many guns did you take up there?
Don't remember exactly, but a bunch.
A bunch?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you take them up there?
I didn't want to leave them in the trailers where I've been that route before and they would end up rusting. And instead of leaving them in the trailer where they could rust while I was gone, I stored them at my grandmother's where I knew nobody would end up messing with them and they wouldn't rust.
Did you sell any guns before you went to Alaska?
The first trip or the
Well,
second?
let's talk about the first trip.
The first trip, I left them stored at my grandmother's and went up to see if we were actually going to move there.
All right, and then you came back,
Yes.
and then you decided you were going to go to Alaska
Yes.
permanently.
Yes.
Did you sell any guns at that point?
I sold what BCI left at the house.
So BCI visited your grandmother's farm and taken the guns, is that what you're saying?
They'd taken a bunch of them, yes.
While you were in Alaska?
Yes.
And so when you came back, they hadn't taken all of them?
No.
What did you do with those guns?
The 4 that they left, I sold to Ben McCann,
Who's been McCann?
mechanic in Peebles.
Do you remember the guns?
1 Kel-Tec 12 gauge, 1 Heckler & Koch VP 9mm, 1 Glock 9mm, and 1 Marlin 336 45-70.
And why did you sell those?
I didn't want to try taking them through the border. Everybody said it's a nightmare.
Had you had problems at the border before?
Yes.
Explain that.
Every crossing that we had, they kept us for hours.
Do you know why?
Don't know their reasoning. They said it was standard procedure, but I have my assumptions of it.
Something to do with this case?
Yes.
But you're always searched and released.
Yes.
Let's get back to Beth. So your brother's dating her. fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And what was your impression of her over the time you were in Alaska?
The first time I met her,
Yeah, you had this dinner, right?
the first time she didn't really talk to me that much, so I didn't really have that big of an impression. I just thought she was a normal girl from church.
Okay. And then you talked about there was some publicity about.
She had started Googling my brother's name and seen everything that had been broadcast.
Did that cause any problems with the relationship as far as you know?
She broke up with him over it
Did they get back together?
about a week later.
And did they continue dating?
Yes.
Do you know if they ever became engaged?
Yes.
And what was your impression of that?
When I had decided that I was going to move back and found my job offer down here, my brother said that he wasn't leaving without her and she would not leave without being married.
And did you approve of the marriage?
Not really, because I found other things out that she discussed before and I just didn't trust her.
But your brother married her anyway, right?
Yes.
In Alaska?
Yes.
Did you go to the wedding?
Yes.
Did you help out in any way?
With the wedding,
Wedding or the plans or anything?
only thing I'd done with the wedding was go to Anchorage in the middle of the night before, to get his, whatever you call the little toasting glass things, the little flutes.
Okay, for the toast after the
Yeah.
wedding? And so, do you remember where they got married?
Some guy's log cabin. I don't know the guy's name. He went to the church that my brother went to.
Okay. And when did you leave Alaska in relation to the wedding?
The day after he got married.
And describe that.
The morning after, everything was already loaded the night before on the trailer, so we left and I dropped my mom, my dad, my son, and my niece off in Anchorage and left them basically at the hotel across from the airport, and then my brother and I left.
What were the plans as far as returning to the States?
My brother and I was going to drive straight through and go down the Alcan and meet them in Springfield, Missouri.
And how was your mom and dad and the children, how were they returned?
The same way as we went up, they were going to fly to Seattle, pick the car up in Seattle, and then drive to Springfield.
And who got to Springfield first?
They did.
Who's that?
My mom, my father, my son, and niece.
And you and your brother were driving separate vehicles, but
Yes.
together across Canada.
He followed me.
He followed you. And you arrived in Springfield.
Yes.
What were your plans in Missouri?
When I first got to Springfield,
Yeah.
to take my father back to the Flying W.
Did you do that?
Yes. I left the minute I got there. I unhooked my trailer and took him back to the Flying W.
Did you spend the night in Missouri?
Not then, no.
And so how long does it take to get from where you were in Missouri back to the Flying W?
It took me over 24 hours to get there and back.
Did you spend any time in Ohio once you dropped off your dad?
Couple hours
Where did you spend that?
at my Uncle Chris's house. I stopped to visit him for a few hours.
Chris and Randa?
Yes.
All right. Why did you stop there?
Because I missed my uncle and he owed me money and was paying me in firearms.
And so, did you stay in touch with him while you were in Alaska?
Yes.
How's that?
He would call me, text me, FaceTime me.
You were close to him growing up.
Yes, always have been.
Considered him a brother?
Yes.
So you stopped and paid him a visit after you dropped off your dad?
Yes.
So why did you return to Missouri?
Because I had a job interview a couple of days later.
Where was the job there?
R&L,
And was that in Springfield?
Kansas City,
How far apart are those?
a little over an hour.
And so did you go to the job interview?
Yes.
Did your brother go with you?
Yes.
How did that go?
It ended up that Kansas City only had line haul, but
What's a line haul?
you're basically home every night. You drive a day cab truck.
Is that what you wanted?
That's not what I initially struck out for, no.
Is there a difference in pay between team driving and line hauling?
$400 or $500 a week.
More for team driving?
Yes.
So you go to this job interview, describe what happened and what you did after.
They let us know that they only had line haul, but the team driving opening was in Wilmington.
Wilmington.
Yes.
Wilmington, Ohio?
Yes.
What did you think of that?
I wanted the team driving opportunity. My brother said he wasn't getting any closer to Ohio than Missouri.
What was your thought at that point?
At that point, I was going one way or another with or without him.
Going where?
So back to Ohio
Why is that?
because I wanted the extra money from the truck so I could pay myself out of debt.
Did you have any like long-term plans at that point?
I was going to work for R&L until I retired and buy my own farm, new truck.
So why was your family in Missouri other than this job that you thought was in Missouri? Do you know?
We were going to stay in Missouri and work there.
That's when you thought this team driving job was in Missouri?
Yes.
And that didn't work out?
No.
So did you discuss with your brother Jake coming back to Ohio for this job?
Yes. And I got the same responses in Alaska. He said he was not coming back even if he had to live in a cardboard box.
What about your mom?
She had pretty much the same response.
And your dad was already back?
He was already back in Ohio, and Vine and Suds continued wanting to come back to the farm anyways. And I spent hours arguing with my mom and brother, and it came down to where I was just going with or without them.
Is that what you told them?
Yes.
So what happened at that point?
My mom threw a fit saying I had no one to watch my son, and I informed her I had my dad and my Aunt Robin.
So what did you do?
She said that they couldn't watch her, and she agreed to come back. And when she agreed, my brother agreed.
So how long did this discussion take? Was it 1 day, 2 days,
3-4 hours.
3-4 hours? Had they been, if you know, had they been looking for a place to live while you were running back and forth?
I don't know on that.
Did you have discussions about buying property in Missouri?
We had a couple of them that we were trying to get loans for.
And what happened?
They got denied, which was weird because my brother and I had just been approved for like $380,000 in Alaska.
Do you have any idea why you got denied in Missouri?
No.
Did that make the decision to come back to Ohio? Did that affect your decision to come back to Ohio at all?
No, it was just the job that made me want to come back.
Why did you want this job so much?
I wanted to have a job I could actually retire from and not have to keep bouncing around like I did my whole life.
And so did you get the job?
Yes.
All right. What were the circumstances there?
3 days of orientation, and then we went to work,
All right. So who went to work with you?
me and my brother.
So he decided to come back.
Yes,
You got this team driving job in Wilmington, Ohio.
yes.
So what did you think of that job?
It was probably the best job I've ever had.
Why do you say that?
There were some things, that everybody complains on some aspects of their jobs, but as far as money and retirement benefits, time off, it was probably the best I've had.
How much were you making there?
Starting out or
Starting
at the last. So when I was bouncing around, some weeks I might bring home 1,400. Once or twice I brought home close to 1,800 after my taxes and medical insurance came out.
That was a pretty good job.
Yes.
And was your brother making about the same money?
We made identical paychecks.
What did you do with the money that you made?
I was saving it up to pay myself out of debt.
And where was your family living at the time?
South Webster, Ohio,
And that's at the house where Chris and Randa,
where they live now, yes.
where they live now. All right. And whose house had that been?
My grandfather's,
Your grandfather on your mom's side.
yes.
What was his name?
Edward Carter.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
My grandfather and I was really close.
What do you mean really close?
We spent from the day Thanksgiving ended till the day it rolled back around planning the next one.
So Thanksgiving was
It was our holiday thing. That's what we did.
and when you were in Alaska, well, let me put it this way. Before you went up to Alaska, before you moved up there, what was your grandfather's physical condition?
To my knowledge,
Yeah.
he was fine.
Have any medical issues?
Not that I was aware of, other than being paralyzed, but that's never affected him any.
So when you're in Alaska, did you find out something about your grandfather?
But he passed away.
How did that affect you?
Considering he died Thanksgiving morning, it was not an easy time for me.
Did you come back for his funeral?
No, I was advised not to.
And what led to that advice?
didn't come back because our attorney Clark said not to come.
And that's while this investigation was going on?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
I wanted to come back, but I took my attorney's advice.
Now, while you were in Alaska, did your grandfather Wagner, he had been bedridden, is that right?
Yes.
Did anything happen to him?
He passed a couple of months before my grandfather Carter did. August 20-something, I think.
And did you come back for his funeral?
No, I was also advised not to come.
How did that make you feel?
Wanted to come back, but Clark said no.
So you leave Alaska, you go to Missouri, right?
Yes.
So you come to Ohio, found out the job you thought was in Missouri was actually in Ohio.
Yes.
You got the job.
Yes.
Describe your daily routine, how many days you worked. Describe that job.
We worked 5 days a week from Tuesday till, supposed to be till noon on Sunday, but it always ended late Saturday night.
Okay? And what would you do? Like, you and your brother were a team, right?
Yes.
So-
Tuesday, we would go to Wilmington's main terminal, which is R&L's main terminal is Wilmington, and we would hook a load up. In the starting of it, it was sporadic. We was everywhere. So one week we might be in Texas, the next I might be in New York. And then eventually you've got like a seniority type thing. The older people who's been at this company the longest gets first dibs on dedicated routes.
Right.
So a newbie usually doesn't get one, but the Sacramento route, the drivers had quit or something, and it came up on the load board, and I just stuck my name up there, and somehow or another I ended up with it.
Why did you want that job?
It was dedicated. You ran the same route every week. You didn't get bounced around. It kept me out of the East Coast.
You didn't like the East Coast?
No driver likes the East Coast.
Why is that?
They're really strict out there, and they're death to truck drivers.
Is the traffic different on the East Coast than
The
out
traffic's horrible. The OT is horrible. You never make it out there and back without a ticket.
So you wanted this Sacramento route?
Yes.
And you got it?
Yes.
Kind of got lucky?
Yes.
So describe your routine with this route.
I would load in Wilmington on Tuesday morning. I would unload roughly around 6 a.m. Thursday morning in Sacramento. Then I would take Interstate 5 north to Seattle, unload in Seattle. And I take 184 back down to Salt Lake City and unload. Reload in Salt Lake, go to Kansas City or St. Louis. That's the only part of it that varied. Unload there, then reload and go back to Wilmington.
And what were the driving arrangements between you and your brother?
It's supposed to be that I drove from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then he drove 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. was the original agreement.
And why did you pick those hours, or why did he pick his hours?
I gave my brother the daylight driving because he got something messed up with his eyes. His pupils are deteriorating, and he can't see early morning when the sun's coming up or when the sun's going down or when headlights are glaring.
So you took the nighttime driving?
Yes.
And he took the daytime?
Yes.
And describe the inside of the truck that you were driving.
You've got your driver's seat, your passenger seat, the sleeper, top bunk, bottom bunk, 2 closets, a desk, microwave, refrigerator.
Would you ever stay at hotels when you were out on the road?
No, the truck never stopped unless you were loading or unloading or putting fuel in.
Now, at the time you got that job, that was after the Montana interviews, right?
Yes.
So what was your mindset about the investigation that had been going on now for quite a while?
As far as working for R&L,
Well, during that time period, what was your mindset
um,
while you had that job, knowing DCI was investigating you and your family?
I really hadn't heard much from them in a while, but stuff that I didn't see as personally, but stuff that my mom and brother said was being said on topics, said that they were still pointing the finger at my family.
And what did you think?
I never got into topics or anything like that, but I figured that most law enforcement, from what I've understood, doesn't slack up once they start.
And did that affect how you conducted yourself during this time you worked at R&L?
I acted like my normal self.
All right, well, you heard some of those recordings that were played, right?
Yes.
You're screaming and yelling?
Objection,
That
leading.
mu-
I'm sorry.
Leading.
I can
Well,
rephrase it.
is,
I can rephrase it.
here's the last question.
Sure, I'll rephrase it, George. You heard the recordings
Yes,
that were played in court, right?
yes.
Some of those recordings were from, well, let me put it this way. Did you know that truck was bumped?
I assumed it was
Why did you assume?
because I was raised my whole life that once law enforcement starts pointing the finger at you, you're more than likely being listened to.
Did that affect what you said in any way?
As far as
Your conversations inside the truck?
a few times I've said that I knew I was being recorded.
And did you?
Yes, I assumed. I didn't have 100% proof, but I assumed.
What about your telephone call?
I assumed they were too,
And why is that?
because it's the same thing as anything else. My father raised me to always assume that they were recording.
I want to back up a little bit. Show you some exhibits. Wagner exhibit 33.
And the one in there.
I'm going to show you a few pictures here, George. Showing you what's been marked as Wagner exhibit 33. Probably recognize that person. All
Yes, it's my father.
right, and describe the picture for us.
It's my father in his custom homemade leather outfit and his Honda Shadow.
That's a motorcycle.
Yes,
Did your father like to ride a motorcycle?
yes, he's had many of them throughout my life.
Would you sometimes ride his motorcycles?
Yes, I've rode almost all of them that he's had except for the two he had when I was a young kid.
What type of motorcycles did he have?
A couple Honda Shadows, one crotch rocket when I was real young, one Kawasaki Vulcan, a Harley FXD, Borgette Python.
The Borgette Python.
Yes,
What's that?
it's a custom Harley.
Custom Harley.
Yes.
What does that look like?
Black custom Harley, twin nitrous bottles on the tanks, ghost flames, leather seat, cleaver wheels, Springer front end.
I use the word chopper.
That's what they used to be called.
All right, I'm old.
That's what they used to be called.
Did you ever ride his chopper?
Many a times until he ended up giving it to me.
Was it ever in your name?
No.
Did you ever have a motorcycle in your name?
No.
But you would ride your father's motorcycle?
Yes,
Did you like doing it?
yes.
Why,
Particularly the Borgette,
especially the Borgette? Why is that?
because I couldn't stop anywhere, red light, stop sign, gas station without 15 people circling around it.
What do you mean, circle?
It drew a lot of attention.
Positive attention?
Yes, everybody wanted to take pictures with it. It was a beautiful bike.
Did you ever, now your father has I think a leather jacket on in this, is that right?
Yes,
Did you ever have any special clothing or anything like that that you would use sometimes when you rode a motorcycle?
just my normal boots, my jeans, my hat and glasses, and I had my mask that I rode with it.
What mask was that?
I ordered a Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier mask to ride with it because it only covers the bottom half of your face,
How far up? Show us how far up it
about
was.
right here. It stays out of the way of my sunglasses and my hat.
Is that why you bought that Winter Soldier?
Yes,
Mask?
yes,
Because of the riding motorcycles?
yes.
Now, when you were growing up on Bethel, became an adult, and then you moved over to Peterson, how would you normally dress?
On a daily basis,
Yeah, on a daily basis.
my work boots or my cowboy boots, my ripped up Wranglers, usually a black beater. If it got towards fall, a flannel or a camouflage jacket, my camouflage hat.
Did you dress the same way when you went up to Alaska?
Yes. I've dressed that way my whole life.
I'm sorry?
The only time I wear anything halfway nice is if I'm going to a church thing or a funeral or,
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did your brother dress the same way?
No.
What do you mean?
sometimes he would dress in ripped up jeans and stuff, but most of the time he would wear American Eagle jeans, American Eagle boxers, name brand stuff.
I'm going to show you a couple photographs. Do you recognize Wagner Exhibit 53?
Yes,
Who is that?
my brother.
Do you know when that picture was taken by any chance?
I do not.
Do you know where it was taken?
The bathroom of Peterson.
That you can tell by the picture there?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've never seen that photo before, no, but I know the outfit. He wore it daily.
What's the outfit?
It's a replica of Leon Kennedy's outfit.
Who's Leon Kennedy?
His favorite character from Resident Evil and the video game he played.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The video games he played growing up is his favorite character off of it. That jacket is the exact replica from it.
Wagner 54, is that
My brother.
same clothing?
Yes.
Did he wear that often?
Yes, I always made fun of him for looking like a drug dealer.
Wagner Exhibit 38, do you recognize that?
It's my father's lockpick set.
Is that the type of thing he used to teach you guys how to pick a lock?
That's the one he used to teach us with.
That's the,
It's missing a bunch of the picks and a bunch of the locks, but that's the one.
let's go back to Peterson Road for a moment. Was there ever a video security system on that house?
Yes.
Tell us what you know about that.
My mom wanted a security system put on the house.
Did you have one over at Bethel Hill?
Yes.
All right, so you get over to Peterson. Tell us about it.
She had us get a security system for the house, and me and my brother put it up on the house.
Who did what putting it up?
I basically handed my brother stuff.
And he was up on the house putting it up?
Yes.
And how long did that stay up there?
8 or 9 months.
Was there a reason it came down?
Yes, my grandfather had his house broken into, and
Which
my
grandfather?
Carter,
Okay,
and my mom wanted it put on his house.
so how was it his house was broken into? What do you know about that?
Somebody kicked his front door in, hit him in the head, and robbed him.
Over in South Webster?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the circumstances were there?
As him getting robbed or
Yeah.
what they took.
Yeah, the robbery.
They hit him in the head and took his bag of money and his bag of pills.
What do you mean bag of money and bag of pills?
My grandfather sold pills for a living.
Now, he was disabled, is that right?
Yes.
Explain that.
He was paralyzed from a young age,
Like completely paralyzed?
from the waist down.
Did you know about this drug activity of his?
Yes.
It wasn't a secret.
No, everybody knew it.
And where would he sell his drugs?
In his driveway
Which driveway is that?
in South Webster.
Well, describe where he was in the driveway. How would this work?
There's, if you are looking at the front of the house, it would be to the left of where the garage is, like a big gravel parking lot. He would always be parked there, and people would just kind of pull in like a drive-through service
Did you ever witness any of this?
many a times.
So that's how he made money.
Yes,
And there came a point in time where he got robbed.
yes.
And so tell us what your mom wanted you to do.
She wanted the security system put up on his house to basically deter people from wanting to kick the front door in again.
Did your mom know he did this?
Yes, she's known her whole life.
And so what did you do with the security system?
I went over and put it up on his house,
You and anybody else?
just me.
Did you take it down from your house?
Yes, me and my brother took it down.
But you went over and installed it.
Yes.
Why didn't your brother go with it?
I don't remember what he said he had to do, but he said he had other things to do.
And do you have any idea when that took place?
August or September of 16.
Show you some more pictures here. This is triple N1. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
a truck that my cousin Katie had.
Right, she testified about that, right?
Yes,
Had you seen that truck before?
one.
Explain what you know about that truck.
The truck originally was my Uncle Toddy's.
Uncle Ty's.
Yes,
Is that his given name or just what the family called him?
His birth name, Silas.
Okay. So tell us what you know.
My father came down one day and said my uncle was selling a truck and needed the extra money and asked to borrow the money from me.
Explain what happened.
My mom threw a fit saying not to loan it to him because she was trying to get me to use the money on the farm. And she said he'd never pay me back, but I loaned it to him anyway.
All right, and where were you living when this happened?
Peterson,
And do you know when this happened?
early 2016.
And tell us again exactly what you did with relation to that.
I got my money out of the gun cabinet, gave it to my dad. He left with it. I assume he went to buy the truck. The next day I come back and the truck was sitting in my driveway.
Had you seen the truck before?
Before that, no.
So that was the first time you actually saw the truck.
Yes.
So what did you do when you pulled in the driveway and you saw that?
I went and asked my mom whose truck it was, and she says the one that my dad bought. And then, I don't know, probably 15, 20 minutes maybe later, my dad and Chris Sr. showed up. My dad asked where the keys were. My mom said it was in it. My dad gave me a hug and said he talked to me later. He couldn't stay, and him and Chris Sr. left with it.
Were they in the same truck?
Chris was in his silver Ford.
And what was your dad?
My dad had rode with Chris down there.
Did he leave with Chris?
Yes, my dad drove the truck in the photograph.
So your dad left in that truck and Chris left in his own.
Yes,
And that was when?
early 2016.
So how long had you had a look at that truck before you arrived and when your dad got there? And left?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever get in the truck and drive it or anything like
No.
that? So when's the next time you saw that truck?
Fall of 2016.
What were the circumstances?
It was my grandfather's house. My uncle drove it down there,
Which grandfather?
Wagner.
You said we're up at the Flying W?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances? Explain what happened.
I was up there with my son, taking fishing up there a lot. And my dad was talking to his dad, and my Uncle Bobby showed up in that truck.
And did you know it was the same truck?
Don't really know if it was or not. I know it looked the same.
All right. And so what happened?
Me and my kid just went fishing. That's just the last time I seen it until I came back from Alaska.
All right. When you came back from Alaska, did you see it?
Once at my Uncle Bobby's house.
At your Uncle Bobby's house?
Yes,
Did you go visit him?
yes.
Is that something you would do often?
Depending on what years.
Okay, explain.
There was a point that I was up there a couple of times a week.
Why would you go up there a couple times a
I
week?
was messing around with a girl in Athens.
Now, you saw your cousin Katie testify, right?
Yes.
How old is she in relation to you and your brother?
She's a little younger than my brother. We're all roughly a year apart, stair-stepped.
Did you consider yourself to be close to her?
I don't know if you call us close, but I mean, we talked when holidays and stuff would come around. She went hunting with us a couple of times.
Did you have any idea that that truck, the photo I just showed you, 111, did you have any idea that truck was used in these murders?
Not until my brother's proffer.
Your brother's profit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you got arrested on this along with your family, right?
Yes.
When did you get arrested?
November 13th of 2018.
And you saw your brother testify, right?
Yes.
You know he made a proffer and entered a guilty plea. Do you know when that was?
I know it was early 21, I believe.
And did you know he was making a proffer before he made it?
No.
When and how did you learn about his guilty plea?
One of the sergeants at the jail had pulled me out of the pod and taken me back downstairs to booking.
Is that unusual?
Considering I hadn't been in booking in like 2 years, 3 years, yes.
And what was going on there?
Usually you don't get stuck in booking unless you've done something for them to want you out of the pod.
Did you understand what was going on?
No, and he wouldn't tell me.
How did you learn about your brother's guilty?
A few hours after that, Rick Nash had come to visit me.
Rick's your lawyer, one of your lawyers?
Yes.
All right, explain that.
He came to visit me and informed me that my brother had pled guilty.
What did you think?
I really didn't know how to take it or what to think. I first thought my brother had just gone crazy sitting in jail.
Why did you think that?
My brother's not a social person and doesn't get along well with people.
So Mr. Nash comes and tells you your brother pled guilty.
Yes.
Did you believe?
That he pled guilty, or did I believe that he did it?
Well, let's do each.
I believed that he pled guilty because I didn't believe that Rick would lie to me, but I just didn't believe that my brother had actually done it at that point,
Even though he pled guilty.
even though he pled guilty.
Did there come a time when you believed that he actually did what he said he did?
After I listened to,
Object to this person's belief as to whether or not his brother is guilty?
Judge, let me rephrase.
I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase.
All right.
After your brother pled guilty, Mr. Nash told you that, right?
yes,
And did there come a point in time where you listened to his proffer?
yes.
And what was your reaction once you listened to his proffer?
I couldn't understand how my brother would be capable of doing something like this, especially after he swore to me that he had nothing to do with it.
But did you believe it once you heard the proffer?
Yes,
How did that make you feel?
heartbroken, betrayed for the fact that what he did to Hannah and Frankie and their family, and for the fact that I believed him and I took up for him, and it was just hard to deal with.
Did there come a time that you learned your mom pled?
Yes,
Explain that.
it was a few months, I believe, after my brother.
And what was your reaction when you found out your mom pled guilty?
Similar to with my brother.
Now, you heard your Uncle Chris, who's like a brother, you heard him testify, right?
Yes,
You heard him testify about his reaction to all these
Yeah.
guilty pleas?
yes,
And you heard your cousin Katie testify about her reaction.
yes.
What was your reaction like compared to them?
Judge. That's
What was your reaction?
Well, I'll overrule the objection.
I was heartbroken over it and felt betrayed, and I just couldn't believe that they were capable of it.
You still have a hard time comprehending.
I have a hard time dealing with it, yes.
Now, you heard your brother come in here and testify that you were part of the plan.
Yes, I heard that.
Is that true?
No,
Did you help him in any way
no,
before the murder?
no,
Did you help him in any way after the murder?
no,
Did you help him build that false bed on the truck?
no,
Did you crawl in that truck?
no,
Were you up on Union Hill Road that night?
no,
Did you help him get rid of the clothing afterward?
no,
Did you help him dig that hole?
no,
Did you help him get rid of the guns and other things that were found on the concrete bucket?
no.
Now, you heard your mother testify too.
Yes.
How did it make you feel to have your mother testify against you?
It was emotionally hard, considering she wouldn't even look at me.
You heard what she said, right?
Yes,
She said that you told her you smudged out some footprints at the crime scene.
yes,
Did you ever say that to her?
no,
Did you know she had any involvement in the case?
no,
Did you ever talk to your father about the case?
no,
Did you ever hear them talking amongst themselves?
no,
You heard some testimony here over the last few weeks about the movie Boondock Saints.
Yes,
Do you know that movie?
I've seen the first 10 minutes or so of it.
Was that a movie your brother liked?
Yes.
Was that a
With
movie
many
you
others.
liked?
What was the question?
Was that a movie you liked?
No,
Why not?
because I've only seen the first 10 or so minutes of it.
Do you have a favorite movie?
I have two that's tied for first.
What are those?
Across the Great Divide and Jeremiah Johnson.
What's Across the Great Divide?
They're older style movies that are based on like the 1800s.
Same thing with Jeremiah Johnson?
Yes.
Why would Chris and Randall say Boondock Saints was your favorite?
Objection.
Basis is,
He's asking why another witness would say.
I will sustain that decision basis.
Did you ever tell Chris and Randall that Boondock Saints was your favorite?
No.
Now, you heard testimony, well, before I go there, you heard the video clip from that movie played here in court, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear your brother talk like that?
I have never in my life heard my brother talk like that.
There was testimony here that your brother Jake secretly recorded some pickups and drop-offs of Sophie.
Yes.
You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Were you aware he was doing that?
No.
You heard your brother testify about he thought Sophie was being sexually abused?
Yes.
Same thing for your mother?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever suspect that Sophie was being sexually abused?
Not until Sophie accused Beth of it.
Okay, that's from Alaska.
Yes.
But before the murders?
No.
Did you ever suspect?
No.
You were around Sophie quite a bit,
Yes.
and you knew about her and Jake's problems, I assume, is that right?
Sophie and Jake's problem?
I'm sorry, Hannah and Jake's problems.
I wasn't aware they had any massive problems, no.
Right. You heard testimony about these custody visitation issues.
To my knowledge, there was no issues with it.
What was your understanding of their arrangement?
When Hannah left Jake, they had an agreement that Jake got Sophie 7 days and then Hannah would get her 7 days. And most generally, when Hannah had her, she would drop her off with Jake just out of the blue and say she needed an extra day or two.
All right. Did you ever suspect during this arrangement that Sophie was being abused in any way
No.
by anybody?
No.
What was your reaction when you heard your brother and your mother testify about that?
I don't see how they could ever believe something like that.
Why is that?
Because Hannah and Frankie and Chris Sr. and their family would never do anything to a child.
Do you know why your family did this?
Can't even begin to imagine why. I've tried for the past year and a half to figure it out.
When you lived up on Capitol Hill, I'm going to go back there for a minute. Was there a time that you came home unexpectedly?
Once,
Did something memorable happen?
you could call it that, yes.
What happened?
I came home and my father was standing in front of the refrigerator and wasn't wearing any clothes.
What else was going on?
At that time, my ex-wife was living in the house with us and she was still home at that time.
Where was she?
She was, I believe, in the bathroom.
What was your reaction when you discovered this?
I threw a fit with my father for him running around naked in the house without anything on with my wife there.
cause you any problems in your relationship with your dad?
Gave massive trust issues.
What do you mean by that?
I just didn't trust him after that because he tried swearing he didn't know she was there. I just don't see how he couldn't have known she was there.
Did you ever have any trust issues with Tabby before this?
Before that point of view,
Yeah.
not real bad ones, no.
Well, you described earlier that she was cheating on you at some point.
This is before that.
This is before.
Before we ended up being married.
Did you discuss this incident with your father with her?
No, just between me and my father.
At some point in time, you saw the photograph of your mother at Walmart, right?
Yes,
And you know that she purchased 2 pairs of shoes.
yes,
And they had a picture of the car that was used, right?
yes,
Did you recognize the car?
yes. It's my mother's Ford Excursion.
Were you with her that day?
Yes,
Where were you?
in the car.
Who else was in the car?
I believe my son, my niece, and my brother.
And did you know she was buying shoes to be used in a murder?
No,
Did she discuss that with you at any time?
no,
Before or after?
no,
And you saw the photograph of the car, right?
Yes.
You saw that table on top of it?
yes,
Did that jog your memory of anything?
yes.
What,
The table came from my grandmother's at Flying W.
all right,
Particularly that day we were at Klinger's.
Clingers.
Yes.
What's Clingers?
It's a accounting place that does all of our taxes right here in town.
Would your family normally shop at the Walmart here in Waverly?
Before or after we left Bethel.
Well, let's say before.
Before, we primarily shopped at this Walmart.
And after?
Then it was West Union or Hillsboro.
West Union or Hillsborough?
Yes,
That's when you lived on Peters.
yes.
Did your mom ever show you those shoes?
No,
Did you ever put those shoes on?
no,
Did you know anything about it?
no.
Now that you know Jake has pled guilty, what do you think of him?
I really don't even like calling him my brother anymore.
Why is that?
I'm ashamed to know that my family would do something like this.
What about your mother?
I have the same feeling towards her.
I want to show you an exhibit here. Page 2. Do you know what that is?
Yes,
What is that?
it is a list off my brother's phone or computer.
Okay, how do you identify that?
It's a list of firearms.
I'm going to ask you some questions. When's the first time you saw this list?
That I can remember. I believe I was in Texas.
Were you working with your brother at the time?
Yes.
How did you come across this?
Agent Scheider texted it to me.
And what was your understanding of the situation?
My understanding was he wanted to know about one of the firearms on it,
Do you remember which one?
a Colt 1911 22.
Did you own a Colt 1911 22?
No,
And on this list, it has your name and a number of different guns, right?
Yes,
It has your mom's name and a number of different guns.
yes,
It has your dad's name and a number of different guns.
yes,
It has Sophie's name and one gun.
yes,
And then it has Jake's name and a number of guns.
yes.
Where is the Colt 1911?
It is the second one from the bottom on my brother's list.
Did you know he owned a 1911?
No,
Had
not,
he-
not at that point in time.
Did he ever talk to you about a Colt 1911?
Can you define that one better?
Sure. You and your brother, and your whole family owned guns, right?
Yes.
Objection. He's gonna lead me through. He can ask open-ended questions.
All right, I'll rephrase it. All right, let's talk about this document from the top. It says George's. What's the first one it says here?
Am I allowed to hold this?
Sure.
The first on the list is a Glock 17 9mm.
And was that in fact your gun?
Yes.
What's the next one?
Beretta 9640 caliber.
Was that in fact your gun?
At one point in time, yes.
All right, at what point in time?
Sometime in early 15.
Did you keep that gun for a long period of time?
I may have owned it for a month or two, maybe.
All right, what's the next one?
Taurus revolver 357.
Did you own that gun?
No.
What about the next one?
Remington 514 22.
Did you own that gun?
No.
What about the next one?
A Remington Target Master 22.
Did you own that gun?
Yes.
What time frame did you own that gun?
Up until they did the search.
The search at the Flying W?
Yes, they have it now.
Okay. What about the next one?
Winchester 94 3030.
Did you own that gun?
I've not owned one since I was 16 or 17.
What's the next gun?
Enfield Mark II 303.
Did you own that gun?
Yes, one of them. There's two on this list. I've owned one.
What, is the next one the same thing?
It's Mark II carbine,
Which one did you own?
the standard edition Mark II. It's been put on discovery here
Okay. What time frame did you own that?
up until they searched the farm.
The next one on the list?
Remington 870 camouflage 12 gauge.
Did you own that?
No.
What about the next?
Remington 870 trap edition 12 gauge.
Did you own that?
At one point in time, yes.
When did you own that? Roughly.
Sometime in 15.
Did you own it after that?
No.
What's the next?
Remington 1187 12 gauge.
Did you own that?
Yes.
At what time frame?
2015, I believe.
What's the next?
Ruger M77 270.
Did you own that one?
Yes.
What's the time frame?
I owned that up till, I want to say late 14.
All right. What's the next?
A Ruger M77 22 Hornet.
Did you own that one?
Not one, though. I've owned two.
All right. What time frame?
Sometime in 15.
What's the next one?
Remington Woodmaster 30-06.
Did you own that one?
No.
What's the next
A Ruger M77 22.
one? Did you ever own that one?
Yes.
What time frame?
Early 15 is when I sold it.
All right. What's the next one?
CZ 22.
Did you ever own that one?
Yes, it's the first firearm my father ever bought me new.
I'm sorry?
It's the first firearm my father ever bought me that was brand new from a gun shop.
All right. And what about the next one?
The next one is an SKS, and I've owned more of them than I can count.
I'm sorry?
I've owned more of them than I can count.
The SKS?
Yes,
Explain that.
I've bought and sold more than I can remember.
Now, at the time of the murders, did you own an SKS?
At the time of them, no.
Now, there was one recovered, or pieces of one recovered in the concrete bucket. Do you remember seeing that here?
Yes.
Was that yours?
No, that one would belong to my brother
How do you know that one belonged to your brother?
because it used to be RSKS and he threw a fit about it being clean and not touched and not getting grease like everything else he has.
So,
So I gave it to him and bought me another one.
which one did you buy?
I had I can't remember what company made it. It was either a Yugo or a Chinese one, but it was black synthetic with an AR style stock on it.
And the one recovered in the bucket?
Is the one my brother had.
What was different from that one than the one you had?
My brother's is wood stopped and mine was black synthetic.
Now, the next name on the list is your mom's, right?
Yes.
What's the first gun?
Taurus 145 9mm.
Do you know if she owned a gun like that?
If she did, I've never seen it.
What about the next one?
It's American 22.
Did you ever know your mom to have that gun?
I don't know what that is.
What about the next one?
Cricket 22.
Did you ever know your mom to have that?
She bought one for, it was technically hers, but she said she bought it for my kid.
For a bovine?
Yes.
What did it look like?
Black and camouflage.
Next name on the list is,
My father's.
there's a list of guns there, right?
Yes.
What's the first one?
The first one, I believe it's misspelled, but I think it's supposed to be Coach Gun 12 gauge.
Did your dad ever have a gun like that?
At one point in time, yes, but I can't say when he sold it.
What about the next one?
A bull barrel 22 Magnum.
Same question. Did your dad ever own that gun if you know?
Yes, he owns it. Actually, Ryan and them have it.
And what's the next one?
22, 20 gauge over and under.
Do you know if your dad ever owned that gun?
I don't know on that one.
What's the next one?
I believe it's misspelled, but Cody, I think it's supposed to be Kodiak 30-06.
Do you know if he ever had one of those?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
Beretta 92 9mm. My father owned two of them at one point, which they have both of them.
And what about the next gun?
Derringer's is also misspelled.
All right, what is that?
Back in the 1800s, a lot of gamblers used them.
Did your dad ever have one of those?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
MK2, I'm assuming it's Mark II, Ruger 2245.
Do you know if your dad ever had that?
Not to my knowledge. At one point, my brother owned one.
What about the next one?
CZ 223.
Do you know if your dad ever owned that?
Yes, my father has one of them.
What about the next one?
Yeah, Keltec PMR 30 22 Magnum.
What about that?
Yes, my father had that one. I bought it for him.
And the next name is,
Sophie,
and what's the gun there?
Cricket 22.
Do you know which gun that is?
It is pink Cricket. It used to be Hannah's.
And finally, it's your brother's name.
Yes.
All right, why don't you go to the first gun?
The first one is a Remington Scoremaster 22 Black.
Do you know if your brother owned that?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, what about the next one?
Remington Target Master 22 Satin. To my knowledge, I've never known him to own a Target Master. I'm the only one other than my Uncle Chris that I know of that's ever had one.
What about the next one?
Ruger 1022 Olive Green.
What about that?
To my knowledge, he's never had one.
What's the significance of olive green?
It's technically it's OD green, which stands for olive drab, but it's like a light colored green Cerakote that coats the barrels and the actions of a firearm.
Okay, what about the next one?
Rossi 410 22 olive green.
Did you ever know your brother owned that one?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
Remington 870 Wingmaster.
Do you ever know your brother owned that?
I know my brother owned one and my father owned one.
What about the next one?
Remington 870 Wingmaster Black.
Did you ever know your brother owned that?
To my knowledge, he only owned one.
Do you know whether it was black or not?
It was black with a shot barrel on it. It's gloss black with wood off walnut. Remington 870 Trap Black Gloss.
You ever known your brother owned that?
Yes, we both had one. They were a matching pair.
What about the next one?
I don't know how that's supposed to be pronounced, but I'm just gonna pronounce it. I think it is Ithaca M31 12 gauge black.
You ever known your brother to own that?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
Mossberg 835 12 gauge.
You ever known your brother to own that?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
Winchester 94 3030 olive green.
You ever known your brother to own that?
I've never known him to own an olive green one, no.
All right. What about the next one?
Winchester 9417 black.
You ever known your brother to own that?
Yes.
What about the next one?
Rossi 45 LC, I'm assuming long coat.
You ever known your brother to own that?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the next one?
Browning Able 270 WSM silver.
You ever known your brother to own that?
Not in silver, no.
What about the next one?
Springfield A303 gloss black.
You ever known your brother to own that?
I'm gonna take a guess with it being Springfield. Am I allowed to guess at this?
Just tell us what you know. If you don't know, just say.
The way it's written down, though,
All right. Did you ever know him to own a similar gun?
I know him to own a model A303 and 30-06.
All right. What's the next one?
Springfield 1903 satin black.
Did you know him to own that?
He had a 1903, but it's not satin black.
What about the next one?
Enfield Mark 1 303 satin black.
Did you know him to own that?
Not to my knowledge.
What's the next one?
Enfield Mark 2 303 black.
Did you know him to own that?
Yes.
What's the next one?
Taurus 145 Millennium 45 ACP.
Did you know him to own that?
No.
What's the next one?
Colt 1911 22.
Did you ever know him to own that?
No.
What's the next one?
TC Triumph 50 caliber.
Did you ever know him to own that?
Yes.
Your brother have a habit of making lists.
He makes lists for everything.
What do you mean by that?
He makes lists for houses. He wants furniture for houses, clothes, tools, guns, anything that he decides he wants.
Did you own, now this list, if you look here at the top, when you pointed out, do you see the date it was created?
Yes.
What's the date on
It is February 11th, 2015.
it? And does it give a date that it was modified?
May 1st, 2015.
During that time frame, did you own guns that are not
Many.
such as?
Too many to keep track of. Multiple Glocks, rifles, ARs, shotguns, multiple.
How long would you hold on to a gun once you purchased it?
It varied in how well I liked it.
What would be like an average?
Anywhere from 30 days to 6 months, depending on how well I liked it. Some of them I keep for years.
You heard a recording where you're talking about this list
Yes,
when you were working at R&L, is that right?
yes.
How did you refer to that? Do you remember?
I refer to it the same as I refer to all my other brothers' lists.
Which are?
They're a wish list. And in my wording of it is it's a working wish list. He makes lists of multiple things that he wants. Some of it he owns, some of it he doesn't.
What do you mean by that?
I can give example.
Okay.
He has $17,000 worth of Snap-on tools that he still technically owes on. But he's got a list of Snap-on tools that range over $100,000 worth of tools. It's not finished. He's just got $17,000 worth of what's on it.
Is that why you called it what you did?
Yes, because I've not seen over half of what he's got on that list.
Showing this envelope, ZZ1. I just reached inside and pulled out a folder. Seen those photographs before?
I believe it's a picture that Ryan sent me.
Explain what you mean.
One day got a photograph that Ryan, multiple photographs that Ryan wanted to talk to me about that firearm.
Talking about BCI agent?
Yes.
And how did you receive those?
He texted them to me.
And was there a note or a message associated with that?
He asked me if he could talk to me about them and he'd rather do it sooner than later.
Had you ever seen this gun before?
No,
Do you know whose hand that is?
no. Now I do, but not at that time.
At that time you didn't.
Right.
You know it's whose hand now. Now you know it's whose hand.
And now I know it's my brother's hand.
And he sent you more than one of these.
Yes.
What did the other photos look like?
One was of the same firearm with multiple pieces laying beside of it and a flashlight. Another one was with the flashlight turned into a suppressor and installed on the gun, I believe.
Did you ever know of your brother to make suppressors?
I know of one that he has made in his life.
Which one is that?
He tried building one out of, I think it was PVC for my AR,
For
my AR-15.
and what happened with that?
It detonated.
What do you mean it did?
It blew up into 1,000 pieces.
Did you know about him using mag lights or trying to use mag lights to make a suppressor?
No,
He never discussed that with you.
no,
He never showed you any of the material he was using.
no,
Never discussed it.
no,
What about using an oil filter as a suppressor for silencers?
no,
Did you know anything about that?
no.
Now, when you lived on Peterson, Judge, I'm told that's my car beeping outside. I have no idea why. Let me,
Close enough to look up.
let me give someone his walker. My apologies, everyone. So let's go back to this. Try to ignore that beeping. Ryan sent you more than one photo, right?
Yes, 3 if I remember correctly.
And we were talking about your brother making suppressors, right?
Yes,
Did you ever know him of making a mag light suppressor?
no,
Did you ever know him to use an oil filter for a suppressor?
no,
Did you know that he was making purchases before the murder that you've seen described here in court?
no,
Did you know your mother was making purchases with your credit card for this murder?
not for this, no,
Was it unusual for her to use your credit card?
no. Or my debit card for that matter.
Now, was it common when you lived at Peterson Road to have oil filters on hand?
We had a stockpile of them.
Explain that.
My father, my brother, my mother, and I had opened up a trailer one night that was filled with Baldwin oil filters.
With what?
Baldwin oil filters.
Now, you were a diesel mechanic. You are a diesel mechanic, right?
Yes,
Would you change the oil using filters in your car or truck? I'm sorry, I don't think you had a car at the time. You had a truck, right?
yes.
Did you use oil filters to change the oil in your truck?
Not those ones particularly. They won't fit my truck, no.
All right, but would you buy oil filters to use on your truck?
Yes. I've done all of my own maintenance and all of my family's maintenance for everybody in the family.
What about friends or other people?
That's all my friends, all of my extended family.
It's 4:25. Perhaps this would be a good time to break for the evening.
If,
We approach.
Council wish to stick around a few minutes after we recess. We are going to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the jury is concerned for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you're to return to the jury room as you've been doing, be brought up here by court personnel to the courtroom, by court personnel. While you are on this recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, including, of course, television, radio, or newspapers, or any of the internet sources. Just refrain from all of that and have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witness. You'll be leaving your notebooks, of course, on your seats and wearing your badges home and back tomorrow morning. Does counsel for either side have anything further before we recess for the day as far as the jury is concerned?
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Then we are in recess until 9 o'clock. Before the defendant's removed, are we going to do any thing with respect to any of the exhibits this evening? Does counsel wish to do that, or to come back tomorrow morning at 9 to do, or at 8 to do some of those tomorrow morning before the jury gets here? What's counsel?
We could go either way. We could stay for an hour and push to do the exhibits, or we can come back early.
I would rather stick around for an hour now than come back at 8.
I agree with that.
Okay, let's try to push for a little bit then.
All right, so Mr. Wagner, you can join your attorneys over here at the council table, and we will work until 5:30.
The only thing we ask, obviously, on these exhibits, is the admonishment about talking about the substance of any testimony, because we are still on the stand.
All right.
We ask that to stay in place. Obviously, there may be issues with these exhibits, but with respect to the substance of this testimony, respective testimony tomorrow.
All right. And of course, counsel understands that they're not to discuss the
We will not
subjects
discuss
of
the case, and I said here,
between now and the time that the defense back on the witness stand tomorrow, then counsel.
we have no intention of meeting with them between the end of our session here. We think we have the right to do that.
So did Angela's attorney, Jason, they are still defending the open case, but we put this admonishment on regardless.
Under Perry versus Lee, which is a 1989 U.S. Supreme Court case, we are entitled, the client's entitled to consult with counsel on an overnight recess. We do not intend to do that. But if there were an emergency or something like that, he would have the right to contact us. We do not intend to contact him. So we wanted to put on the record that he has that right to consult with his counsel for that case.
Was that just an overnight recess?
That's overnight recess,
Yeah, of course.
not during the 15-minute breaks with the attorney, but only during.
Well,
So, like I said, we have no intention.
Alright.
But if there were an emergency, but let's do the exhibits, we won't talk to them.
Everyone can be seated if they wish to. We were through the DD exhibits. So, we are at ED.
It's all right. Well, Mr. Neff, I'm gonna put the exhibits they use back in order so we can get to them. It's gonna be up moving around.
Let me finish here. Sorry. Leave anything.
We will go until approximately 5:30 this evening.
Thank you.
I said it until, or until again.
Thank
Could be
you.
relatively short.
Well, after a long night last night.
Yeah. Your Honor, EE1 is the fake Facebook account, that Tabitha Wagner identified. EE2 through EE11 are, messages back and forth between Hannah and Tabby that Tabby, testified to. I have blacked out anything that was not said.
Photograph?
No, it's like some of it is are between, Hannah and Tess or Hannah and other people. So, you know, if she didn't say it in court, then I blacked it out. You know what I mean? I can show you my thing, but you know,
Can we see the rejected?
yeah. Maybe.
Don't have any here.
Yeah. Maybe we can do that. But these are the ones that she actually read these all out loud.
Yeah, the ones that she read out loud. Those are the problem.
And then, yeah. Okay, and then the next one is EE12, which is the transcript of the hearing between Tabitha and George Wagner.
No objection.
And then there was a joint exhibit that came out of this, I guess we can ignore those in the end.
Okay,
There's another thing I showed Tabitha that she had done.
I have a question. EE1, was that?
Yes. So that's what,
I propose there's I don't think they
So it's EE1 through EE12, is that right? And then there was, you said a joint exhibit as well? or
There's a joint exhibit, Your Honor, I don't know, I mean, you can wait to do that at the end. But we do have one joint exhibit that was used with Tabitha. It's the judgment entry decree of dissolution.
Is it an EE also?
No, because it's a joint exhibit, it's just joint number one.
I think it was going to be a media exhibit.
Yes, and then you guys asked for it to be joint or something.
Yes.
All right, so does the defense have any objections to E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and joint 1, or joint 1.
Don't believe we have objections. Pending the, we'd like to see the redacted portions. EE2, and they have each page listed with redacted portions, as you can see. We would like to see what the redacted portions are, but conditionally, we would not have an objection. If there's something in the redacted section we object to, we'll bring it to the court's attention.
Is that available or not?
I'm gonna have to look for it, Your Honor,
We can come
but
back.
We can come back to that later. For now, we do not have any objections pending the review of the redacted section.
You'll let me know if there are any objections.
Yes.
Correct. All right. So now I'm going to put no objections. So I hear otherwise. All right, so FF,
Your Honor, State Exhibit FF is the recording of Billy Wagner's September 16, 2016 interview that we played for the jury. That is on the external hard drive in a folder marked State Exhibit FF, and that recording is in that folder. The only thing that we like to put a pin in the court is when we initially played that, you gave a pretty intense limiting instruction that basically it was only to be considered for the effect that it had on law enforcement and at that stage of the investigation. And you remember that was pretty early on that we played that, and there hadn't really been, we probably couldn't at that point argue that there had been independent evidence of the existence of a conspiracy. Clearly now at this point, there's been independent evidence of the existence of a conspiracy. So at this point, that exhibit now can be used for substantive evidence as a co-conspirator statement. So we would just like for that to be, I don't know if there's instruction that goes with that, but we just at least wanted to put a pin in it to let you know that that's an issue with this exhibit.
all right. So any objections to FF?
That's the recorded interview with,
Billy Wagner.
well, we're not conceding there's a conspiracy. We don't think it's clearly been established. So, I mean, I guess if it's admitted, it should still be admitted with the cautionary instruction we provided.
I understand, I don't remember what caution, I seriously don't remember what cautionary instruction I gave.
oh, it was a pretty exhaustive one.
Yeah.
It was that it could only be considered, oh, I don't know what for.
I think it was for the impact that it had or how law enforcement used it with respect to subsequent actions in the investigation.
To how they use it to channel their investigation, is that it?
I believe so.
That's my recollection, something along those lines. I believe we objected at the time.
You objected?
Yes, we objected at the time.
Because of the hearsay nature of it, because co-conspirator requires some independent evidence.
Correct.
That's
And that was still fairly early in the case.
okay. Now, I'm going to, if there's an objection to FF, then I'm going to overrule that objection at this point. I think there's sufficient evidence to allow that to be used without that limitation. So, with the testimony of the other